Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Ministry of National Security's CyberSMART conference. I do trust that you are well rested following yesterday's activities and you are all set for an excellent day of important conversations. Again, my name is Dennis Brooks. I'm a Senior Superintendent of Police with the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and it gives me great pleasure to chair today's proceedings. Now, we will have a number of presentations. We will have a number of panels and presenters from varying walks of life in this cybersecurity space. I think that yesterday was a very, very good day for persons in different areas of this industry to have an opportunity to access each other. And one of the important things at meetings of this nature is the fact that so many of the most important conversations take place in the corridors, in the hallways, where people can have real meaningful conversations one-on-one with each other. So take the opportunities during the coffee breaks, during the lunch breaks, etc., to engage, to network, and to make long-lasting connections. At this time, we are going to get right into the thick of things. We have a very important presenter to deliver the day's first keynote. I'm looking forward to hearing from our moderator, Major Manifa Hewling of the Jamaica Defence Force. But let me begin with the keynote presenter who will speak on navigating the Caribbean cybersecurity landscape. Our presenter comes to us as the Caribbean increasingly embraces digital transformation and the need for robust cybersecurity measures become more pressing. I'm going to invite to come forward the sales manager for counter-adversary operations at CrowdStrike, Dave Yardley. Put your hands together for Dave.
Good morning, everybody. First, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Ministry of National Security for hosting us and providing the opportunity to present here at the second day of this informative CyberSMART conference. So this morning, I'd like to focus on how the private sector can specifically support and how we can help navigate this really complex security landscape here in the Caribbean. I really began preparing for this presentation. I took a strategic approach really to understanding the unique kind of challenges that this region faces. Sorry for the next slide here. There we go, perfect. So one of the things I wanted to mention is I made kind of a point really to listen carefully to all the perspectives and the insights shared by everybody in this room, right? You guys are the ones that are on the front lines and you're addressing these cybersecurity challenges every single day, right? In yesterday's opening remarks, I really wanted to highlight something specifically that the permanent secretary commented. She said that cybersecurity is a collaborative effort. And that's really what I want to focus on, strengthening the Caribbean through this private sector, specifically the cybersecurity sector, and how we can leverage our expertise and resources, and we can enhance the region's cybersecurity capabilities and better protect against the growing threat of specifically cybercrime and really all kind of cybersecurity challenges. We can work together and develop and implement effective cybersecurity solutions that meet these needs, the unique needs of the Caribbean, and strengthening through the private sector and the entire community that you see here today, we can really help make a safer and secure digital environment for individuals, businesses, and the government. All right, so what you can see on the slide behind me is really in the spirit of collaboration. I wanted to highlight some of the key cybersecurity challenges excuse me, that we're facing the region here, right? So the private sector cannot help in all aspects, but there are a few areas that I thought I would kind of highlight today on where the cybersecurity industry can really, really help. These areas included supporting limited resources and talent, and to be honest, that is an issue across the globe. Limited lack of funding for cybersecurity infrastructure, and really a lack of skilled cybersecurity workforce. Limited threat intelligence and response. That's another issue that really is facing globally and regionally in an area that we can help. And of course, the evolving threats. A huge theme across entirety of yesterday. The adversaries are constantly developing new tactics, techniques, procedures. They're exploiting vulnerabilities and really making it difficult for organizations to keep up with the latest threats. So that's where I'm going to focus today, is actually on the third part of it, or second on this slide here, the evolving threats. That's where we're going to focus a lot of our attention this morning. All right, so some of you might recall that during the discussion, there was a panel discussion yesterday at the nexus between transnational organized crime and cybercrime, as well as in the afternoon armchair panel. There were some key takeaways about the adversary. One, rapidly changing landscape, but there was a specific comment made during that initial discussion on how the adversaries are moving from hours to minutes to seconds in terms of their attack cycle. This really highlights that need for effective threat intelligence to combat this evolving threat. And this is the area that I'm going to talk about today, and where the cybersecurity industry specifically, including CrowdStrike, can help provide a significant support and assistance. Additionally, the permanent secretary also made another comment in the morning that I had to take a note on. She also said that cyber criminals do not respect borders, and that is absolutely true. So this is as true as it is in many other regions, as it is here in the Caribbean, where many of those same sophisticated adversaries operate globally. They're also targeting you regionally, right? And this particular area of expertise in understanding the adversary is the point on how industry partners can help take the global and bring it regionally, right? So we can really start to share this global intelligence, regional intelligence, and start to stay ahead of the threat adversary. Now, this is going to build. What I want to do here is to kind of illustrate the point and bring it into kind of context. Many of the sophisticated adversaries we see, as I mentioned, globally, they are constantly evolving and expanding, and they are targeting you here as well in the Caribbean. One thing I want to note is you might see there's a bunch of adversaries up here, especially the ones that say criminals. This is only a portion of the adversaries that we track and defend and detect on a daily basis. We just kind of limited it so it would actually fit nicely in a slide, just to give you some context to how great this threat landscape and how large it really is. All right, so let's talk a little bit about regionally. All right, so globally, we'll start there and then neck down to specifically the Caribbean. We've seen about a little over 5,000 ransomware victim posts. So those are ransomware victims reported in 2024. That is a 9% increase from 2023 to 2024. And 2023 was the largest or highest number of victims we had ever seen when it came to ransomware. In the Caribbean, you can see some of those numbers. That's where that bar chart is there. We saw the growth in ransomware attacks and victims here in the Caribbean from 21 to 22, 22 to 23, and still a slight increase in ransomware attacks in the region from 23 to 24. This is a continuing trend that we are seeing. Ransomware is not going away. So I'm going to put some of this into context of why I talk about how we can take global intelligence and regional intelligence and fuse it together to help you. So in 2023 in the region, there were two really prominent ransomware variants. It was one called Lockbit and one called Alfie ransomware. Those were the prominent regionally. What if I also told you those are the #1 and #2 ransomware variants in the entire world globally, right? Same trend that we saw here in 2024. The landscape shifted a little bit. However, some of the same notable variants here in the region. Hunters International, Buy and Lin, Ransom Hubs, those were all variants that we saw ransomware attacks here in the Caribbean. They were also some of the same top global variants as well from a victim's perspective. In fact, I mentioned Ransom Hub. That was the #1 ransomware variant here in the Caribbean. It's also the #1 ransomware variant in the world right now, right? So the idea of, can we take some of this global perspective and help you in the region, and take some of that region intelligence too, and help each other. The other thing I wanted to note up here is you can see what we looked at e-crime from a sector perspective in the Caribbean, right? Financial sectors, government, healthcare, hospitality, and all the way kind of down from a percentage perspective. Well, I can also tell you from a global perspective, financial services and healthcare are always in the top 10 as far as e-crime incidents and attacks on those particular sectors. So the idea is, can we share intelligence? Can we learn different, how the adversaries operate? Can we learn different lessons, and can we share those with each other? Can we use that to get ahead of it and provide some actionable insights to the Caribbean to help enhance our cybersecurity here? All right. So also, we're going to look at how are they getting in, right? Initial access in the Caribbean. So I looked at, you'll see a pie chart there. So looking at just the last week alone here in the Caribbean, about 70% of all initial access into the computer networks here were valid accounts. What that means is that somebody was able to get a hold of your login and your password and maybe even your multi-factor authentication, and they used that to log in as you, the adversary, to conduct cybercrime. And actually, that little purple one, the brighter purple one on there, that is also an authenticated related tactic. So really, that kind of talks more like 75% of all incidents that we've detected here in the Caribbean was identity-based attacks, right? So also, before I came in too, I also wanted to look on the dark web. Well, let's look at credentials. So over the past month, I just wanted to look at some individual posting by adversaries on the dark web using the .com.jn top domain, right? There's about 150 different advertisements for sale of people's logins and passwords. And that's just the stuff that I was easily able to find with a quick little search, let alone other aspects and other areas of the dark web. They're selling your credentials, right? So by providing support and providing intelligence, we can help protect identities and credentials and help organizations stay ahead of these threats. Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, but I really want to talk about how do we gain visibility, right? How do we turn that visibility into action? So this is this concept of collecting and analyzing data on adversaries from all sorts of sources, from the dark web to hands-on keyboard operations. So we can leverage this data. We can get a deeper understanding of how adversaries conduct their operations, their tactics, their motivations, their behaviors, right? This type of information, you could build a comprehensive database of adversary intelligence, and then take all of this intelligence across the globe, across the region, and fuse it various sources and get a better understanding on how the adversaries operate against you here in this room. And then here's some stats, like kind of putting some of that into action. So a good ability of how we can collect and analyze this data on adversaries. So here's a good a good chart, right? Some stats for us. So over the past month, there's been over 500 155 distinct intrusions. Not just sending spam emails or phishing attempts. These are actual adversaries who have conducted interactive, hands-on keyboard operations. They were detected and disrupted. These are highly skilled adversaries who manually control and interact with compromised computer systems. Their expertise is to evade technology, evade detection, and achieve their goals. These are live attackers, right? So this can give you an idea of how sophisticated these adversaries are. And you'll actually see it, a large majority of these are unidentified, right? There's a lot of adversaries coming against all of us globally. Let's try to share that information. Let's try to make ourselves more secure. All right, and the last slide I have here for you, really just some effective steps, right, to help counter these evolving threats, right? The first one, identity protection. Please implement some type of multi-factor authentication, right? Extend that multi-factor authentication to legacy systems and protocols. Educate teams on social engineering, social media too. Tactics, prevent phishing attacks, right? Identity, if I can stomp one thing, if you can take one thing away from this, is protection of identity, really. The other one is, if you've got cloud, gain comprehensive visibility into cloud applications, right? APIs as well. Eliminate misconfigurations, vulnerabilities, other security threats. Another big one I would foot stomp is enable cross-domain visibility. Implement solutions that can provide visibility into all of the different tools and domains and parts of your platform, cloud to on-premise to your Active Directory, right? So you can gain a full visibility into that attack path, so you can hunt for these adversaries efficiently, right? And also detect legitimate tools that shouldn't be on your system as well. And then the last one is, I'm just going to say, drive efficiency. The adversary is getting better. I made a comment about it yesterday. The average breakout time from access to laterally moving your network is about 60 minutes. And I actually misspoke. I think I said the fastest was 7. Went back and looked at my notes. It was actually 2 minutes. An adversary was able to go from access to lateral movement in 2 minutes, right? And then the last one here, and this is kind of what I'll leave everybody with, is foster a culture of security awareness and preparedness. Implement user awareness programs to combat phishing and social engineering. Encourage security teams to regularly practice tabletop exercises, red team, blue team. Really identify gaps in your system. That's important. Identify those gaps so you can see where the weaknesses are and you can protect yourself and put in solutions to be able to protect yourself. All right, so lastly, I just want to say thank you to everybody in this room and thank you for your attention. I really appreciate the engagement and interest on the topic here. And if you ever have any questions, please be happy to speak. And thank you again for your time. Smart.
Let's give another round of applause, please. Again, very informative presentation. I think that every time from a different perspective we see the threat assessment, it should motivate us to not be fearful, not be daunted, but to take it on and to be honest with ourselves about where our weaknesses are, really, and what we can do to protect ourselves, to fortify, as we say, do the necessary target hardening from a cyber perspective. At this time, we're going to have our panel come forward. So in order to introduce our panel, I'm going to invite Dr. Monifa Hewling. She is a major in the Jamaica Defence Force, and she is a very respected professional in the area of cybersecurity. Make her welcome, please. Put your hands together for her. And she will introduce the very capable panel.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure this morning to host your first panel of the day. Thank you. This morning's topic, cultivating a resilient cybersecurity ecosystem, enhancing risk management, navigating vendor relationships, and optimizing incident response in an evolving environment. Now, as we look into these critical topics relating to cyber, let us invite sorry for my sniffling, the AC is giving me some issues. Our esteemed panel will include Lieutenant Colonel Sterling from the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team, Robert Dartnell, CEO, SEC Alliance, and Mr. Rory Ebanks, Director of Cyber and Information Security at Simtai Consultants. Now, as we unpack the strategies and best practices that will help organizations today in this ever-changing landscape, I suppose I could sit. Let's start out looking at risk. And we'll start with you, Colonel Sterling. What are the biggest cybersecurity risks organizations face today from your perspective? You're the Cyber Incident Response Team. And how can businesses proactively manage these risks? Mike.
Good morning, all. I am Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling, the Director of the Cyber Incident Response Team. Thank you for that question, Dr. Hewling. In terms of risk, what we would assess to be the greatest risk to businesses, public or private, in Jamaica right now is unmitigated vulnerabilities. And that is compounded by a pervasive lack of awareness of what your digital assets are within your organizations. That when you take it in the context of what your employees are doing, sometimes because of just inadvertent activity on platforms outside of your organizations, using your organization's credentials, and these platforms are then compromised, these credentials end up on the dark web, on forums for auctions. Sometimes it's just a dump. And these credentials are then used to get back into your organizations. It creates a perfect storm of cybersecurity vulnerability in terms of your legacy systems in some cases that are carrying vulnerabilities with patches out there for these vulnerabilities that are years old, but they've not been patched. And you know, sometimes when you think about it, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That doesn't really work in cybersecurity. You really have to mitigate those vulnerabilities. And if you don't, the end result is what we see sometimes in terms of the magnitude of the breaches that occur.
Thank you, Colonel. Mr. Dartnell, from your perspective and your head of intelligence, are you seeing similar issues?
Indeed. I think also on top of that, when we look across all of the incidents that we deal with, the ones that have the biggest effect are actually our supply chain compromises. The biggest concern with the supply chain compromises that we've had is also the single point of failure as well. So you would be familiar with, you know, a lot of MFTs, so file transfer systems affecting several hundred organizations all at the same time. Some of those transfer systems, you know, are quite industry specific. Certainly within the EU, a lot of work that we've done as well is mapping the suppliers across individual sectors to identify those suppliers that have a disproportionately large part of the market. So if they are compromised, then there is, sectoral or even national implications because of it. And we've certainly found within smaller countries, particularly island nations like Jamaica as well, there tends to be a smaller pool of providers, which concentrates the risk even higher. So when we bring that around, and although I completely concur that vulnerabilities is one of those key things, when we look at Jamaica very specifically, and we start thinking about the consolidation risk of suppliers within Jamaica, that's also something that is less likely to happen, but when it does happen, is possibly going to have a larger implication on the nation as well as individual sectors.
Okay, thank you for that. You touched on a point, the single point of failure. Sometimes it's argued that the reason why some persons feel safe is because their systems are fragmented, so there's no single point. But as we seek to aggregate our systems, Rory, what's your take on this? How do we balance that out? Because on one end, if you're fragmented, that part gets attacked, but you have some security over here. When we have that single point, that aggregation of our data or systems in one area.
All right, good morning, everyone. That's a good question in terms of the single point of failure. But how I would address this is, from a security perspective, you have to start from looking at the architecture. And when you look at the architecture, you don't want to have a single point of failure. So even if you have a single firewall, it has to be layered. So you still have to have it in a cluster. If you implement your network and you start doing the different assessments and reviews, you will create a much more secure network. So one of the examples that we typically utilize is what's called the stride approach. So any asset that you're going to look on, you're going to look for spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, or escalation of privilege. So that's a framework from Microsoft. Once you start assessing your network with that approach, then you would try to eliminate any single point of failure. In any organization, if you have a single point of failure, that is a risk. So it doesn't make sense you put all your eggs in one basket, for instance. When you even look on how you want to have defense in depth, you have to ensure you have multiple layers of protection. So it doesn't make sense that you have one internet connection, for example. If that one internet connection goes down, then you're going to be experiencing a lack of availability. So you want to ensure anytime you're designing your network, you're building your systems, you have to have multiple layers of protection. And you don't think about costs, but think about the risk perspective. Because if you always put costs in the equation first, you'll never strive to get the most robust system or architecture. And you can always implement it in phases. So it doesn't mean you have to go and spend a ton of money at once, but you can have multiple layers of protection. Or select a single module and ensure that you're rolling out additional modules to protect yourself.
Do you mind if I just jump in on that? I think there's single points of failure, and I completely agree. And I think when you're doing that, you also have to remember single points of win, which is a weird one to say. So one of the big things that I do in my life over the last 8 years is regulated red team engagements across critical infrastructure. So it's our job to hack critical infrastructure, to hack banks and things like that. And over the last 5 years, the Bank of England aggregates all of the reports across all of the banks and puts out those key findings. And one of the key findings is always privilege access management, right? So one thing that I implore people to do is when you're spending all of that money and all of that resource and emotion and hard work, segregating systems, building separate defenses, there's always one thing that still exists: Dave or Kate that has access to all of those systems from their engineering laptop or whatever it is. And CrowdStrike talked about the 2-minute breakout time. When we conduct red teams, when we have those 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, when we get to the point of being able to control a domain or get direct access to a critical function, it's because we've already researched the individual who we believe has probably got the highest level of privileges or privileges across multiple functions or systems, and those are the individuals we go after. And that's how we can own an entire bank in less than half a day. hopefully not nowadays. People are getting better, but those are the sorts of things I would say is absolutely follow that, but always remember the people, because even the most mature banks in the world, for the last 5 years, the key finding is poor privilege access management. So just focus on that as well.
Wanted to comment on that, Colonel?
No, the fact is supported by the statistics we see when we look at some of the larger compromises where these privileged access accounts, which were somehow compromised, just allowed the threat actors to get into the network with a high level of privilege and access, and were able to move laterally very quickly. So it really comes down to how you manage that ability for that person or persons who have access remotely to your network to not be the lowest point of your security posture in your security perimeter.
Thank you.
I like to add on to that too. So when you think about privileged access, and I do agree that you need to protect the super users or the administrators, but another point of entry is just target a regular user. So each user would have access to the network. They may have access to a computer. And what attackers also do, so we do this a lot. So we may target the admin staff. We see an account on the network. Yes, they only have network access or email access. You can start by targeting that user, gain access to their computer, gain access to their email, gain access to that layer of the network, and then you can easily escalate your privilege. A lot of the time, you're configuring your machine with weak passwords, weak local administrator password, and then the admins for the entire network is using that same password as a domain administrators. So there's multiple point of entry, but I do agree that when you look on the identity and the user perspective, you have to protect every single user, not just administrators, not just the CEOs, not just managers, but every single user. Anyone that has access to a network, has an email address, has access to the corporate Wi-Fi, they are going to become a point of attack.
Thank you. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Note the privileged user and who are usually our privileged users. But you touched on a point earlier, which leads me to a question I had. The question of cost. How do companies balance security investments between prevention, detection, response? This is a whole new avenue coming on. How should companies manage that? Because we know cost is a big thing, but usually it comes after a breach and everybody is running around. How do we get companies to balance this, to include it? But how do we encourage them? How we guide them into putting in the costs that are required?
You want me to start?
We'll start with Robert.
Okay. So I should explain my bias. I'm an intelligencer. I've been doing intelligence work for a long time, so I'm always here to promote law enforcement and military personnel and everyone else that comes from that sort of background. They're key to this. And I think when you start off by, first of all, fundamentally understanding the threat landscape, but also how that threat landscape applies to your own individual organization, the functions and systems and the data that you have as well, and you can map that properly, it does two things. Left, when you can clearly demonstrate to the board what that threat looks like and what your current defenses look like and show them the gap between the two and then what the implications are, that's the whole budget conversation. But the second thing is the whack-a-mole conversation. Unless we take a targeted approach to our defenses and our controls, we are trying to do a lot with not a lot of resources. But if we understand the environment and what we look like, we understand our own digital environment, and we bring those two things together, we can then really start to understand what actors are most likely to target what functions and systems. When we understand that, we are better able at understanding what techniques they're most likely to use, and then we can look at those controls around those individual techniques. So we're taking a very intelligence threat approach to everything that we're rolling out, rather than just trying to deal with everything. And then that way, if we understand what the most likely techniques are against what systems, and we start from there, and then we build out, at least we've got a targeted strategy in order to build out those controls over a period of time. And we can also justify the approach that we've done, which is based on intelligence rather than The worst case scenario is a breach actually happens, and then a regulator or a government or a lawyer walks into the room and goes, well, why did you not do this? Why did you not do that? That is what the threat actors are doing. Why were you doing this over here? I was like, well, that's all we had budget for. But I think if you take it that approach, you can slowly build it out and you can justify the budget much more easily as well.
The key here, building on what Robert just said, is understanding your own budgets. And for IT practitioners, cybersecurity practitioners, to start learning the language that the C-suite appreciates, that they understand. Business resilience is no different from cyber resilience. And if you think about the cost of implementing cybersecurity measures, think about the cost of not implementing cybersecurity measures. And if you understand what your digital assets are, you can proactively and iteratively provide the security that is required. We have to recognize that with the mixed modalities that we have now, we are no longer looking at a standard security perimeter. Your highest security posture is equivalent to the least secure remote worker you have accessing your system. Whether that's an employee, a contractor, or a supplier, they are going to be the ones that will create that hole that gets someone into your network. Now, if you believe that you can simply fix it, as some big corporations tend to think, and you have insurance, and so the insurance will kick in, think about the other aspects that you lose. Yesterday, there was one presenter who said, you lose more than just money. And that is true. So if you think it's always going to come after the event that you can fix it just because you have the ability to, it really is worth rethinking and looking at how you can proactively listen to your practitioners, whether they're in your organizations or contracted, and take the steps before the compromise happens.
I'm going to respond a little differently to this. So when you think about a budget and the expense that's going to be associated with cybersecurity, think about what if you don't implement cybersecurity in your organization? What is the cost? So the average cost of a ransomware attack is about $4.8 million US. That's the cost of a data breach. If you want to invest a small fraction of that to harden your infrastructure, why wouldn't you do it, right? Even right here in Jamaica, a lot of calls that I get is after the fact, after a breach, after an incident. So we would have engaged organization before, would have shown them information on the dark web, show them the threats that are out there, and say, hey, just start by doing an assessment. Understand your security posture. Understand the assets that you have. Understand the vulnerabilities. And then you can start creating a roadmap around that. However, when they do get hit with a breach and they come to us, all of a sudden they have money to spend. Right? Because they want help now. So why is it that you have to be reactive instead of being proactive? And I'm pretty sure, Robert, this happens right around the world. After a breach, everybody find the money, they find the budget, somehow the money miraculously appears. Now they can invest, they can buy all of the latest solutions, tools, infrastructure, they can do training. But if you were proactive, you would only have to spend a fraction of that. So I prefer to be proactive when it comes on to cybersecurity. Yes, you have expensive solutions out there. You have the top-of-the-line solutions. But you can also take it in a phase-by-phase approach. Implementing cybersecurity control does not have to be expensive. Even when you can start by training. There are free training courses out there. You can have training modules for literally $1 per user per month. If you as an organization can't spend $1 on a user to educate them, then that's a big risk right there. You rather spend 100,000 US to try and recover after a breach. So that's how you need to look on the budget. Weigh up the cost of a data breach versus you being proactive and taking the approach of implementing different layers of protection, understanding your landscape, and rolling out cybersecurity in that aspect instead of being very reactive. And outside of the money, there's so many other implications. Your reputational damage, customers may not want to do business with you after a breach. Are you risking that in terms of investing a small fraction in your cybersecurity program? And it doesn't mean that, yes, you invest money in your cybersecurity program and you'll never get breached. But you have to have controls in place. You have to have procedures in place. What if you get breached? Microsoft invests billions of dollars and they have gotten breached. A lot of organizations have invested money and still have gotten breached. But you still have to have plans and controls in place. If you do get breached, you need to be able to identify it as soon as possible.
Okay, the challenge with making believers of people so that they realize that being proactive is better. However, we still have persons in our C-suite who think, well, it won't happen to us. So it's about awareness and conferences like these that we can keep preaching the awareness and have people realize that the cost of being breached is more than if we were being proactive. Now, another big risk, other than the cost and setup that we face, is our vendor relationships. A lot of the breaches that we have heard of over the years had to do with some third-party vendor. How can businesses now strike that balance between making security oversight a priority while fostering collaboration with vendors? What are some ways in which they can do that? Not having it seen as a pushback, but ensuring that your system is protected, but keep that relationship going. We'll start with Mr. Sterling this time.
So your third-party risk management is as critical as your organizational risk management. It is no longer two separate entities. And what you have to appreciate is that it is not good enough just to create an account, give access, and leave contractors or suppliers to work in your network. If you take a zero trust approach and you ensure that access is given only to do the jobs that are there to be done, but also that once they're in your network, they're monitored, and that those credentials are revoked as soon as they're no longer being used, then you find that you lower the risk threshold significantly. The challenge also comes in sometimes not from the person or entity you've contracted, but from whom they are contracting for to get your services done. And when their systems get compromised, the knock-on effect is that because of the level of access that you've given, you are also at risk of being compromised, or you end up being compromised. So it's striking the balance. It's selecting your suppliers, your contractors, your partners very carefully, ensuring that least privilege is accorded to those credentials, and that you revoke them as quickly as you can. One of the challenges we face is that because you anticipate that you might bring them back, you simply allow the credentials to linger actively on your network. And sometimes when their systems get compromised, it's an easy way into your network. So that balance has to be struck.
I think my first point on this is your question. There's entire 3-day conferences trying to answer that question, and that has been for a few years. Every year I deliver the European threat landscape to the European Cyber Resiliency Board, and for the last 5 years, the number one threat in the top right-hand corner still remains the supply chain. And it's going to be like that. And there's different parts of the supply chain. There is, of course, the vulnerabilities in the technologies that they provide. There is the access that they have to our networks. And there is the data that they have about our organizations and our clients and those things as well. And those are the 3 things we have to look at. I think one thing that I would ask also from a vendor perspective as well is that you start during your procurement process weighting and grading your suppliers on their security posture, right? Price should not be the determiner. I know it's important for us all. And obviously capability is an important one. But it doesn't matter how good they are if they can't keep your data secure, or if they are going to be that pivot point into your organization. it's really, really important that those questions that you're asking are also just kind of the fundamental ones that you really want to know, right? Some of you might pull down Excel spreadsheets of 300 questions to send to your suppliers to ask on their security posture. They're not helpful because they just copy and paste answers. They don't think about it and they don't put any effort into it, right? Actually ask your CISO of your organization, what do you really fundamentally need to know about this organization for you to have confidence to connect them directly to your network? And then just think about what they have on you. And I don't mean secrets, I mean like what data they have on you, what level of access they have, because you can't go into the nth detail of every single supplier. You just need to establish where they sit within your network, if they sit in your network, what type of services they supply, and then just apply a risk-based approach to the questions that you need to ask them, the controls that you need to be putting in place, because you haven't got the internal resources to deal with it otherwise. So it's a bit like providing your own threat assessment against your own organization, and back to your very wonderful point that your organization is not your digital footprint and is not your threat landscape. Your suppliers, your customers, they all make up your digital footprint. They all make up your threat landscape, right? So you need to look at your supply chain and perform a threat analysis on the entire suite of them, but also individual ones as well. So you know where to kind of focus your attention in terms of making those suppliers more resilient than potentially others.
Yeah, so I think we covered a lot of great points there in terms of the supply chain and the third-party risks. I agree in terms of starting for procurement. So what you need to do is understand how are you going to onboard these key suppliers. So if you identify a key supplier, what are the minimum requirements that you need to have in place? What data are they going to have access to? How are they going to access this data? What controls do they have on their side? I've even seen as far as, so we at SIMTI, in some of our onboarding, they have done background checks on the pen testers that are going to be testing the organization. They have done in-depth research on the company. Do you have cyber insurance? What endpoint protection are you utilizing? And we have to provide actual evidence. You can take that approach. It doesn't make sense you're going to do business with someone that you don't even know who they are. Yes, you know the company name, but is this a legitimate company? How long have they been in existence? Have they ever been impacted by a data breach? So those are some of the things that you can start by understanding before you even onboard them. After you have onboarded them, what level of access are they going to have to your system? How are they going to gain access? Are they going to use AnyDesk TeamViewer? Are they going to go through your VPN? Do you have multi-factor authentication in place? Are these sessions going to be unmonitored? Will they have access to all of the subnets on the network or just a particular area? And as Robert said, we can spend the entire day speaking about that. Because even when they gain access to that data, are you monitoring if they're exfiltrating that data? Are you monitoring if they have ever had a breach while they have access to your data? I've been on cases where attackers have gained access to organization because the third-party credentials were compromised in the dark web, and they gain access through that avenue. So you have to continuously monitor your key supply chains, not just saying that, yes, they have access to your network, but also what if they have suffered a data breach? Do they have any response policies in place? What controls are they implementing? And how often are they doing security assessments, vulnerability assessments? And then you have to decide how are you going to integrate them into that ecosystem that you have. Because even the customers themselves can be a risk. You may onboard a customer into an application that you have, and you have never tested that application for a vulnerability, and that customer is able to access other customer information. So this is very, very broad when you look on the customer and the supply chain. So don't just think about it as a vendor coming onto your system, but also what access does a customer have to your applications, your systems, your data, and how can they abuse them? So those are some of the scenarios that we look on when we're also testing applications and networks. What if a legitimate user have access? If you onboard a contractor, what can they do? So once you take that approach, then you can quantify the risk and think about how you're going to mitigate that risk or even transfer that risk. And you can start implementing different layers of controls.
Would the contracts and or different frameworks and different standards that exist, would this have a role to play in that when you're creating your contracts with your vendors, your third-party vendors?
Yes, definitely. So, for example, if you look on like ITIL, ISO, they have specific sections in those frameworks that speaks about third-party management, even HR-related items. How do you onboard even an employee versus a contractor? What are the checks that you do? What are the due diligence that you have to do? And how periodically do you review these levels of access? Does a contractor have access to your network and they don't have to change a password? Do you treat a contractor like an administrator on your network? Remember, depending on how you're integrating these contractors into the space, they may even have access to source codes. Are they working on the source code in your environment? Or are they downloading the source code to their machines and working offline with that source code? Now you're thinking about moving data from your network and having that in the control of a vendor. So when you think about the different frameworks in place, they do have guidelines around it, and you can implement these different frameworks at different perspectives. But it's good to have proper governance from an IT security perspective. And holistically, when you look on IT governance, it's going to cover all of these different areas. And there's so many different frameworks out there that you can pull from. Not only from the technical perspective, but also from governance and guiding how to implement cybersecurity and IT controls.
Any comments on that one? Or from you? Okay, we are looking now at incident response. And in recent times, we have had some high-profile incidents regarding containment, communication, recovery, and what existed before. What lessons can we learn from these recent regional, local attacks that would have come to the fore?
So the key gap here is that for many of the entities that have fallen victim to these breaches, the first time they really sort of sat down and thought about incident response was after the breach. Additionally, the existence of disaster recovery and business continuity plans were either there and old and not relevant, or not there. You also saw where their ability to recover was severely curtailed by the manner in which they practice backup and redundancies on their networks. The other thing was just about monitoring alerts. There have been situations where the malicious actor was in the system flagged it, but the alert went to an email that was unmonitored for 16 hours per day. And so when you look at all of these things and you try to get those lessons learned out, it's really about the entity changing the security posture and thinking from cybersecurity incident response being an after-the-fact event to something that you prepare for. So there needs to be in our entities, public or private sector, that discussion, that conversation before the event happens. When you're doing your disaster recovery plans, there needs to be an incident response component. It needs to be made, the company needs to be sensitized to it. It needs to be rehearsed, whether it's going to be just a simple tabletop exercise or a regular check to say that you have this role, this is what you do if this is the case. Those things were significantly lacking in the responses that we have participated in. And those were some of the big reasons why the impact, the recovery time was such a difficult one for some of the entities. With respect to business continuity, there was also a significant lack of how do we move forward from this. With respect to communication, it really came down to the C-suite not having that sort of incident response team in place, and really the communication responsibility was not so quantified that people know who was going to communicate internally and what that message was going to be, who was going to communicate with external parties, and what that message would be, so that the script is managed where transparency and efficacy are the hallmarks, as opposed to just sometimes giving too much or giving too little or saying nothing at all.
So in about 3.5 minutes, when I walk off the stage and go into the breakout room, I'm going to be talking about CC, which is the intelligence sharing capability being launched by the Bank of Jamaica for Financial Services. And this is one of the biggest things for me when it comes to incident response, is collective learnings, is getting entities within whatever nation it might be or whatever sector it might be, is to share their intimate findings. I know it's hard, you've been through something horrible, but I've seen organizations give permission to their CISOs to share all of the bad underwear, all of the dirty secrets, all of the skeletons of a compromise with everyone in that sector that needed to know afterwards. And it's really, really important, because otherwise every time you suffer an incident, you're going to be reinventing that wheel, right? We do a lot of, like I said, intelligence-led red teaming, and we do that against financial entities within a financial community. And after we've been through that, they present the results back to all of the other banks. And they say, this is how we detected this, or we didn't detect this. This is the remediation that we've had to put in place because of it. We missed this because we weren't looking at the screen. There wasn't an alert, for example. It's the same with incident response, right? There is so much you can learn from other people's incidents, and just sitting around a table and having an honest conversation around the things that did work, the things that didn't work. It is that collective defense. So for me, that is my one takeaway. If you suffer an incident, there's fellow CCs, CISOs that you drink with, that you go to dinner with, you met at a conference, talk to them about it, share. Because ultimately you're going to be protecting the infrastructure, the sector, and the people of Jamaica by making sure that everyone is immune to that sort of attack in the future.
Yeah, so I think the culture that we have in Jamaica is we like to keep the information to ourselves, especially when it comes on to an incident or a breach. So for example, right now I know about three breaches that's not in the public space right now. Or if you go on the dark web, you'll see that information. And when you check with the OIC, they haven't reported it. Or you check with JCERT, maybe they don't know about it. So we have to be a little more better in terms of providing those information to the relevant authorities and organizations. When you provide that information, what should happen afterwards also, after you've recovered and you're normalizing your operations, is that you have to have a session to walk through what happened. So some of the stuff that we do, when there is an incident, we have to do a forensic investigation. We have to try to understand who is patient zero, how did they get into the network, what vulnerability did they exploit, what tools did they utilize, did they exfiltrate any data, what ransomware was utilized. When you start timelining all of these events, then you need to make your other parties aware of it so that they can protect themselves. Make the entire nation aware of some of the steps that can be taken. Or I've seen JCERT release, for example, that this vulnerability or this attack is now targeting Jamaica in its entirety. So we need to be prepared in terms of ensuring that our incident response plans and our procedures that we have in place can protect against those vulnerabilities. It's going to be a never-ending battle, because every single day, every single hour, a new vulnerability, a new exploit comes out. So we always have to continuously update our plan, update how we're going to respond, and we also need to simulate these types of attacks. Simulate a ransomware attack. What will happen if a ransomware has hit your organization? Yes, it's great to have it documented in a DR plan or an incident response plan to say, yes, we have our backup stored here. This is who is supposed to make a call. But have they ever been in that situation? Have they ever tried to recover from the backup? Have they even tested the backup to see if a ransomware is on it? What if you can't gain access to the backup? What are you going to do? If you identify that you are under attack on your website, what controls can you do? Who should you communicate with? Who is your key vendor? Do you have a phone number for the vendor? Do you have a phone number for Simtai Consulting? Do you have a phone number for JCERT? Recently, I have to be sharing numbers with JCERT, MOCA, all of these and this is a large organization that reached out to me to say, hey, I can't get in contact with them. As a part of your plan, these are things that has to be in it. The key communicators, the contact details for them. And when you review your plan, you have to ensure that you update those information also. We have seen plans where persons have left the organization for years and they're still documented in it. So it's a continuous process in simulating the attack and also updating the plans, because you don't want it to be a case where an incident has occurred and you do not know what to do first. You don't know if you should pull out the plug off the computer. Should I restart the computer? Should I shut down the computer? All of these would have to be simulated. If you identify that an attacker is on the network, what's the first step you should do? It's going to be difficult for you to make these decisions if you haven't experienced it before. And even with us, we have been on numerous penetration testing game, and we have been on numerous forensic investigation. And it's almost a case where when you go into a client environment, you're still going to learn something new, because you may have encountered a similar variant to this exploit before, but it's always a new way. No environment may be exactly the same. So when the attackers come in, they may have taken a different path, or maybe they're in the environment for days, for months, for weeks. So you have to start tracking back. Do you have logs to investigate? Where do you store your logs? So there's a lot of things that you can learn from an incident, and it's important that you investigate, you have it documented, and you can also review it in a future date and share it among your peers. Don't share the details to say, yes, they got this customer information, but you can share how did they get into your network, what did they access, how did they pivot across the network, and also share the recommendations and tips. And don't let it occur again in the same fashion or manner, because that would mean that you're not learning from the scenario.
Thank you. As cyber threats become more sophisticated and persistent, organizations must proactively strengthen their security posture, manage risks effectively, and build resilience across their ecosystems. If there is one piece of advice you could give to any company to strengthen their ecosystem, what would it be in 30 seconds?
Incident response starts before the incident occurs. You must know what you're going to do, what you're protecting, and how you're going to recover to normal operations in the shortest possible time.
Employ ex-intelligences, they're all rock stars. They'll take a threat approach to everything, which will guide you in the right direction, and you'll be in a good place.
Yeah, properly train employees, staff, vendors, and make them aware of the different threats that are out there. So don't shelter them to say that, hey, this may never happen to you. Show them what will happen if you click on a link, if you click on a phishing link, if you download a malware. And I always go with the scare tactics. Scare them so that they don't click on a link, or scare them so that they are more aware of the threats that are out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panel, Mr. Rory Ebanks, Mr. Robert Dartnell, and Lieutenant Colonel Retired Godfrey Sterling. A hand for them, please. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I think that panel discussion deserves another round of applause. Just in terms of housekeeping, there was an evaluation form from yesterday that I'm going to ask them to put up the QR code. I promise you, they only want your feedback from yesterday. It's safe to scan the QR code. And there it is, the day one survey. We only want your feedback. No personal information. It's not a test of any kind to see if they're not, no. Yesterday, there was one of the panelists said that, you know, they came up with a grand scheme to test who would, nothing like that. All right, our next presenter is going to be speaking on financial phishing scam. Right after I talk about this, financial phishing scams, preventing and detecting spear phishing attacks. And of course, we know that these scams, especially spear phishing, are among the most insidious cyber threats today. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing from him again. Had a great presentation yesterday. So we're going to have the senior sales team leader from Darktrace returning, Joe Viviano. Where's Joe? I beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm reading from yesterday. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Humble apologies. I knew that sounded familiar. My humble apologies. We're going to move into our coffee break. Our coffee break is ready. Let's take a 10-minute coffee break, please. Take an opportunity to do your networking, and let me consult again today's agenda. It's time for a brief coffee break. Thank you.
of the missing link, the human factor in cybersecurity, I thought was quite intriguing. Because when we think of cybersecurity, or when I think of cybersecurity, there are three things that come immediately to mind. One is technology, and we've heard about that at length today and yesterday in terms of the various controls and systems, applications, and devices that one needs to use. The second item that I think about is procedures and policies. And the third is people. So to me, it's quite interesting that the title of this presentation is The Missing Link, the Human Factor. Because who generates cyber threats or attacks? Human beings. Who makes the decision to implement certain controls, procedures, policies, or to determine the investment that's going to be made in a cybersecurity posture? A human being. Who is that cyber threat or cyber attack directed towards? A human being. Who generates that digital currency that the cyber actors are going after? A human being. So I want us to think not about humans as the missing link, but rather the invisible link. A link that needs to be strengthened. A link that needs to have increased visibility. Because when we look at the stats, 68% of cyber incidents involve a human element. And this was reported by Verizon in their 2024 DBIR study. There are over 390 new malware that are generated on a daily basis, as reported by AV Institute, Test Institute. So it means that in the scope of the cybersecurity landscape, a lot of things are in flux. A lot of things are moving at a really rapid pace. And the spend is also increasing, because as Gartner has reported, they estimated that in 2025, the global cybersecurity spend was going to be $212 billion. And even if we extrapolate a minute percentage of that for the Caribbean region, or even for ourselves as individuals in organizations, whether or not it be private or public sector, it still is astounding. It still is quite a bit that will be spent. And what I need to emphasize here is, I can guarantee you, and I don't make guarantees very often, but I can guarantee you that in 2025, in 2026, in 2027, the cybersecurity spend of organizations will increase. That is an undoubted fact. Because if today you're spending $0, which we know is prevalent across the region, you're going to spend more. If you have established a budget because of the evolving landscape, whether or not it is the attacks or the accompanying technology that you need to utilize, you're going to spend more. So in the face of that, how do we then focus on and increase and empower that invisible link that threads through every element of our organizations and is critical and important to cybersecurity, the posture we develop? Well, I want to break it down in 3 ways for you. The human element, I know readily you think of the end user, but instead, I'd like you to think about it in terms of 3 key human elements. One is leadership. The second is what I call our operational defenders. And the third is the everyday user. So let's take a look. At the leadership level, because once again it's driven, the decisions are not made by computers or by AI. The decisions are made by human beings. And for far too often and for far too long, the leadership of any entity or organization has literally buried their head in the sand, and they remain either ignorant or oblivious to the threats that are out there, even in the face of the publicization of events that are happening within the region. And that is not a word, so please don't repeat that. But the fact is, leadership has an important role to play. because they set the tone for an organization. And far too often, they either undervalue, underestimate, or underfund the budget that is required for a cybersecurity posture to be enabled within an organization. They don't take note of the people that need to drive that cybersecurity operation. And more importantly, they are not aware themselves. Because far too often we find that even at the board level, they're not thinking about cybersecurity. And let me pose a question to you. What if, across the board, the value of an organization was not based on its financial standing, but its cybersecurity standing? How many persons would be investing on the stock market in the companies that are listed, even here in Jamaica or across the region? Probably not many. And so it is important for leadership to stop taking the stance of looking at cybersecurity solely as an IT problem. It is not an IT problem. We need to approach it as a cyber risk, a business risk. Risk management is important. So it behooves them to remove that lens of just looking at it solely as an IT issue. It's not. It's a business operational issue. And I think that message has been reinforced and reiterated throughout the conference in terms of the information that has been shared right across the board by the other presenters. But it is important. Leadership plays a role. Leadership is human beings. Leadership forms part of that invisible link. And so the necessary steps need to be taken to increase visibility and increase their potential to build out good cybersecurity programs. The second is operational defenders. And I think we have quite a good showing of operational defenders in this room today. This is a team made up of persons that are actively protecting organizations or entities. These are the ones that most of the time go unknown until something happens. No one really cares, or no one really thinks actively about that team until something happens. But given the skills gap that has been discussed at length, it means that there is immense pressure and immense burden on the teams that have the responsibility to protect an organization because there is a gap of resources. So they're overburdened. They're facing burnout. And this leads to misconfigurations. This leads to errors being made. This leads to important threats going undetected. This human factor or this human element is important, and we need to support it. And so let's get to the one that everybody was expecting this presentation to be on, the everyday user. The everyday user is you. The everyday user is me. So even if you sit in the seat of leadership, even if you sit in the seat of the operational defender, at the end of the day, you are a user, and you're making decisions every day on how to actively interact with threats. So, in the presenter's guideline, they said this needs to be engaging and you need to have a poll. So I am going to ensure that checkbox is ticked. So by the show of hands, I'd like you, by the show of hands, to tell me if you have ever had a family member experience a phishing attack. I do believe everyone's hand should be up, but not bad, not bad. By a show of hands, did that family member know what to do after experiencing that attack? By a show of hands. By a show of hands, did that family member contact you? Right. So, it means that you also sit in a seat of influence. You also impact the decisions that users are making within your personal space. And so when we think about it in the enterprise space, users typically move the same behaviors that they practice within their own personal spaces into the business. And by that I mean a simple thing like reusing the password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, password 12345. My dog's name is Bob. He was born in 1992. So my password is Bob 1992. And the running joke is if the password is broken, then I'll have to get rid of the dog. Right? No. But it just shows the importance of how users can be empowered to become a strengthened part of that invisible link of protecting an organization. Because they're equipped with intuition, they're equipped with experience, but what they need is guidance. They need awareness of how to detect these threats, what to do, who to call. And so when you think of it in the broader spectrum of cybersecurity, isn't the human factor, isn't the human link the most important part of cybersecurity? It's the most prevalent, it's the most persistent, and it's the area that needs the most attention. So how do we bridge the gap? At the leadership level, it is imperative, because it can only start at the top, that a really dedicated and focused and purposeful cybersecurity mission is driven from the top down within the organization. Because if the executive leaders of an organization are not driving it, are not leading by example, then how do you expect your defenders to implement and enforce? And how do you expect your users then to follow suit? So, the responsibility of driving, designing, creating, and building that cybersecurity posture sits with the leadership. And this is one of the ways in which the human factor can be fortified. Second is, we need to reward good security behavior. Far too often, when something happens, a breach occurs, there's a negative impact or there is a negative outcome. But what about when someone actually detects and reports and saves the organization? Is there recognition of that? Typically, no. It goes, no one really cares because nothing happened. So that needs to be something that is engendered within the organization as well. Investing in training. And I say training here because it not only covers the security awareness training, it supersedes that because, let's be honest, within an organization, you have different grades of data handling. And so the generic user security training, user awareness security training, user security awareness training, you know what I'm talking about. That's not enough for someone that's handling critical and sensitive data. It requires specialized training. So that's an investment that the leadership needs to build into that program, and it's important. Hiring the right people, whilst understanding that there is a massive skills gap. So how about cross-training persons from other areas that have the cognitive skills, the intuition? Because cybersecurity is not just all about the ones and zeros and the technology. There are other critical and important factors to building out a cybersecurity team that don't rely on the ones and zeros. Analytical skills, which are present in a host of other roles. The technology can be taught. The analytical mindset, not so much. So leadership now needs to look more broader at building out their team by not just simply focusing and driving for cybersecurity skill sets, but seeing how it can be developed within the organization. At the operational defender part, the previous panel spoke at length about this. An incident just occurred. We all heard it. Have we responded? Okay. So, testing. So let me pose it this way instead. We can do all the certifications, we can go to all the trainings, but really, when we're in the middle of an incident, what do we do? How do we do it? Another incident there. So it is important that simulations take place. And I don't need to go into depth because that was already discussed quite at length in the previous presentation, panel discussion. But it's important. Those are the ways within which you build out and make your human link more visible. You give credence to the human factor in cybersecurity. You build it out. Our everyday users. The first point that is there, I think, is immensely critical. It's a mindset change. IT, cybersecurity, it's not the responsibility of the IT team. It's not the responsibility of upper management. It is the responsibility of each and every individual within the organization, right? And that is a mindset that needs to be changed, and that can only be done through the effective permeation of that cybersecurity culture that you want within an organization. Because once you begin as an everyday user to take ownership of the actions that you take with the data, with the processes and services that you provide, it's a completely different ballgame. Because if I know that when I use a poor password, or when I leave my computer unlocked, or when I don't report, it is something that is going to directly affect me, the approach is different, and that is critical. Actively practicing cybervigilance, right? So there have been studies, there have been reports on the implementation of security awareness training in organizations that has resulted in improvement in persons not falling prey to these types of phishing attacks and so on. But on the other side of it, when you look deeper into the study, how many persons actually reported it? So they're seeing it, they're detecting it, they're not clicking on it, but they're not reporting it. So that is also part of the end-to-end cybervigilance that our everyday users need to be doing. Education is key. Reinforcement of proper cyber hygiene. And that cyber hygiene, as mentioned, covers use of passwords and all of those. So, in closing, the responsibility or the onus is not on them. It is on you. It is on me. It is on all of us, because we form part of that invisible link that integrates and provides that seamless line of defense that should no longer be considered a weak link, but be considered as an opportunity to improve the defense and improve the overarching and overall cybersecurity of an entity, an organization, and even a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamala. Put your hands together one more time for Kamala Hamilton, Senior Product Manager at CNW Business. All right. At this time, we are going to continue. Is Delano here? All right. So we're going to have Head of Sales at Simple Secure Group, that's T-Tech Limited, Delano Thompson. You're up next. Hold one moment. Hold on. Okay, upside down. All right, all right. All right. You can stay where you are. It is now. All right. We'll have a panel discussion, actually. I'm going to invite Monifa, Dr. Hewling, to come once again. You're going to be chairing this section. And this is actually going to be a fireside chat looking at fostering cooperation and trust, which is a multi-stakeholder approach to cyber cybersecurity. She will introduce the panelists. I think so.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good morning again. Now, this panel is entitled Fostering Cooperation and Trust, a Multi-Stakeholder Approach to Cybersecurity. To explore how we can strengthen partnerships, build trust, enhance collective cybersecurity efforts, we are joined by an esteemed panel of experts who will bring diverse perspectives and deep expertise into this critical space. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Leonardo Brown, Assistant Commissioner of Police at the JCF. Mr. Trevor Forrest, Chief Executive Officer at 876 Technology Solutions. Dr. Charlotte Donalds, Head of Decision Sciences and Information Systems, Mona School of Business and Management. Mr. Aaron Patterson, Regional Security Policy Team, UK Embassy. Now for this panel, we are going to encourage some questions towards the end. We invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to sit, and they will tell us a little bit about themselves as we go through.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm told ladies first. And you know, come to think of it, we have hardly had any ladies up here, so might as just. Anyway, my name is Charlotte Donalds, and I'm a senior lecturer at Mona School of Business and Management at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Primarily, I do research in cybercrime, cybersecurity, some other areas too. IT for development are some of the things, ontologies are some of the areas that I focus on. But in terms of cyber, I do mostly behavioral research, so not so much the technical aspect, but the invisible, according to the previous presenter, the human element of cyber. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leonardo Brown. An Assistant Commissioner of Police, and I head the technology branch for the JCF. Just as in corporate entity, there is the need for technology governance, corporate entities, etc. And so it's no different in law enforcement. And so this branch was formed about 4 or 5 years ago, and its main mandate is to bring or set up this governance framework around technology to ensure that the capabilities that we implement really is in line with the strategic priorities of the organization. From a cybersecurity perspective, because we do a lot of implementation, we store a vast amount of data, then it's our remit to ensure protection of that data. So both from a defensive and a offensive perspective, that is what we do to ensure that we build resilience and are able to secure our systems to enable capabilities to deliver the quality services to our public. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Aaron Patterson. I am the Regional Security Policy Advisor for the British High Commission, Port of Spain. I'm not based in Kingston, unfortunately. I guess my role in this discussion is around diplomacy. That's the kind of the backbone of the work that I do. All of my engagement, all the time I work with my international stakeholders, is all about trying to build a trust cooperation to lean in where we can as the British government and to support strengthening ties, looking for opportunities to engage kind of across the Caribbean and then specifically in Jamaica as well, and explain our goals, what we're trying to achieve in this space. By way of background, my portfolio covers organised crime, covers counter-terrorism, covers climate security, covers state threats, works in Haiti, but more relevant to this conference is cybersecurity. And that is taking up more and more of my time as the nexuses from cybersecurity weave their way across all of the aforementioned kind of sectors and thematics of my security portfolio. It's fantastic to see a wide range of engagement at this conference. We're very much in the mindset that this is a whole of government approach. So seeing policymakers, practitioners, private sector, NGOs, academics, think tanks, all in this room having similar conversations is really reassuring to the future and the ability to advance our own cybersecurity. Thank you.
All right, morning everybody. For those of you who were not here yesterday, you should all, I used up my time in my introduction yesterday, but for the purposes of this panel discussion, I think my role in this discussion, apart from being controversial, I've had the fortune of serving in 3 spaces that are relevant to this discussion. That is private sector, government, and in academia at relatively high levels, which gives an interesting and unique perspective as it relates to the core of this discussion, which is fostering the partnerships. So understanding the challenges across each one of the areas now of concern here is something that I do have a fair amount of understanding about. So I think that coupled with, my and my company's foray into the cybersecurity space and technology generally, I think that's what we expect to bring to bear in this discussion. So I thank you for inviting me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Forrest. Now, as we look at public-private partnerships, this whole multi-stakeholder approach, what unique strengths do you think each sector brings to the table? So we are going to start again with academia. What is that critical role that you think academia plays in the cybersecurity landscape?
Thank you so much for that question, Major, Doctor. There are several areas that I think academia can really help in this fight for cyber. And I just want to say that it is undisputed that academia, and especially institutions of higher learning, really are the ones who innovate and the ones who typically advance knowledge. Now, and there's some frameworks already that are out there that exist that I believe can be applied to our fight, right, against cybercrime. So let me just ask a couple questions here. How many of us know that the sickle cell unit at the University Mona is one of the, not one of, is the leading center in terms of sickle cell disease management? How many of us know that we have the leading center at UWI? I mean, very few. And I'm using these examples to support my claim about innovation as well as advancing of knowledge. How many of us also know that Professor Daniel Kaur is a co-inventor of a heart simulator that is used to train surgeons to do open heart surgery? How many of us know this? Yeah, very few. Yeah, but thankfully, some of us, the word is out there a little bit. Probably thank God for Professor Paula Tennant, through her work, that perhaps have saved our papaya industry some years ago when there was a new disease that no one knew about. And through her work, we probably still enjoy papaya today. Or even not so long ago, Professor Mona Weber. Anybody knows about the work that she is doing, for instance, cleaning up our harbor and ridding our gullies of all the bottles and all those wastes that pollute and destroy our fishes, probably, some of us know. But she has also been doing some more work along with her students on the coral reefs. She's also been looking at the use of sargassum, perhaps, and how we can use it to fertilize crops. But all of this, ladies and gentlemen, just doesn't happen by chance. It's deliberate. And it also requires some amount of funding and partnership with civil society as well as private organizations in terms of grant funding and things like that to help to advance the research. So I'm highlighting all of that to say that in a similar way for cybercrime and cybersecurity, that we have to now be very deliberate, because academia plays an important role in the area of innovation and advancement of knowledge to help us in that fight. And we have demonstrated quite adequately that at the university we do have skill sets, we do have knowledge, we have the foundation, we can do research. And so that partnership, the private sector that may have the technical skills and know-how, paired with the scientists and our knowledge, right? If we come together in a meaningful way, in a deliberate way, to really attack this problem, I think great things can emerge, as we have seen in other areas. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, from the government perspective.
All right, thank you for that question. From the government perspective is what are the legislative framework, legislative agenda to strengthen cooperation among agencies, institutions, etc. Yesterday I was at another presentation, I was looking at some statistics, and one of the frightening experience or thought is when we look at the numbers around e-fraud and other cyber activities, cyber incidents. The number is not telling us what is really happening in the space, in the society. And it is obvious that there is a underreporting of these incidents or issues. And so the question is, from a legislative framework, is there any laws, regulations that mandate entities, individuals to report these incidents? And underreporting is one aspect. And again, how do we build trust in the environment to, when one looks at privacy issues, matters around reputational damage, and so forth. So I believe government is a key stakeholder in terms of setting the legislative agenda to foster a type of relationship or collaboration that is necessary to get information to be shared, so that's assisting threat intelligence, analysis, etc. Thank you.
Okay, mentioned the matter of trust, and I want Mr. Forrest and Mr. Patterson to weigh in on this question. What are the biggest challenges organizations face when trying to build trust and collaboration across the different sectors where cybersecurity is concerned? Mr. Patterson is going first.
I guess it's a multifaceted answer. So I look at it from two kind of perspectives. So there's the domestic side and there's the international side. Building trust kind of within your own country, bringing along different stakeholders, so making sure the academics are engaged, making sure that the think tanks, that the NGOs are engaged, making sure that the private sector are engaged, to be able to share information backwards and forwards, because without that, we won't be able to build up our own knowledge bank to make sure we're able to counter these threats when they appear. On top of that as well, you're only as strong as your weakest link. If the users, if the people that aren't using these systems are bought into your infrastructure, it's going to fall down at the first hurdle. To that extent, what we do when we're trying to build trust, we're very transparent with our operations in terms of building cybersecurity strategies. From the first instance, and I know Jamaica shares this approach as well, our national cybersecurity strategy is online. Everyone can read it. Everything that I do in this space, how I operate, my governance, my legislation, is all determined by that document, which you can go onto the gov.uk website and pull down straight away. Transparency is key. We're not hiding in the shadows. We're very clear with what we're trying to achieve, our objectives, our goals. If we feel, and if the public feels that they can trust in the government processes, it makes it considerably easier to kind of buy into what we're asking of them. We're not trying to trick anybody. It's out there. The other side of it is the multilateral side, to the international stakeholders as well. Again, you're only as strong as your weakest link. One of our colleagues yesterday made the point of what happens when these servers that are hosting the data are offshore. How do you engage with those countries? How do you build trust to have them share their data so we can pursue convictions, pursue prosecutions? That can only be done by building on conventions and bringing in more international communities into the same fight that we're trying to put together. If we can buy in our own country, if we can buy in our international partners, if we can raise the Budapest Convention with 47 signatories to the UN Convention Against Cybercrime with 70 plus signatories and keep on growing, and everyone has the same end goal, that trust that we're building is going to make a big, big difference in us trying to reduce the threat of this landscape.
Mr. Forrest?
Okay, so I think everybody in here understands the what, the where, and the who. The big word, trust. And whenever we talk about trust, and I'm going to limit the sphere to Jamaica, the how is the biggest challenge, because we don't trust anybody. We don't, our culture is such that there is a massive trust deficit between private sector, public sector, and to a certain extent, academia. Now, without trust, sharing of information, which is critical, as you saw in previous discussions on this stage, is critical to attacking the problem both from a cybersecurity and a cybercrime standpoint. So, law enforcement will tell you that if they get the cooperation of the community and the help of the community, they solve crimes. And the rate of solving crimes goes up exponentially when you have cooperation, information sharing. But for that to happen, man, them in the garrison have to trust police. Good luck with that. Similarly, when businesses have breaches, when they experience cyber attacks and so on, the first almost knee-jerk reaction is not to tell anybody. Why? And to a certain degree, it's justified. Reputational damage and the impact on the business, because there can be considerable loss of revenue if we let everybody know that we lost your information. It's a risk, it's a threat, but it erodes trust in your company. Trust comes back again. So we're not sharing that information with the CERT or with law enforcement because our concern is, boy, we don't want it to reach RGR or Glean or Observer tomorrow morning. But it is a critical part to preventing it from happening down the road. But we're not telling you. Likewise, systems administrators, IT managers, CISOs, and so on. Well, it's my job now. If I go and say, well, we had a breach, well, what are we paying you to do? You're supposed to prevent that. So now the action is to kind of sweep it under the rug and so on. So the biggest issue is the how. How do we get to a point where there is sufficient trust between the key touch points, the law enforcement, government, the businesses, the people, academia, and so on. And I think that is something that we have not sufficiently interrogated as to how it is we engender the trust so that everybody is comfortable talking about the fact that, hey, yeah, last week I got breached, here's what happened, here's how we fixed it, and by the way, we're going to tell everybody that it happened. If we can't get to that point, then we'll continue to have this problem, and the solution is going to elude us because we are not comfortable and we don't trust sharing information whose end goal is to make it easier for us to solve the problem.
Okay, so we have been talking a lot about trust, and Mr. Patterson mentioned we need to let persons know that we're not trying to trick them. How do we break down these silos, though? Is there any practical solution to getting persons to share information more easily? You spoke about getting someone who will say, yeah, we got breached last week, this happened. I mean, being comfortable enough to go to the police. How do we break down these silos and encourage the proactive information sharing between public and private, as well as clients?
Okay.
For everyone, I see Doc there.
Okay, trust is pretty, what could I say now? It's something that it doesn't necessarily happen overnight. It's something that you really have to work towards. Even in your relationship, trust, you might start out with some, trust, but that deepens when the individual displays that he or she, a consistent behavior, and that he or she can be trusted. So we have to start somewhere. I do believe, and I agree, that there may be some trust deficit between maybe law enforcement and, communities, and certain type of communities even more so. But we have to start somewhere. So we have to, as my colleague says here, is we have to be clear about what it is we are doing, what we want to achieve. And then we have to put the mechanisms in place, and then we start. It reminds me of, we have open source systems or codes or applications. And people learn to trust these applications and implement them in their organizations because they're open and people can view what's going on. And when someone implements, then others are able to rate the system and how well it performs and so on. So it's almost like the reviews that you do like on Amazon and so on. Then you kind of learn to, or you say, okay, so this is not bad. This is perhaps doable. But we have to then put the infrastructure in place. And then I think that's the beginning. But I said to Major Dr. Manifa that I would probably cite her today because in 2019, unlike probably a conference similar to this, she was the then head of JCERT. And she had announced at that conference that there would be a portal which would then allow victims to report in any incident. I'm not sure. I've checked, but I could be wrong. But I'm not sure that there is such a portal that exists today, many years later, to help just the ordinary citizens. I'm not talking about the high-level intelligence sharing that, like, for example, is being spearheaded by the BOJ and so on, and the other, panelists talked about, or presenters. But just for regular citizen, that's important. Because when they can come to the table, or even from where they sit, and they can describe and, what their experiences have been, the incidents that they have, undergone, then that's a start. And incidentally, I'm bringing back academia into this now, because my journey here, and I've spoken about this before, in cyber, was because I went to the JCF. I wanted to do something on just investigations. I heard that there was someone else working on systems, so I said, okay, I'm going to turn my attention to cyber, which is an area that is up and coming and needed some, I believe, research attention. And so I asked for perhaps some data that I could use in publications. Of course, nobody would be named. It's anonymous, but you report in aggregate. And the data at that time, sorry to say, I'm pretty sure it's better now, but it was woefully inadequate in terms of really being, presenting meaningful data where you could look at trends and patterns. None of that was really being collected, in my view. So I embarked on this journey, and I started doing some work, first creating a taxonomy, then moving on to that to an ontology. Created a little artifact, and I approached the JCF, and that paper came out in 2019, incidentally, Dr. Hewling. And the idea here was for us to work together to develop this website or web portal so that ordinary citizens can report in. But it didn't take off. But academia, I'm stressing again, can help. We are there. I am willing to help, and I know some of my other colleagues are willing to help. So we have to come together. But trust starts, we have to agree that there is a problem and how we're going to tackle it, and then we come together. That's also another element of trust. Start working together, and then it will evolve. But we have to start somewhere.
Mr. Brown.
So probably look at this in a different way. So the business of trust can be challenging. Even our day-to-day activities in relation, trust can be a factor and an issue. But it is not insurmountable, I believe. One thing that engenders trust is confidence between the various parties. And once there is confidence, then it is easier to achieve that trust and to maintain that trust. Now, from an organization perspective, cybersecurity is seen generally as a technical issue. purely technical. But I submit that if we look at cybersecurity from a governance framework, then within that governance framework, there can be actionable items and insights regarding the things that organizations should do or need to do based on various frameworks to be able to detect, respond, and to remediate issues. Now, if it is that organizations are able to demonstrate that when an issue is reported, it is resolved and the information is kept confidential within the organization, of course, depending on what it is, then I think over time that trust factor or that trust deficit will be better in terms of trust between both parties. So trust and confidence works hand in hand. And to build confidence is to demonstrate institutions' ability to respond, as I said before, and to be able to remediate the threat and to solve the issues. Thank you.
All right, so I tell you I'm the controversial one, right? So about 2 years ago, I was sitting in this very room, and the discussion about trust in a similar sphere came up, and I credit Dr. Wesley Hughes for this. It was a eureka moment for me in his definition of what trust is. I'm going to tell you. He says, when you peel away all the layers of the onion, trust stems from a very simple concept. You do what you say you're going to do. You know why people don't trust politicians? Because them go up on stage and make promise, and when them get into government, them don't do it. It's a fundamental thing. So if we boil down trust into doing what you say you're going to do, then people and organizations trust you. We wanted to create a portal, but we haven't done it.
We have.
No, I'm just saying what she said. I know the portal, they know. But I'm just saying, we wanted to create a portal. We haven't done it. The trust goes away. When taxi man run red light and don't get ticket, we don't trust law enforcement. When we say we're going to do something, we're going to make paying taxes easy, but you stand up in a line at the tax office for 4 hours, when we don't trust that. So what we need to boil this thing down to is doing what we say we are going to do. And that's how you, over time, create and engender trust. So, if it is that the trust deficit is because when I tell to perhaps the CERT or to CTAC or MOCA that something happened, we have to demonstrate to the people telling us that when you tell us, it stays with us. It doesn't go out there. If when you give me information and I tell you that when you give it to me, when I publish it, there is no link back to you. It is completely anonymous. That's what we have to do, right? And when you do that, I think over time, the players in that cycle will start to say, okay, I am more confidence that when I engage this entity for something, it functions in a way that they have said they will function, right? So, my company, with the services that we provide, we get calls from entities saying, boy, you know, we just get hacked or we just breach. And the first thing I ask the person who calls me is like, so have you ever engaged with us before? They're like, no. So how do you know that when you call us, that the information you're going to give us won't show up on the news tomorrow? Why, I don't know, you know. But a man tell me, say, we can't trust you. Now, the reason that happened is because over time we've made efforts to make sure that when other people call and give us sensitive information, it doesn't get out there. So I think holistically, all the way from the top down, the concept of trust has to be embodied in the fact that if you say you're going to do something, that's what you're going to do, and you actually do it. And when you do it, you let people know that you have. And that's how they start to trust you. And that's how the ecosystem of trust gets developed. And that's how we overcome our culture of distrust, especially in our realm, because we need the info, but nobody wants. We have underreporting, right? And the underreporting is ridiculous. But it is because, yeah, me shame. Me not tell nobody, say, my system get hacked. So that's really what my take on it. If we understand how to engender trust and build everything around simply doing what you say you're going to do, and then I think over time we will increase the trust factor.
Mr. Patterson, I have a specific one for you. From your perspective and where you sit, have you seen any successful examples of this multi-stakeholder approach, this public-private partnership in cybersecurity that has worked? Because we're hearing a lot of issues and what we can do, but is there anything that has been done? Do you have any successful examples you could share with us? Or is it just a myth?
I have to say yes. I just want to take a step back quickly, and I completely agree with all the points around trust, but there's also a point around understanding. If I don't understand what you're trying to sell me, what you're trying to tell me, I can never trust you. There's an implicit understanding that I don't know what's happening, so I'm cautious. And so there needs to be an ability to bring people to the table at the same speed so they can digest the information. Once they are able to make a decision, having a full understanding of the circumstances, then it may be easier to trust. We can't force people to trust you, but we can give them all the tools to do that. An example of this, in my experience, is the PAL-MAL process. So this is an ongoing process at the moment where we're trying to work with countries to explain the proliferation and the irresponsible use of cyber intrusion capabilities. So this is spyware, this is hackers for hire. We're seeing an increase in volume and severity in malicious attacks from across the globe, and this is both from state actors and from non-state actors as well. So part of my role, and another reason that I'm in Jamaica this week, is to explain and to share frameworks and codes of practices around this work. We want to bring people together to the table so we can make sure that when we are exploring some of these issues, there is a clear understanding and that we can bring people on board so we can kind of diminish the proliferation of these weapons effectively. So we've been working with France to pull together a code of practice, which at the moment is not ratifying, but there's been clear examples of countries that were unaware of the amount of intrusion within their systems from actors which have just hired and just couldn't outsource their capabilities because they didn't have the capabilities in-house. So in terms of kind of specific actions of which I've seen that have positively increased the amount of trust and has reduced the threat in the cybersecurity landscape. The Pall Mall process is a clear example of where we've brought people along, we've explained the processes, we've not said that you have to adhere to these codes of practices, but sit in on some of the discussions, join and read through the codes of practices. If you feel that this is something that you should be concerned about, then you're more than welcome to support it alongside us. If not, okay, but at least you understand kind of our perspective and where we're coming from. There are multiple examples of times where we are very transparent in the way that we go about. So signatories of the Budapest Convention, signatories of the UN Convention Against Cybercrime. We had the AI Summit at Bletchley. Again, it was open door. People are welcome across a whole of society. So government, private sector, academics, think tanks, NGOs, the public are all involved. We make it a priority to bring people along, and as part of that, it has reduced the threat of some of these cyber intrusion capabilities.
Thank you. If there's one thing that, as cyber practitioners, we're reminded of every day, is that cybersecurity is no longer the responsibility of any single entity. Cybersecurity requires collaboration across industries, governments, and communities. Trust and cooperation among stakeholders are the foundation of a resilient security ecosystem. We have looked at several different aspects of trust, mainly today, and how we can improve our public-private partnerships. Is it still a myth? Is it even real? Can we achieve that? Something for us to think about. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panel, Mr. Leonardo Brown, Mr. Trevor Forrest, Doc, and Mr. Patterson. Thank you very much for being with us today. And just to ensure that Dr. Donalds know that there is the portal. Sorry, I guess we missed the last part. We did what we said we were going to do, but we didn't ensure that people knew about it.
I think that's key.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Ms. Joaquin Murray, Chief Technical Director at the Ministry with Responsibility for Technology. She comes to us now with her presentation.
Right. Good morning, everyone. So mine is a task to share with you what we have been doing with respect to our local legislative developments. As indicated, I'm the CTD in the Office of the Prime Minister and has some responsibility for legislation in that regard. Now, let me just check. Yes. So, our discussion points this morning, we'll be looking at a little bit at the legislative background, looking at the review which would have been undertaken by the Joint Select Committee of Parliament of the Cybercrimes Act of 2015, getting a little bit into some of the stakeholder recommendations that were received in the context of that review and where we will be going as a government as it relates to the development of a National Cyber Authority Act. So, just to share that our legislation, from a legislative perspective, our first act was the Cybercrimes Act of March 2010. So that was promulgated in 2010, and then subsequently, per the legislation, or pursuant to the legislation, the 2010 Act underwent a review by a Joint Select Committee of Parliament in 2013. There is a built-in provision in the legislation that calls for a review of the legislation every 3 years. And so in 2013, the 2010 legislation would have been reviewed. And then similarly, Well, the outcome of that would have been the 2015 legislation, which repealed and replaced the 2010 Act. And I wanted to point out here on this slide what the 2013 review led to. And it's important. There were not a lot of changes. In the main, I think the Joint Select Committee found that the legislation covered what it needs to cover in as broad and technology neutral terms as it could, but there were some key offenses that were introduced. One related to computer-related fraud or forgery, offenses relating to malicious communication, and acts aimed at prejudicing investigations of cybercrimes. Additionally, there was a new provision in relation to forfeiture of computer material, which is a subject matter of offense in the event of a conviction. And then finally, there was sweeping increase in all the penalties under the Act to reflect the seriousness with which cybercrimes were being treated. And in that regard, there was an introduction of almost a three-tiered approach to ascribing custodial sentences and penalties in respect of the legislation. So we fast forward to 2021, and the Act came up for review again. And in 2021 of January, there would have been the establishment of a similar Joint Select Committee of Parliament. And by Joint Select, I mean representatives of both the Houses of Representatives and the Senate sitting together to review the legislation. We would have, or the committee would have, through the Parliament, invited stakeholders to comment on the legislation and would have received those comments both in writing and orally. And the committee sat for 2 years, essentially, looking at the comments that they would have received from individuals and companies, as well as other public sector entities, and would have gone through the tedious task of reviewing every single comment or recommendation for change that would have been submitted. Supported, of course, by a technical team, including representatives of the then Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, the Attorney General's Chambers, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, as well as the Legal Reform Department. And so in May of 2023, the report of the Joint Select Committee was submitted to the Houses and approved in September of 2023 and December 2023. So where we are now, having received Cabinet approval to amend the Act, is we have completed a first draft of the legislation, and we're awaiting a second draft, having issued further instructions to the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, who persons may know are the drafters of legislation in the government. So what will the amended Cybercrimes Act treat with? One, there will be a new offense regarding the sharing of intimate images, and that was because there was a concern about revenge porn as an issue. And additionally, there will be a new offense relating to utilizing or using, causing or permitting one's premises to be used for the commission of an offense under the Act. The comments from stakeholders, we received comments, well, the committee received comments from stakeholders regarding the manner in which law enforcement agencies pursued investigations under the legislation. And to treat with that issue, what the Joint Select Committee recommended, and this will form a new provision, is they recommended that law enforcement agencies develop standard operating procedures, within the context of their respective organization, treating with how investigations would be effected. And of course, those SOPs will be an administrative matter for the respective agencies. So the committee steered away from developing regulations around these things, but leaving it within the purview of MOCA or the JCF, as the case might be, to develop their own SOPs around how it is that they're going to investigate cybercrimes, and in the context of that investigation, how they interact with organizations and persons. Finally, with respect to penalties, the penalties remain as they are. However, there was a concern by the committee that there needed to be harsher penalties relating to offenses against children. And so there was a recommendation by the committee that the term of imprisonment be increased to 20 years where an adult commits an act which involves a child as the victim. And so where I'm going now, I'm not going into all of those contemplated changes. However, I want to spend a little time on this very new offense of sharing of intimate images. One of the things you will see once the legislation is promulgated is that it's a consent-based rather than a harm-based offense. And what I mean by that is it doesn't matter if the person was harmed in the sharing of the intimate image, it's whether or not the individual consented to the sharing of the image. And that's an important point of distinction, because for those of you who may be familiar with the Cybercrimes Act, Section 9, which treats with malicious communication, speaks to harm being caused by the sharing of data or the sending of data. And so this particular offense will look at it from the perspective of not the harm that was caused, but whether or not the individual consented to the sharing of the information. So it will criminalize the intentional publishing of an intimate image without the consent of the person depicted in the image or described as being depicted in the image, or being reckless. And this is one of the few, this is the only offense potentially in the Cybercrimes Act that will have a mindset, I'm not going to use the word mens rea, of recklessness, because everything else is intention, knowingly, right? But there is an element here that has been introduced in respect of being reckless as to whether or not the person consented. The legislation will define intimate image as being images that depict explicit sexual activity, nudity, or partial nudity, and irrespective of how that is captured, generated, or created, will specify photography, film, etc., but by any other means. With respect to further, there will be some statutory defenses. There are always exceptions to a general rule, and the legislation will outline some of the instances in which, if there is publication, then persons can draw on these statutory defenses to exonerate themselves. And they're outlined there to include educational, scientific, medical, research purposes, etc. Now, as it relates to the offense, the custodial sentences and monetary penalties, they are similar to what exists now in relation to Section 9 of the legislation, which, as I indicated before, treats with malicious communication. And so we'll have fines ranging from $4 million, $5 million, depending on whether it's a first offense or second offense. And that's at the parish court level. However, and of course, terms of imprisonment ranging from 4 to 5 years. And at the parish or Supreme Court level, circuit court level, fines being at large, so the Supreme Court judge can determine what that fine is. But in terms of the term of imprisonment, those will range from potentially from 10 years to 20 years. I want to make one observation with respect to an amendment that is coming with respect to Section 9, malicious communication. Now, at present, the legislation says a person commits an offense if that person uses a computer to send to another person data that is obscene, constitutes a threat, or is menacing in nature with intent to harass or cause harm or the apprehension of harm. And this, as I mentioned before, is really the distinction between a harm-based offense vis-a-vis a consent-based offense. This section is going to be amended simply to replace the word, well, maybe it's not simple, but to replace the word send with publish, publish being a wider consideration, and will include send. There is concern that was raised certainly at the Joint Select Committee level that send was narrow in definition, and questions about whether or not if you post something on a social media platform, does that constitute sending? Came up for discussion, and so send will be replaced by publish, and the word publish will be defined. Moving on quickly, from a procedural perspective within the legislation, forfeiture, the right to apply for forfeiture within the legislation was restricted to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Amendments will be made to extend the category of officers who can make a forfeiture application to include clerks of court, of course with certain applications still being limited to the DPP. With respect to Section 15, there is going to be a repeal of that section. There was concern, it treats now with compensation, and there was concern that the existing section in the legislation could be more robust. But on review, because we have an existing piece of legislation that treats with compensation, or how a judge determines when and how and compensation should be effected, there has been a decision to repeal that section and to rely on the more substantive legislation, the Criminal Justice Administration Act, that treats with compensation generally. This slide and the one following. During the course of the submissions from various stakeholders, there are a myriad of offenses that stakeholders are recommended be introduced into the legislation. And these are some of them. I'm not going to go through them, but you can see them. And then on the other slide, there are some more. Persons wanting cyberbullying, webjacking, cyber terrorism. So anything that you could attach cyber to, essentially persons wanted us to make an offense in the legislation. I say us, the Joint Select Committee. On review, though, what the Joint Select Committee found is that the Cybercrimes Act treated with some of these offenses already. And the fact that we didn't see the offense as cyberbullying named didn't mean that the existing provisions of the Act didn't treat with it or wasn't sufficiently wide to address the issue. The other thing we noticed is that there are several pieces of legislation in Jamaica that treat with elements that would involve or could include cyber. The fact that the thing can happen physically means the provisions of those legislation were sufficiently wide to have that legislation apply also to cyber. And these are just some of the pieces of legislation that currently exist within our legislative framework that can treat or could treat with some of the things that were being recommended for amendment. And so those recommendations weren't taken on board because, as I indicated, there are other pieces of legislation that would more appropriately deal with them. Now, there were some recommendations regarding protection of critical systems, the establishment of a cybersecurity authority, licensing and certification of service providers, etc., that the Joint Select Committee thought were not appropriate for a Cyber Crimes Act, but might be more appropriate for a cyber legislation. And so the Joint Select Committee recommended that cybersecurity legislation be promulgated, subject, of course, to consultation and Cabinet's approval. To inform that recommendation, as a ministry, we would have, with assistance from the USAID, launched and concluded a project which sought to the development of a legislative framework to support a national cyber authority. And so in July of 23 to July of 2024, we went through a series of engaging a consultant or having a consultant engaged, conducting stakeholder consultations, and we now have drafting instructions which will see to the promulgation of a National Cyber Authority Act. And then I'm winding down. So some of the matters that we are contemplating that this new piece of legislation will treat with will, of course, include the establishment of the National Cyber Authority, looking at the functions, powers, responsibilities, funding, and oversight arrangements, the matters pertaining to national critical infrastructure or critical information infrastructure, the designation of those, matters treating with enforcement and requirements as it relates to those operators or managers of critical infrastructure, codifying the functions around the national CERT as well as SOC, and will also treat with matters pertaining to accreditation of cybersecurity professionals and practitioners, and of course looking at things relating to the NCA's role in research and development programs, as well as collaboration and cooperation. So where we are, and this is my final slide, is we will move to have the tabled the Cybercrimes Amendment Bill, certainly within this calendar year, and then we will take steps to obtain Cabinet's approval for the promulgation of the National Cyber Authority Act, as well as then subsequently issuing drafting instructions to our drafters for the development of that bill. Of course, that will go through a process of consultation before tabling. And that, thank you, is what I have to say. I don't know if there's an opportunity for question and answer, but I will leave that there. I see questions.
Hello, good morning. I have two questions actually. First being, I note that you indicated that the review for the Cybercrimes Act started in 2021, between 2021 and 2023. So I am wondering, given the nature of cybercrimes, that it's dynamic, ever-changing, rapidly changing, etc., and the process from the review of the legislation to the amendment, if in light of perhaps things might have changed within the cyberspace and the nature of the crimes, the next review, well, would this legislation accommodate a lot of those changes, including what was negotiated at the international level, the cybercrimes, UN Convention on Cybercrimes? There were some provisions in there that this legislation would not have contemplated because the review was before those negotiations started. So I am anticipating that this legislation would have a provision in there for another review. However, based on the length of time that it takes. By the time it's amended, maybe it will always be behind the trends in terms of the cybercrime trends.
All right, so to your question, yeah, we appreciate that reviewing and developing legislation can be a time-consuming and lengthy one. To the question or your comment around recently approved or passed conventions, treaties, I think we need to be reminded that until the government of Jamaica signs on to a treaty, it's not bound by it. What we have done, and for those who would have been involved in the development of our 2010, then the review of the 2015, is that we would have looked at the Budapest Convention, for instance, to ensure alignment with those conventions, albeit we are not parties to it. And so you're right in saying that we would look at what is there and what is what has been suggested to determine whether or not those can be accommodated within the context of our legislation. But I would also signal that what we've certainly found looking at, and I'll use the Budapest Convention as an example, is that there are recommendations that can be made that are not necessarily cyber related. So they could be procedural in nature, meaning cyber offense creation. And so it could be that there are other pieces of legislation that we'll have to consider amending to give effect to it, and not necessarily the Cyber Crimes Act. But to your other concern, I think there is a standing provision within the context of the legislation for review, so that the Cyber Crimes Act will always be under review. Every 3 years, that legislation comes up for review. So notwithstanding where we are, there is an opportunity again to review and to amend accordingly. I'll say this though, the legislature ensures, and certainly guided by the technical teams, try to ensure that in the crafting of legislation, the legislation is so technology neutral and so broadly crafted that it doesn't have to be concerned with the nuances and the vagaries of the changes. When we begin, and this is the reason why we avoid the use of nomenclatures and names that we know can change tomorrow. We have to keep our legislation as broad as we can, contemplating the possibilities, but not bogging the legislation down with nomenclatures that can change in 2 years or 3 years, as the case might be. And I think in the main, our legislation has been found to be sufficiently wide to be able to capture most of what is happening in the cyberspace.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Murray. I really enjoyed your presentation, very informative, and I have been one to be looking at the Cybercrimes Act myself, just in general. And maybe you answered what I wanted to ask you about just now, because now in the age of AI and lots of deep fake, and you have now introduced the intimate image, I am really wondering, with deep fakes, how would the Act then really deal with instances where deep fakes are used?
And well, maybe I'll say it this way, and I'm going to probably throw that on our investigatory bodies and agencies. It is going to be for them to determine whether or not the provisions of the legislation are met. When a claim, if and when a matter is brought, whether or not within the parameters of the legislation, it sufficiently treats with or meets the requirement. One of the things I think we will have to be addressing our minds to is, and as a ministry, we are addressing our minds to is the whole idea and concept of an AI potentially policy one, but then also potentially legislation. There are other things that we'll have to consider in terms of, from an information side as well, how we're going to be looking at these various things. But it really will be on our investigators, I think, to be able to, when treating with any given scenario, determine whether or not this is what it presents itself to be, and how it is that, whether or not that falls within the parameters of the legislation. And that probably would be where I would leave that particular response.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, because I had a similar question, but perhaps to aid in the response, my question had to do with the time frame for the review was up to 2023. The whole world became enamored with generative AI and so on in November of that year. Was there any consideration to reconvene the JSC to contemplate the impact of AI within the legislation, or is it that the thinking may be not coming out of the recommendations of the AI task force that the policy and subsequent legislation would treat with that? Because in the absence of either the policy or the legislation, there is still a gap as it relates to AI's role and increased role in cybercrime. So is there, what's the approach going to be as it relates to?
Right, so it wouldn't be, Trevor, to your question, it wouldn't be a reconvening of the Joint Select Committee because their work would have been done having submitted their report and the report having been approved. Where we are, though, as a ministry, and I can share this, is that the AI task force would have been established, did some work, and of course made some recommendations to the government as to some policy considerations. The other thing that the ministry is doing is that with the support from UNESCO, we'll be embarking on the implementation of the UNESCO's readiness assessment methodology for AI. And one of the dimensions of that RAM is the considering our legislative framework, legal and legislative framework as it relates to AI. And so there is another opportunity to engage stakeholders, and we will be engaging stakeholders. Persons within both private and public sector will see, or the consultant that has been engaged on that, interacting with you to see where we are as a country, and then to make recommendations as to how we can strengthen our legislative and regulatory framework to treat with AI. So that is the next step. And then broadly, it applies to everything. So we have to we can't just be looking at it in the context of just cyber. So that work is actually in train. It's a five-month initiative. And so between March and July, we'll be engaging stakeholders in the context of that broadly now on AI as it relates to, as I said, the 5 dimensions: legal and regulatory, infrastructure, human resource, etc. So it's education. It's a wide area, and it goes much broader than just cyber.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so it was just recently, a couple of days ago, there was a breach of privacy in the hospital where this person's privacy was invaded. And immediately, right now, as part of the core, the Minister of Health is dealing with clamping down on the taking of photographs and video in the health facilities. And somebody said to me, and I found it very interesting, just as you were discussing here, somebody can just change up the person's face, and if you know the person, it will connect with you. If you don't know it, then it will just be a story And I said, look at that. Again, coming back to deep fake and imagery and all of that. So I do look forward to the broadened conversation around it. Another point I want to make is this happened to a friend of mine, simply taking photographs of her children and, giving them a shower and just playing around, etc. And also just enjoying their evolution, how they're growing and all of that. And a particular photo went out amongst family members. But it just went a bit beyond the frame, and somebody did some malicious act with it. And so that family was brought into despair, wondered why? Such an innocent act. How did it get there? So now I'm also with the core advising parents, caregivers, to just be mindful of their celebration. Even little parties, you'd be amazed how far persons with some ill minds can stretch. So I do hope that in the broadening of the framework, I know it's going to be continuous, because this cyberspace and AI is evolving. I'm a part of AI as well. And it blows the mind as to the possibilities. So yes, or the importance or the relevance for our government, including yourself, is to be on the cutting edge of knowledge and to be sharp in including and responding to these new evolutions. Thank you.
Right. And just to say, from our perspective, certainly as a ministry, I think we're talking about cybercrime, cybersecurity. We would have spoken at some point, I think yesterday, about data protection. But all of these pieces of legislation really walk hand in hand. And for us, persons really need to, on the data protection side, really be considering what it is that they're sharing in the space. There will need to be some education around that, because we do find, and there has been concerns about the sharing. One of the things that came up in the Joint Select Committee, for example, is this whole business of people taking pictures of some really gruesome events and then publishing those. And so there really has to be education around it, about person's privacy, etc. But they all kind of work together. And it really will require a public education and awareness campaign that sensitizes persons as to the importance of, one, protecting your own personal data, two, those that are in your charge, and mindful of the other pieces of legislation as well, because as I indicated in the presentation, there is a whole host of or suite of legislation that touch on concern various things that persons can be charged for in the context of this particular topic. So yeah, it will involve sensitization. And that's on both, well, all of us, I suppose, as government, to include some of our regulators in that respect. And I think that's it for me.
Can we put our hands together one more time for Ms. Joaquin Murray? By the very spirited nature of the questions, you can tell that the presentation is very good. That's not to say that when there's no questions that the presentation isn't, but this one was just manifest in that particular way. All right, there is a presenter who presented yesterday. He did a really good job. We're going to invite him to come back again. He is a chief cyber analyst, and he provides strategic support for cybercrimes investigation, cybersecurity, and cyber defense activities at CARICOM, for CARICOM member states. He's going to be speaking to us about Community Spotlight, CARICOM Cyber Security Action Plan, because again, it's not enough to just talk, we must put things into action. let me invite Dale Joseph, the Chief Analyst in charge of cyber at CARICOM IMPACS, to come forward. Dale? The reward for good work is more work, so welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brooks. Again, it's a pleasure to be invited here to speak on behalf of CARICOM IMPACS, just to speak about the CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan. So the CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan, we'll speak about its current state, we'll speak about how it's organized within member states, the steering committee. We'll speak about its current status and the process that we are currently engaging to update the CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan. I know I went through this yesterday about CARICOM IMPACS. I'll skip through that. Get to the action plan. So the action plan has 5 priority areas. Public awareness. This is to enhance public awareness on cybersecurity and cybercrime. Also building sustainable capacity. The action plan advances capacity building for law enforcement, national cybersecurity incident response teams, and judiciary professionals. The action plan currently enhances technical standards and infrastructure. It also speaks to harmonization of the legal environment within our member states and also enhancing regional international cooperation. So to advance the CCS-CAP, as we call it, we have a CCS-CAP steering committee. And CARICOM IMPACS is the lead agency responsible for the CCS-CAP steering committee. We also have participation from CARICOM Secretariat, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Regional Security System, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, because the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago has responsibility for security and energy within the CARICOM setup. We have participation from the Organization of American States, both CICTE and REMHA, and we also have participation from Interpol. So the steering committee meets biannually, and it feeds into the Regional Cyber Committee, which meets every quarter, and then we have the Cyber National Points of Contacts. The committee is there to share information on cybercrime and cybersecurity activities, to exchange lessons learned, and to coordinate projects and capacity building activities within the region. Currently, the action plan is being updated because we did observe some challenges with the action plan. It was developed in 2016. So from 2016 to now, we certainly need to upgrade it, and we'll discuss some of the things that we need to include in the new version of the action plan. Some of the strengths of the action plan: it's an essential instrument to advance cybersecurity and cybercrime initiatives. It's strengthened regional security systems and improve coordinated service to member states as it relates to cyber resilience. It advanced legislative harmonization. So certainly we did a project to see what the cybercrime legislations were in each member state, compared it with the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. And so we have a database of all of that information so that it's easily accessible to member states. So those are some of the strengths and achievements so far of the CCS-CAP. The weaknesses: lengthy enactment of legislation by member states, challenges with compliance, and limited buy-in from some countries for the CCS-CAP. Some of the opportunities we see in the CCS-CAP update: the opportunity to advance harmonization of legislation, because criminal duplicity is very important when we're talking about criminal technology-based activity. We see an opportunity to recreate a governance framework within the region. We also see an opportunity to develop advanced monitoring and evaluation framework in keeping with KPIs, meal, and to have timelines for deliverables for the updated version of the CCS CAP. There's also a need for political champions in the new version of the CCS CAP because we need to advance the priority areas of the CCS CAP from high-level government officials so that we can get traction for this capacity building sustainable throughout the region. One of the things that we have observed is because cyber is something that can be seen or touched, it's not given the attention that it needs, the appropriate resources. So if somebody were to ask, what is the dollar value of cyber losses within the region? For the last 10 years, we have a problem with collating statistics. So that translates into problems with allocation of resources as well for heads of governments. So certainly there's a need for a political champion to advance the new version of the CCS CAP. Some of the threats that we have with the CCS CAP and its advancement within the region, certainly limited resources in terms of personnel, in terms of finances as well, and sustainability concerns, because sometimes we depend from where we sit too much on sponsorship from our international partners. So some of the things that we are currently looking at in the update, to add on to the public awareness, we're going to include education and advocacy. To capacity development, we're going to add to capacity building, we're going to add capacity development. We're going to enhance harmonization in the technical standards and infrastructure, policy, institutionalized and regulatory framework. We're going to leave regional international cooperation, but we're also going to include incident management as a action area or priority area of the new version of the CCS CAP. So the CCS CAP maps well with what we have done at CARICOM IMPACS over the last year. We have launched our Cyber Fusion unit, which is a unit that provides coordination support to member states as it relates to cybersecurity, cybercrime investigation, cyber defense, legislation, and cyber diplomacy. So certainly the unit is only a year old, but we are very, very busy with a lot of work and a lot of requests coming forward, and we continue to provide that coordination mechanism to member states, because sometimes there's some confusion knowing who to call and the sequence to contact the different skill sets in response to cyber incidents. Training and capacity building, that's why we are here in Jamaica. Over the last 2 days, we are continuing to provide training on ISDE, identification and seizure of digital evidence, cryptocurrency investigations, dark web investigations, digital forensic training, and OSINT, open source intelligence training as well. We are currently delivering these topics in the breakout room. And with that, I end my brief presentation on the CCS CAP and its update. We are currently consulting with points of contacts in member states, currently interviewing law enforcement leads for cybercrime investigations, judiciary professionals, and national CSIDs, all with a view of getting a comprehensive picture of the CCS CAP, the requirements of the region to fit that into the CCS CAP update. So with that, I'd like to thank you and open the floor to brief questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm one happy lady to know that your organization exists. My first knowledge of it. So I'm happy that you have Sedima. So now we have the cyber ban who will take care of things across the region. That's remarkable. And I guess many of our business stakeholders don't know this. And maybe, again, it would lend more to the level of confidence and trust if we, as business people in Jamaica, understand that here is a bigger brother out there that will support us, sharing the information so that you can know about what's happening in our region, in our country, and help better to sensitize us, educate us, and equip us, arm us, and protect us. That's interesting to know. The other point I just want to make is that I applaud this ministry for this workshop. And I'm a little disheartened with the turnout today. I heard yesterday was great. I was not able to make it yesterday, but I was hoping that today now it would be full and overflowing, because we need to hear this. This is a space that we live in. And it would only get more complex and interesting as the days go by. So I am pleased to learn of your existence. Now I will help to spread the word that don't be afraid to talk that you were hacked, or to be afraid to talk that you're having some cyber challenges, because there's help out there, right? Pity we didn't know that companies and associate like yourself will be in Jamaica to cause others to be in the pool. Thankfully, those who are here will spread the word. So no leave so early. Or I'm sure through the ministry we'll get your contact details. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you very much for that comment. Really appreciate it. One of the things that we are advancing is certainly public-private partnerships at CARICOM IMPACS. We are the region's public servants. We are here to help. And we certainly appreciate you spreading the word for us as well. And thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Just a question. And again, going back to the public-private partnership thing. Now, my question to you and impacts in general, I mean, I'm familiar with impacts, but that's because of the spaces I play in. So, but I would submit to you that a great many private sector players do not know about you. All right? So my question is, what is the plan, what is the strategy, not only in Jamaica, but I'll be selfish and just limit it to Jamaica. What is Impact's plan to make more companies, especially companies in cybersecurity, service provision, and so on, aware of what you do, where you are, your existence, so that, and I'm going to show you something really weird here. You'd be surprised how easy it is for a company in Jamaica to feel comfortable sharing information with somebody outside of Jamaica than an entity here. Ultimately, the Fusion Center would funnel back information, hopefully across all of the certs and so on. But if they don't know that there is an alternative to who they decide they're not trusted here, again, the ultimate goal of getting the information distributed across, you know, that's the ultimate outcome. What's the strategy or your plan to increasing awareness among the information sources here? What's the plan for that?
Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. So what we are doing through our social media platforms, we are advancing what we're doing at CARICOM IMPACS, and particularly the Cyber Fusion Unit. In addition to that, we have our learning management system known as the CBSI Connect platform, which is open to the entire region, where we deliver cyber sensitization workshops. Every month, we started last month, every month we'll be doing cyber sensitization virtually throughout the region. So that is one of two things that we are doing initially to advance the visibility of the cyber fusion unit for now. I hope that answers your questions.
Well, it tells me what you're doing, but might I suggest that that's not enough. And here's why. Some of your target audience is not going to go to social media and look for you. Again, a cultural aspect of how we unfortunately, like to do business in the Caribbean is, I want to see you face to face. I want to talk with you. So something like having a conference, symposium, workshop, whichever fancy word they want to use for it, where you come and you engage them in a room like this and say, this is what we do, this is what we need from you, this is how we can help you, this is how you can help us. I think that kind of engagement, if only once a year or something, is important. So, and there are organizations in Jamaica and in other jurisdictions that have, so here we have an organization that has all of the technology companies, and you will find the ones tailored to cybersecurity and so on in that group. You want to engage at that level because everything else seems a little distant and aloof. So if I could just suggest that you perhaps explore that approach, because again, you'll be surprised at what people don't know about you because you're only on social media. So just a suggestion on that.
Thank you very much for that, sir. Certainly I will take that into consideration.
J-E-A. Hold my mouth loud, man. Hold it for associations. Get it out.
Thank you very much for all your advice. Will do. Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, Dale, thank you very much for this information. Clearly, it was well received. At this time, we're going to have another very good panel. As you can tell, we're going to be working through lunch. And so I'm going to rely on the efficiency of AC to have us served while we have lunch, and so that we can just keep it going. It is now 12:44, and we are just moving into the discussion that should have began about an hour ago. So I'm going to invite my very capable moderator. Are you moderating this panel again, Doc? I'm going to invite you to welcome the panelists to come forward to have this armchair discussion, the future of compliance, navigating global regulatory challenges in cybersecurity. So, over to you, Major Hewling.
Hello again, good afternoon. This time round, we'll be looking at the future of compliance, navigating global regulatory challenges in cybersecurity. To help us look at this international issue, we have an outstanding panel of experts, to include Ms. Carrie-Ann Barrett, who should be joining us online, Mr. Ricardo Villadego, CEO of Lemu Technologies, Delana Thompson, Head of Sales at Simply Secure Group, Mr. Robert Hamilton, Senior Director, Internal Audit and Risk Management at the Financial Services Commission. Could you join me on stage, gentlemen? I know you're Ricardo. And Kerry is online. Okay, welcome all. As we look at this evolving landscape of cybersecurity compliance, and all morning we have been looking at the evolution of technology and some of the challenges that have been faced by cybersecurity practitioners and others, let me first pose the questions, and before you respond, just introduce yourself. Just a little 30 seconds about what you do, who you are, and then respond. We'll start with the lady online. How have global cybersecurity regulations evolved in response to emerging threats, if at all? What are some key trends that are shaping the future of compliance? Are you hearing me, Kerry?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Not hearing her.
Can you hear me now? Are you hearing me now?
Barely, but. Oh, okay. We'll begin nevertheless. How have global cybersecurity regulations evolved in response to the emerging threats? And what key trends are shaping the future of compliance? So how has the evolution taken place, if at all? Are the regulations evolving with the threats? We'll start with Mr. FSC.
Thank you. Everything's evolving. As you know, we have a number of regulations that are new and others that are being amended. And the challenge is not only in terms of Jamaica, but cross-border, and ensuring that how can we be consistent among all the different varying regulations that are coming up and that are in the different countries. And so, number one, I think, and it has also been stated here, is really disclosure, right? Really trying to disclose any threats, any challenges, any attacks, so that people understand what has happened, but more importantly, in disclosing what you're going through, indicate the governance framework and also the different steps and activities that you've already put in place and you're continuing to do to deal with those challenges. Then you have collaboration. Collaboration, like what we have here today, collaboration with fellow companies within the industry, with the regulator, to ensure that we're on the same page. Oftentimes what happens with regulation is that it's seen as a chore, as opposed to really a risk-based mechanism to really help everybody address the risk, report the risk, and understand the risk. And so the more companies understand that regulation is also there to help them, and that is not a chore that they need to minimize or try to fight against, the better it is. Obviously, collaboration to ensure that those regulations or whatever mechanisms or regulations that are put in place, everybody's on the same page in terms of what the effect is going to be and outcome is important. And, being adaptable. Things are going to continue to change. And especially now with AI, and, we're hearing about quantum computing. We all have to be adaptable to be ready to deal with those changes and have people in place and systems in place that are adaptable to keep pace. Thank you.
Okay, Delano?
So just to add to what you were saying, the situation that we find ourselves in now is that Yes, as the threats evolve, the regulations are evolving with it, right? Because it's an ever-evolving atmosphere. So there has to be changes, but the challenge that we're having is that the speed to which the changes are taking place, we're kind of playing catch-up all the time, right? So as he was mentioning, with the integration of AI into the atmosphere, it has become a bit challenging where the ethical frameworks are concerned. So that's something that has to be looked at pretty deeply. Then, you know, he did mention the collaboration. So there needs to be some harmonization that's taking place, which I think the conversations have been started. So they're now seeing the common principles that are, you know, running across the different regulatory frameworks that they are now applying to across the borders to ensure that we have common compliance across the region, and just to ensure that, you know, we're not leaving anyone out, and those multinational corporations, you know, are able to better navigate the complexities that are, you know, facing them on a daily basis in their operations.
Arvi?
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Ricardo Villadiego. I'm the founder and CEO of Lumo Technologies. Very happy to be here in Kingston today. Thank you for the invitation to this event. So going into the topic of how regulations are evolving, I don't envy the regulators and the legislators in cybersecurity. And I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but it's a really, really complex problem today. It is complex because attacks and cybercrime have the ability to evolve infinitely, while regulation, as my friend Delano here says, you know, have to play catch up. How long it takes to build a new regulator framework to life? It takes between 6 to 12 months, if we are lucky, right? How long does it take to a cyber criminal to evolve an attack? It takes less than 1 minute to build just a new type of attack to life. So it's really, really challenging. Now, there are some areas in which I see regulation evolving, right? The first one has to be with regulations used to be, or compliance in general, used to be the driver to invest in cybersecurity, right? And I think that's no longer the case. I think the awareness that cyber attacks are creating are such that companies nowadays understand that not only failing to be compliant with a regulation can disrupt their business, but a cyber attack can also disrupt their businesses. So it used to be that you become secure through compliance. It's now the other way around. It's now you become secure and compliant becomes a consequence of your ability to be secure. That's number one. Number two has to do with the realization that security, that compliance is a picture, while security is a live video, right? It's changing all the time. So there's more pressure of real-time compliance activities and ensuring that you're not only compliant when the auditors review or audit your company, but you have to be compliant continuously. So that concept of continuous monitoring, of continuous compromise assessment, continuous vulnerability assessment, continuous penetration testing has become more deeply embedded into the culture of how companies can maintain their compliance status.
Thank you. Mrs. Barr? Yes, carry your time. Not hearing you. I'm not hearing her. Are you ready now with the sound?
And apologies to the moderator. She did ask to introduce again and give a short, brief introduction of myself. So Robert Hamilton, Senior Director of Internal Audit and Risk Management at the Financial Services Commission. My role involves identifying deficiencies and risks across the organization and providing recommendations to add value and improve operations. And just to add on to what my other panel guests have said, sometimes I don't like the word compliance because compliance becomes like a check mark or a tick box. And in this environment, and I think that's why this conference is really amazing in terms of the presenters that have come forward, is to always make us be forward-looking in relation to the upcoming threats and to ensure that everybody understands that they have a role to play, which has been said before, from the board to management to your vendors. And it's important that, in relation to how you are trying to ensure that you're protected and, evolving, that while you want to have reports, while you want to ensure that you're compliant, that you're not just looking at a document that checks a box to say that you have done certain activities, that you continuously ask questions and continuously try to look forward in terms of what is going on and the threats that are emerging.
Okay, thank you. Are we hearing from the person online now?
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yes, thank you.
You can hear me now, perfect.
Yes.
Thanks so much, Dr. Hewlin, and thanks everybody for your patience. Technology is never perfect. I think the discussion so far by my distinguished colleagues on the podium, it really leads into probably me just adding an additional layer to it, which is there's a reason why we have to be so adaptable, not just because of the complexity, but what has become the new gold. Data has become the new gold. And where you had a gold rush, a lot of what we're seeing in terms of what is actually impacted by cybersecurity threats has been really the data that they're either holding through ransom or we just lose the data and then operations and business disruptions happen. So some of the quick examples I wanted to kind of layer on to the discussion are how some of the regulations that are coming out are impacting us. So for example, Europe, we knew that there was a huge knee-jerk reaction globally to the general data protection regulation coming out of Europe. While at the same time, the California Consumer Protection Act came out when the US realized how much of their citizens' data was being taken by companies outside. And some of us may say, why does the EU or the US regulation impact us? Well, one, not just Jamaica, but in the Caribbean, we're consumers of the products that come out of these countries. And we do relationships with them, whether it be through trainings or services that we get from them. So in doing that, in our region, we've also been implementing data protection laws. So we have Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, Bahamas, all getting data commissioners. And all data holders of some form are responding to the regulatory compliance needs that these legislations call for. At the same time, Dr. Hewlin, I wanted to highlight that that is just in one sector of how we manage data. I would like to encourage the room to think about the entire ecosystem and to think about the fact that, one, we have many players in the ecosystem. We had a panel earlier on stakeholder groups and how that can improve cybersecurity. But I want to also put that same ecosystem have to respond to the compliance regulations that are coming in. So government as regulator and end user, citizens as end users, private sector as also end users consuming, but also service providers. Some of them are on the podium now. And we also have insurance companies. When harm comes in, earlier, Ms. Murray spoke about all the different harms that are in the cybercrime legislation. And when those come in and fines are levied, we have our insurance companies coming in and our law enforcement. The reason I'm kind of painting the picture with all those different compliance actors is because as the threats increase, all of these actors, as my former colleague just said, have to now become agile, because we're responding to an environment where the regulations are really still set out to protect the persons who are impacted by the threats. But at the same time, we have to be compliant at the front end and not be reactive. So with all that said, my name is Carrie Ann Barrett. I'm the Cybersecurity Section Chief of the OAS, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with the panel. Over to you, Manifia.
Thank you, Carrie. I have a wide-ranging question, compliance. So businesses, large organizations, and small, especially the larger ones, they have to deal with data privacy regulations, different legislation from across different jurisdictions. How can these organizations now balance compliance with innovation, ensuring that these different regulations that they have to deal with across the different jurisdictions do not stifle business growth and technological advancements? So with all of this that they have to deal with, how do we manage that? We'll start with you, Ari.
Cool. I think that, it's true that the compliance environment is getting more complex just because attacks are evolving more rapidly, right? That is a fact. That has created because the acceleration of data breaches and emergence of data protection laws across all the countries. Some of those laws are really in competition with different laws. So if you are leading an organization that it's working across multiple countries, you have to be aware of what are those regulations that you need to be in compliance with. I think the further work on harmonizing those regulatory frameworks, as the person that was speaking here before mentioned, it makes perfect sense, right? But I think when I look at compliance and cybersecurity, I think the silver lining for compliance is in the fact that companies are becoming more aware of the impact that cyber attacks create in their environments, right? When you regulate and when you build regulatory frameworks, you typically have the two extremes view, right? You have on one side a perfect market that self-regulates itself, and you have a market in which the government or the regulatory bodies have to step in to ensure that the market behaves in a certain way. I think what's happening in cybersecurity is that because attacks are becoming more prevalent and are becoming more harmful, companies are becoming more aware that they need to step in to do something and to do something proficiently. And I think that's the silver lining for compliance, for regulatory laws, when it has to be with cybersecurity. I think the best thing that governments can do is to increase awareness, and put clear frameworks at the consumption of the market so that companies can evolve. Like, if we take the example of the United States, for instance, CISA, who's the body that has this activity in the US, their main goal is to create awareness, is to ensure that they clearly put the word out there to the different verticals in the market so that they are aware of the problems that they're facing. And a clear framework, the needs framework, or a clear framework that where they can implement the steps that make sense for every market. And if we look at the state of cybersecurity in the United States today versus what it was 10 years ago, it's day and night, right? And it is that education, that awareness that CISA have done in the last 8 years to facilitate this process across the market.
Okay, thank you. Robert? No, Delano.
All right, so what I appreciate in the conversations that we've been having is that organizations are now realizing that they're not above a cyber attack. It's a common ideology for various regions to think that, you know, they're above it, they're not being targeted. But if we look at how the landscape is changing, in every touch point in every region, you're going to see a vast number of cyber attacks that took place. So that misconception and that ideology is rapidly dissipating in the minds of the organizations who are having conversations. Now, what they can do to, you know, get ahead and to manage the complexities in this case is they need to have a proper compliance team that is actually looking in all of the regions that they're operating to say, hey, this is what's emerging here. These are the various changes that I need to make for this particular region to ensure that I'm compliant, right? They also need to pay attention to the continuous threat monitoring that needs to happen within their organization. That's inescapable, right? So that's something that they need to pay attention to quite a bit. Then, if they look at the operating frameworks that they need for their various regions, especially if they can create automation within their processes, they can then position themselves to be ahead of, you know, these emerging threats that are coming out, and it's the turnaround time for them to be compliant, quote unquote, is shortened, right? So that's where I see them getting ahead, and not to mention the security awareness training within their organization that has to be top level. Everyone in the organization needs to be security first and security conscious, and that's the only way they're going to be able to maintain where they are now with the complexities and stay ahead of it.
I think you put it right. You know, you articulated correctly. Like, I think that the mindset that has to shift is that I am secure because I am compliant. Yes. Right? It has to be the other way around, right? I am in compliant because I am secure. Right. So that mindset shift of compliance as a guiding principle to become secure has to go away. Yeah. We need to first become secure, and then because we are secure, then we are in compliance with X, Y, Z regulations.
Yeah, I agree in terms of what was said before. Obviously, leveraging technology is very important, but it's very challenging to leverage technology when you have legacy systems, manual procedures. And so it's really about updating your processes so that technology can actually assist you. It's about talent management. Talent management has been seen as a top 3 risk over the next 10 years. So it's about developing, acquiring talent, and really looking at the system that you have to modernize it. It's also about not trying to find problems with solutions, focusing on velocity and actually getting things done so that you can keep ahead of the risks that are emerging and coming up.
Carry on with the chime in on this one. Sound. Online, sound.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I back,
Yes,
Monica?
yes, you're back.
Okay, perfect. Now, I'm saying to add to my panelists, because I think their input was so well threaded together, is to really think about it as a supply chain issue. If you really consider that organizations are increasingly dependent on third-party vendors and service providers, and how they manage their risks and those that are associated with these external relationships is critical. So even as government entities and thinking about regulations to be able to have rules around third-party risk assessments, audits, my colleague already said, ongoing monitoring, it's really important when we implement these frameworks to think about where does the cyber liability lies and who is taking on those risks, who will be the one actually doing the due diligence to safeguard the data, to safeguard the systems? Just to throw an example in terms of like ransomware, for example, thinking through when a system is established, what are their fail-safe if a ransomware attack happens? And I think ransomware has come up often enough in the conference so far. It's really someone holding your data and keeping you, extorting you to get it back. And regulatory bodies thinking about controls and how they would support organizations to be able to implement it can start to think about globally established standards that everyone uses now. The NIST cybersecurity framework, which my colleague from Lumi already alluded to for CISA. CISA helps to implement the NIST framework. ISO 27000 feature series, other control mechanisms. I think thinking through the supply chain and layering it on with those standards is a good way to approach it.
Thank you, Kerry. I did have a question on AI. I should still ask it given the time. But do you think AI and automation could help in having these international companies, these large organizations, managing the complexities that they have to navigate with compliance of in the different regions?
Without a doubt, I think it's really about identifying or really ensuring that how you're going to use AI, who's providing it, are they able to deliver on what they say they're going to deliver on? You know, I think a lot of times the challenges that we have is that we're looking for a turnkey, and you just want to press a button and have everything sort itself out and not necessarily or put full reliance on AI. So I think we have to ensure that we are doing the proper research, we understand where AI starts and stops and where we start and stop, and ensure that we have the controls and governance over the AI. Because AI will never be perfect, it's a learning model. So over time, we're going to still have to provide information, provide oversight, and provide governance to ensure that it's delivering what it says it can deliver, and always remember not to take the human component out of what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, I definitely agree. You want to go? Go ahead. All right. So I definitely agree. The use of AI is something that I know many fear, right? Especially when it comes to data, and you have to consider the data protection, and you know that you keep the data private, right? So it's really centered around, you know, the confidentiality, the integrity, and, you know, overall availability of the information. Now, the AI can analyze larger data sets than what we humans can do, but it's tailoring it specifically for what we need it. AI can do a lot of things, but if it's properly positioned and wired the way we need it to work for us, it can be done, right? And because of that, I think the integration of it is going to be very much essential to how we move forward, because once it gets through the information, it can filter, it can, you know, map against the various frameworks and actually let you know whether or not you're compliant based on the practices that, you know, are going on in the organization and the information that we feed it. So, absolutely.
I think AI is a double-edged sword, right? On one side, I think it's gonna add significant advantages to how companies operate cybersecurity. Like what we do at Lumo, it has AI capabilities deeply built into how we identify threats in the network, how we automate response, talking about automation. But I think AI is going to bring another set of risks that in many cases we are not yet aware of those. And going back to you know, what I said before about the main goal of regulators and governments, I think creating awareness about these type of risks is what's going to help companies to adopt AI in a way that's more safe. What I think particularly is that AI is going to change the risk model that we all have been using to protect our companies. Why? If you look at what different people have presented here, right? We tend to model assets, so devices, right? And people running or working on those assets, on those devices. Now we're going to have to think about autonomous AI agents that are creating traffic in our networks, that are sending communications on behalf of our companies, and that in many cases are accessing critical data or sensitive data. So the way we model the risk in the next 18 to 24 to 36 months is going to change completely. We're going to have to start modeling the risk that those autonomous AI agents are going to introduce in our networks. So that is going to be completely different to what we see. Now, connecting that with automation, the only possible way that we can model and control those autonomous AI agents is if we had the autonomous AI capabilities that help us identify that one of those agents is behaving differently in our networks. That's the importance of AI into cybersecurity and into compliance as a whole, on one side. Connecting with awareness, I think what the lady on the screen mentioned, what's the name, I'm sorry? Carry on. Yeah. What she said on awareness is really, really important. The third-party risk is super critical in the stage in which companies are becoming hyper-connected today. It used to be that I have my company, I protect my assets, and I was safe, quote unquote. But today, the third parties, they have access to my data too. And I don't control what they do with their networks, with their assets. So I need, from the awareness point of view, to incorporate into my risk model what the third parties are doing to protect themselves, and if those actions that they're doing can eventually add additional risk to my company as a whole.
Thank you. Great insights. They would need another 30 minutes for that. Terry?
Just to compliment, because I think the panel you would think that we actually rehearsed this. I think it flows so well, because what I would add is AI modeling. If you think how we are, and oftentimes when things are too expensive, we try to find the cheaper route to do it. And I think AI as a tool is one that we can't afford to do that with. So for example, we have Word, Microsoft Word. Instead of buying the license, we tend to buy the broke version of it to be able to access it, or we find some open source tool to be able to do it. The point my colleague made earlier about making sure that you have the human part of it to actually check the results of the AI models that they use is going to be critical. AI is going to be something that many persons can layer on their system, and it automates detection, it automates the risk assessment, it automates figuring out where the problems are and how to mitigate them quickly. But having someone on the human end to analyze some of that data is something that we can't sidestep, and it's something that we can't go cheap on either. Ensuring that we have persons who, one, can either train the AI, or once it's implemented, monitor the data outputs that come from the results of it. It's going to be very, very important. And not to get me wrong, there are certain things that AI systems will be able to do automatically that may not need a human element. So for example, being able to prevent phishing, malware, and other malicious activities really quickly. When there's like a high security system that you want to protect and you want to kind of filter the first layer of attacks that you really don't need a human to look at, because a malicious attack is a malicious attack. But I think being able to ensure that you see AI not as a tool you can just randomly pick up and layer in your system, but seeing it as something that can become an asset to you and invest in it properly is going to be critical. Over to you, Manifia.
Thank you. As the cybersecurity landscape evolves, so too will the regulatory frameworks designed to safeguard data, privacy, and digital infrastructure. Organizations today must navigate an increasingly complex web of global compliance requirements, balancing security, legal obligations, and operational efficiency. From the GDPR to our own DPA, to emerging regulations worldwide, staying ahead of compliance challenges is both a necessity and a strategic advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a small window to explore some of these challenges. Let's give a thank you to our esteemed panelists for a wonderful discussion. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it from me for the rest of the day.
Juanita, I think I might have one more panel that you can. All right, I promised myself that if we finish this discussion before 1:30, that I would give us some time to just enjoy the food and not continue into the next segment. It's now 8 minutes before, so I'm going to keep that promise and allow you to just enjoy the food, enjoy some music, have some conversation, and we'll resume in a few. In a few.
You hear me, Lalo? Are you hear me? Or him just respond, say, yes, him hear me. Okay, all right. Just testing. We're not ready yet, but we're just testing to see what's happening. Your video and your picture is great. So you can close video and close mic until when I send you a text or ask you to show video and start mic when due time. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
You can close mic and close video now.
In this post-lunch interval, the focus is really going to be on emerging technologies. And so we'll see several people from different vantage points speaking to emerging technologies. The main moderator for this session will be Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling, the head of the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team at the Office of the Prime Minister. We'll hear from him. He'll be one of the presenters as well as a moderator during the course of the afternoon. But first, I'm going to invite to make a presentation a seasoned entrepreneur and visionary technology leader who's been focused on cybersecurity. His last 20 years have been spent in the quest of solving some of the most prevalent cybersecurity challenges organizations face. He founded Easy Solutions, which is a global organization focused on the prevention and detection of electronic fraud, something that we in Jamaica do need to focus on. Subsequently, he led the cybersecurity business unit at Sixera Technologies, where he developed a long-term vision and execution plan. And so it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the lectern the founder and CEO of Lumu Technologies, Ricardo Villadiego. Put your hands together for him.
We're going to have the slides. Hello, everyone. You're going to have to deal with me again. Let's see if we can have the slides up there. This is not the slide deck. It's the other one. It's one that says 15 minutes, because it sounds like that's what I have here. I will remember during the panel I was talking a lot about emerging threats, right? We're going to talk about one of the issues that concern me the most in nowadays cybersecurity, and it's a concept that is gaining traction in the market. It's called EDR evasion. I don't have the slides here, but I can do the talk. This is, by the way, I'm going to talk about that trend, EDR evasion trend, not as much as Lumu, which is the company that I built. But if any of you is interested about why Lumu is one of the faster growing companies in cybersecurity in the world, why this black person from the North Caribbean of Colombia is leading that company, I'm going to have a breakout at 2:30 when I'm going to provide my experience, how we were building Lumu into one of the fastest growing companies in the world. So let's talk about EDR evasion. You probably know that endpoint detection and response is one of the most prevalent technologies when it comes to protection. And guess what the adversaries know how to do? The adversaries know how to bypass technologies that have been implemented in companies. And as I like to say, an adversary, you know, when an action is taken against the adversary, against the threat actor, what it does is that they reinvent themselves. And that's what's happening with EDR evasion. If you go to Google and Google for EDR evasion, you're going to find a ton of articles about how EDRs, regardless of the brand, are evaded on a daily basis. If you go to GitHub, you guys know what GitHub is? GitHub, one of the largest repositories of code in the world owned by Microsoft today. If you go to GitHub and look for EDR evasion toolkits, you're going to find a ton of EDR evasion toolkits today. So the problem is real. It's real that EDRs can be evaded. And not only EDRs. When you look at the cybersecurity stack that companies have today, companies typically have the perimeter defenses. You have your firewall or your SASE technologies, your perimeter defenses, right? You have your endpoint security defenses, EDRs. You have your email security defenses, anti-spam, and so on and so forth. All those three elements of the cybersecurity stack that most companies have today, regardless of the brand that you're using, can be evaded by threat actors. And when threat actors evade those technologies, guess what's happening? Right? The threat actor lands in the network of the company. They get into the network of the company. And when that happens, what's the end result? Besides that they end up in the network of the company, the security monitoring capabilities that you have are being bypassed too. Essentially, those technologies go blind about the threat actor bypassing those technologies. Why? Because the XDRs, there is a lot of talk about SDR technologies. The SDRs are fundamentally based upon EDR detection capabilities. So if the EDR is evaded, guess what's going to happen with the XDR? The XDR was evaded too. If you had a managed detection and response technology, managed detection and response services focus their telemetry from the EDR technologies. So when the EDR got bypassed, the MDR also got bypassed. So your monitoring capabilities were essentially bypassed too, or eliminated. You go blind of the adversary within the network. Now you have the adversary in the network. What's the one thing that the adversary is unable to bypass? How it behaves in the network, how they connect in the network. So the network becomes your advantage point to detect threat activity, to detect threat activity that has bypassed your controls, that have bypassed your cybersecurity stack. That's why network detection and response becomes so relevant in today's cybersecurity stack. If your cybersecurity stack is built upon EDR, perimeter technologies, and email security, that stack is incomplete today. When a threat actor is attempting to bypass, thank you for the slides. When the EDR, when the threat actor has bypassed your stack, you're not gonna see on any of the monitoring capabilities that you have. This is the stack that I was referring to. Regardless of the technologies that you're using, your security perimeter technologies will get bypassed using some of the vulnerabilities that those technologies have. EDRs, as I mentioned before, tons of toolkits that are capable of bypass those stacks. It's not to say that those technologies aren't required. We have partnerships with the most widely used EDRs today, CrowdStrike being one of them. But it's just a fact. The EDR technologies are bypassed. The same is true with the email security capabilities. And I guess Kamla was speaking here about the human factor. The human factor is the easier way to bypass email security capabilities. Like I said, when the threat actor bypass this stack, it lands in the network, and this is just a representation of a device, of a laptop, of a server. Each one of the capabilities that EDR has built to monitor the system, there's ample evidence that each one of those capabilities can get bypassed, What's the one thing the threat actor cannot bypass? How that device connects in the network. That's why monitoring at the network level, like I mentioned before, becomes the vantage point to identify threats that have bypassed your stack. And once again, when the EDR gets bypassed, your XDR gets bypassed too, and your MDR gets bypassed too, because they're not getting telemetry from the network. Most of them are not getting telemetry from the network. And then it comes why Lumo is important for companies, because Lumo completes that stack. You have now a technology that is identifying when a threat actor is attempting to or has evaded the security defenses that you have, and is taking real-time actions using those same technologies, using the same firewall, using the same EDR that you have, using the same email security tool that you have, to ensure that the system self-regulates and aim to the ideal state in every company, a state of zero contacts with adversarial infrastructure. More resources where you can learn about how EDR evasion is a real issue, or in general, how controls evasion is a real problem in organizations today. And it's probably the one thing that is affecting most companies today. Why? Because of the over-reliance on EDR-driven cybersecurity. When the EDR gets bypassed, as I mentioned, the threat actor has ample ability to move within the network. 3 assets here: EDR bypass techniques brief. You have a compilation of all the techniques that threat actors can use to bypass EDRs. CISA, I mentioned during my panel about CISA and the effort they do to create awareness in the market. CISA has compiled the 12 ransomware guns that are using or are including within its arsenal of evil activities the ability to bypass the EDR. Real-time videos about how EDRs gets bypassed today. Take a picture of this slide, go to these resources, and get yourself acquainted with this real threat that is affecting companies today. Thank you very much, and I wait for you on the breakout session at 2:30.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Check. Thank you very much, Ricardo. I mentioned the breakout sessions. Actually, the breakout sessions are going to be started. There is one that is going to begin at 2:15. You can, if you're interested in that one, it's going to be led by Dark Trace, that you can find your way to the breakout room. Also, the training group, that has begun. And so if you're interested in the training, then you can make your way in that direction. Check 1. Are you hearing me now? All right. So I'm saying that at 2:15, there will be a breakout session that will begin, that will be led by Dark Trace. And the training that I gather started just a few minutes ago. So those persons who are interested in the training session, that is actually taking place as we speak. All right? So at this time, a very, very interesting armchair discussion on AI in cybersecurity, looking at innovations, ethics, and future trends. We're going to have that now. So, Lieutenant Colonel, you can come in this direction.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we welcome the next panel, Messrs. Kushney, Palacio, Nelson, and either Ebanks or Meeks, I want us to contemplate the following. All right. So just in case Messrs. Kevin Kushney, Lelo Palacio, and Jonathan Nelson are here, we invite you to the platform along with Mr. Ebanks. So I want us as a group to contemplate the following. Artificial intelligence is no longer just a glimpse into the future. It is the engine that is driving transformation in every corner of the world. From reshaping industries to redefining human interactions, artificial intelligence challenges us to find a balance between innovation and responsibility. As we stand at the crossroads of opportunity and ethical accountability, this panel intends to explore not only the power of AI to revolutionize, but also the shared responsibility to ensure that it serves humanity equitably, securely, and sustainably. The question is no longer whether AI will change the world, but how we, as decision makers and stakeholders, will shape its impact. Good afternoon again and welcome to this panel. I'll ask you to introduce yourselves, starting with Mr. Nelson.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Nelson. I'm Director of Risk Intelligence at Alto Intelligence, Spanish-based risk analysis and data analytics company.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rory Ebanks. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity at Simtai Consulting. I'm responsible for the red teaming and the blue team aspect of cybersecurity.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin Kushney. I'm the Director of Product Engineering and Technology Consulting at MC Systems. My primary focus these days is around innovation and technology advisory, so working with companies to make the most of technology investments and innovate in a way that's sustainable and secure.
Right, thank you all, gentlemen. Now, from the Manhattan Project to the development of penicillin, major innovations have changed the way humans view themselves and their interactions with each other. Each of you, I would like your view on how AI has transformed the landscape for cybersecurity professionals in the last year, and what has been one innovation in AI that really excites you. You can start with Mr. Kushney.
So in terms of how it's affected jobs today, I think, when we talk about generally AI and how it's augmented the workforce, I think it's allowed people to kind of 10x what they do. So the job that one person could have done, they can now scale that using AI, using the technology. So instead of having to have huge teams doing this work, working at a very deep level, they can actually leverage their expertise, leverage the technology, and get a lot more done at a much bigger scale.
Yeah, pertaining to me, it's the adaptive nature of AI. So especially when we're doing investigations and analysis of data, it's how AI can assist in analyzing a large subset of data. Depending on the modules that you have or the feature sets, how you train it, it can analyze it much faster than you manually doing that analysis. So even like when we're doing forensic investigation, it can identify TTPs easily, potential ways to gain access into a system by just clicking a button.
So for me, we focus a lot on personally identifiable information, so PII and how it's weaponized to develop sophisticated attacks. And I think the inferential component that was mentioned just here is really interesting to me. So the capacity across large data sets to be able to infer the presence or even upon leaks of sensitive data, and to be able to inform strategies and react based on that type of detection capability. So all of the marvels of Gen AI that present risks, I think conceptualizing those within a context that enable us to detect and respond more quickly. This has major implications not only for security, but for compliance, for crisis, for communications, and the entire paradigm of how we deal with these threats. So that's what I'm quite excited about, but I'm also quite scared about the same thing.
Right. So when we think about it, gentlemen, the use of AI in cybersecurity has been likened to fire. Extremely useful, but quite dangerous if mishandled. When we think about small businesses, they're said to be the backbone of economies, more so in small developing states. What would be your advice to small businesses in utilizing AI-powered solutions, and what would be some of the major concerns you would have in that utilization? Let's start with you, Rory.
All right, so in my perspective, it's actually easier for smaller organizations to leverage AI, especially when it comes on to security. So for example, if you're going to be utilizing AI to do EDR detection, XDR, all of these different items, because your organization is much smaller, it's easier to control the impact on the organization. So remember, when you're truly utilizing AI, it will make decisions on its own. So if it identifies a threat, it will block the threat, it will quarantine the user, it will isolate the network. So those are just some of the ways that it will be able to identify the risk and to be able to pretty much remediate items on its own. So that's one of the ways that you can look on how small businesses can leverage it. The threats with it, though, is that normally with a small organization, they may not have the proper governance in place. So you have to think about AI governance. How are you going to leverage this AI technology? How are you going to implement it? What data will it have access to? What version of the AI will you utilize? Will you utilize an open source? Not to say anything is wrong with open source, but you have to make that decision in terms of the risk that you're willing to take with hardening your network and securing your network with these different types of technology. So those are just some of the concerns that you can consider if you're a small to medium-sized business, how you're going to leverage AI. But to me, the advantages kind of outweighs the risk. Once you have the proper governance in place, you can manage all of those risks.
Thank you, Rory. And, you know, it's Murphy's Law sometimes, but I do believe Mr. Palacio has joined us now virtually. Welcome, and you can go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'll pick up the conversation after.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and hello everyone. I'm saying hello from Mexico City. I'm sorry I couldn't join you personally, but I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm Lalo Palacio. I'm a part of a regional team at a Latin America level for Google Cloud. We specialize in security and compliance for the public cloud, particularly GCP, our Google Cloud platform. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had progressed the discussion a bit, and the question we're considering now is the role AI can play for small businesses, which largely drives economies. And so you can chime in now, and we'll continue going forward.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes. So I think the best thing about AI as a technology is that it has become the type of technology that's pervasive through society. As opposed to other types of technology that you might think about, even the cloud, that had bigger barriers of entry, AI has really broken all those barriers and has really democratized the access to technology through almost any possible means, right? Anyone can take their cell phone and tap into different types of AI, and that has really grown to be the type of technology that for small and medium businesses can really find them thriving. And it only comes down to how literate people in those industries are to what AI can do for them, right? So that's where this kind of space is really important to bring that information into the space. Now, particularly in cybersecurity, that has a lot of impact. Some of my colleagues have already mentioned, but in general, there's a hidden impact that I think will come from that, which is we can start addressing the skills gap that we've had in security for a while. We've been talking for almost 10 years or maybe longer about a huge skills gap in terms of cybersecurity. And what AI does very well is democratize the access to cybersecurity information. So for small and medium businesses in emerging markets, what that means is you can have access to a broader set of skills that would otherwise be just reserved for those big countries and those big companies that can afford it, right? So I think that's one of the main topics here.
Right. So building on that, Jonathan, when we look at it, AI, OpenAI, ChatGPT, took a couple of years and a couple of billions. DeepSeek took a fraction of that time and an even smaller fraction of that cost. How can entities, individuals leverage the body of work in artificial intelligence, large language models to actually create and innovate within the cybersecurity space, particularly within this region, or anywhere else for that matter?
Yeah, sure. So I guess we're all aware of the rapid arrival of DeepSeek to the market, and it arrives in a market that each day it includes more people across sectors, across industries, engaging with professional and daily activities to increase efficiency, right? Increasing efficiency, you're increasing your capacity for learning. You are engaging in a meaningful way that allows you to be more effective at what you're doing, and also hyper-specialize in areas that we were not equipped to do so before. So just going back a second before to the context of small businesses, because I think that's a fantastic use case. There, in the same way as exists with the human being, there are operational limits. One can only do so much, right? But when you're engaged with a tool that enables you to hyper-specialize in a matter of seconds, to map and plan, to iteratively in a feedback loop, generate ideas and proposals as if you were a team, or as if you were a team working over a significant period of time, the cumulative amount of that output, it can be tremendous. It can be significant. The same works in cybersecurity. You can delegate and hyper-specialize. You can connect different AI tools that allow for early detection, mapping, continuity planning, compliance detection. I mean, the list is nearly infinite. What I'm concerned about in these types of contexts at the individual level and also at the corporate level are the cultures of dependence that will naturally develop from a consistent use and reliance on tools that are so powerful and that essentially guide you in a certain direction and enhance your capacity for decision making. So I think, sincerely, we are in the midst of what will be slated to be a significant geopolitical confrontation over a long period of time with the introduction of DeepSeek, with the potential flourishing of several other large language models. I think it's going to have significant economic benefit, but the nature of fast-moving technologies is that the identification of vulnerabilities is responsive and reactive. And so I would be, cautious, and I would look to kind of regional blocks, such as activities here in the Caribbean, in Europe with the DSA Act. There was just the AI Summit in France, in which one of the critical axes of debate was innovation and evolution of AI and international or global competitiveness, or regulation and caution and protection for individuals, which is a debate that doesn't seem to be resolved by any stretch of the imagination. So I think we are confronting a pretty pivotal space, and the next year will say a lot about the development of these types of models and what they actually mean for society.
Right. Thank you for that. And when we look at geopolitical tensions, when we look at the growth in localized conflict and crime, surveillance tends to be something that law enforcers and administrations turn to. Rory, what are some of the ethical considerations of leveraging AI in terms of facial recognition, license plate recognition, etc., in crime fighting for physical crimes, but also in cyber, in terms of how persons utilize corporate resources or even access and remove or use data in organizations?
Yeah, very good question, and especially when we think locally with the JDP, the Jamaica Data Protection Act, we have to be careful in terms of how we grant AI access to these data sources. So if we're not protecting the information that the models are utilizing, then they can literally do anything with those information. So a perfect example you gave in terms of the camera. If AI is being utilized with cameras to detect and identify persons, what data source is it utilizing to compare that information? So is it utilizing an existing picture? Did you have to upload that image initially, or does it have a database or a data set that it's pulling from? Any way you take it, it's processing data. We as an end user have to ask a question: did we give permission for it to leverage our information? So that's where the ethical concerns comes into play. A lot of times we install applications on our device, we utilize services, and we just click agree, or allow. We don't even read the fine print to state what is the application doing with our data. Did we grant it permission to process this data and access it? A perfect case right here. How many persons are using the Wi-Fi right now? That's one? Who is using the Wi-Fi right now? All right. How did you gain access to the Wi-Fi? You just asked for the code, right? Did you consent to them processing any information that you're accessing over the Wi-Fi? No? You just got the password and you just connected, right? What if they were utilizing the AI version of the Wi-Fi? I don't know what Wi-Fi they're using, but AI has a capability to track all of your activities on the Wi-Fi network. It can quarantine if there's anything malicious, but it can also capture the data that you're transferring or moving, so it can start prioritizing the data, it can start categorizing it. Did you grant it permission for that? No. This is hypothetical, and we have not tested the Wi-Fi here, but this is some of the considerations that you have to take when you're connecting to devices, connecting to environments, granting access to services, even utilizing ChatGPT. It tells you up front, don't put anything sensitive in the portal. Don't ask it anything sensitive. It can create proposals, it can write documents, letters for you, but don't feed it too much sensitive information. Even when we're doing penetration tests, we have certain versions of ChatGPT that we utilize where literally all we need to do is enter the IP address of the host that we're testing. It will go out and identify vulnerabilities, identify breach credentials, identify risky employees, and provide us with all of the vulnerabilities. Those are some of the avenues that attackers are also taking. But again, did you consent in giving it permission to process your data? No, sir. So that's where the ethical part comes in. It's all great in terms of the capability that it has, But you also have to think about, are you willing to give up access to your data or your privacy, especially when investigations are going to take place? Do you want to balance privacy versus security, or do you want to just identify how the crime occurred? That was a good question for anybody. What would you prefer? Would you prefer to solve the crime, or do you need to have NDAs in place, agreements in place, consent in place for them to process the data? So think about that. But that's the major ethical concern in terms of how they access and how do they process the data with this AI technology. Even where's the data stored? What servers are it processed on? Is it processed locally? Is it processed in a region that we don't have any controls over? So there's a lot of ethical related questions that we can ask.
Right, thank you for that, Rory. Now, Kevin and Layla, when you consider or further consider the ethics of the use of AI in cybersecurity, what would be your take on the bias in training some of these models, and also how they're utilized by bad actors? I mean, the threat actors utilizing AI, not the cybersecurity practitioners, in the corporate world or wherever, in terms of how it impacts the everyday user. I'll start with you, Lelo, and come back to Kevin.
Yeah, so bias is one of the biggest concerns around AI, just because of the impact that it can have when people are going to AI for answers and then not necessarily applying additional criteria or their own criteria to determine the validity of AI's answers, right? So when it comes to how that plays into how providers, how vendors work, design principles, privacy, responsibility, and ethical design principles into AI, that's where the main difference resides. You were talking earlier about, the different vendors and types of models, open source from one country, from another country, from one vendor or another. There are differences between each of those models. And the subtle differences come from how some vendors will trade off speed and, in some cases, even accuracy at the cost of security and privacy and most of what's already been discussed, right? So Google Cloud incorporates privacy design principles and architectures that really safeguard how our AI behaves in terms of what's being asked, in terms of what's being prompted. And we're constantly reevaluating the risk of adversarial techniques that can be used to poison the model or poison the prompt. And that really makes a difference when using an artificial intelligence. We're using different types of artificial intelligence, because it can be the difference between using a model that will give you any answer at all costs, or models that will give you the right answer only if it's responsible ethically and safeguarding user safety, security, and privacy, right? In Google Cloud, we're really committed to that, and we've even established principles around the use and build and how we build AI that align perfectly with this approach in terms of adhering to ethical guidelines, adhering to risk assessments, to mitigating different types of threats, and overall being in compliance with international law and human rights principles, right? So the use of AI shouldn't deviate from international law or from ethical principles in any way that any other type of technology would deviate, right? But obviously, as we're focusing on AI and as an emerging technology, all these questions come into play, and that's where regulation and policy really need to step up and start building the governance frameworks that will allow for AI to be used pervasively and not hinder innovation, at the same time that we avoid some of these risks, right?
Thank you, Lelo. Kevin?
So our algorithmic bias is a real concern. If you're making decisions off incomplete data, that can have serious consequences for your business, for people in general. So understanding your use case, understanding the data that model has been trained on, and understanding if it is diverse enough to be giving you accurate results. Continually testing those results, so as you're actually implementing the algorithm, the AI, the LLM. Continually testing those results to make sure they're not displaying bias, and if they are, like, how do we correct that? How do we go back and diversify the training data, or make sure that we are making the best decisions using the tool and the technology that we can? In terms of the threat actors, obviously, in the same way an employee can be compromised, AI can be compromised as well. So there are techniques, there are ways that people can, inject prompting, actually manipulate the AI and the model to produce bad results, misleading results that can have, far-reaching consequences to the business.
Thank you for that. And so, we have to be careful that even as we leverage artificial intelligence and seek to become more efficient in whatever it is that we're using it for, that we're aware of and we keep track of how these models are trained and what the body of knowledge they're using is, where it's from, how it actually impacts us. Now, whether we're thinking about generative AI being a force multiplier in the workplace, or helping students with schoolwork, or just getting research done, when you think about AI and the rate of growth, the rate of improvement, what do you see happening with AI, particularly in the learning and commercial space for the next decade? We'll start with you, Jonathan. It's an open question.
Sure. So next decade, I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with an author, a scientist named, or technologist named Ray Kurzweil. He's written some really fascinating books and studies over the past decades, but he has been going on about this idea called the singularity since, I think, like the late 80s. And it sounds somewhat like a science fiction type of idea, but the singularity is the concept of when artificial intelligence will reach a degree of intelligence that's comparable to human beings and potentially even have a consciousness of its own. And he ties this idea to a rate that he describes in terms of the increasing capacity of the chips, smart chips, processing chips. Every 10 years or so, they increase a certain volume in capacity, and they're also getting smaller. So he has this really curious calculation where he expects by 2030, which I think is a little bit soon, for the singularity to be reached. But I think the frame of reference is quite important, because we realize that as AI gets more intelligent and it enables more efficient and larger scale, sophisticated commercial activities, that this feedback loop that is generated will only increase the rate of acceleration. So, theoretically, it could be argued that it will continue to get better at a faster rate. So what does that mean in terms of real-life applications? I mean, many of the predictions of the early phases of even Gen AI 3-4 years ago seem to have not gone on a linear or an exponential path. You see kind of peaks and valleys that are very much dependent on economic realities. Are companies continuously receiving the investment that they expect? Are governments putting a regulation that impedes or facilitates or accelerates the proliferation of AI? What are the risks, and how is society and how are public institutions confronting those risks? So, I mean, I think there are several use cases, right? You can see in many sectors it's already having a significant impact. I think there's going to be serious questions in terms of of the workforce, about how we reorganize ourselves if AI is now a concentrated entity in the economy that is responsible for generating productivity and wealth in the same way that, you know, humans did in terms of organized labor prior. We are going to have to be able to rethink our systems in a meaningful way. This also is relevant to the way that we frame and understand risk, which is why we're here today and in this conference. When I presented yesterday, I explained that AI, negative repercussions related to AI were among the top 10 global risks identified by the World Economic Forum in 2025, and it was on the list also in 2024. So AI as kind of a critical reality, a critical infrastructure reality. When I say critical infrastructure, I refer to kind of the social fabric as well as our commercial possibilities and economic possibilities moving forward. Is something that's going to be, I think, very high on the agenda in the next 10 years and for the foreseeable future.
Rory?
Yeah, a lot can happen in 10 years when you look on it. So even before we speak on AI, compare the discussion 10 years ago about cloud computing. Not a lot of organizations were considering cloud. Governments didn't want to adopt the cloud technology, and now we have entities that are built solely on the cloud. And I think AI will also take a similar path. So yes, the technology is going to be improving. The vast amount of processing power, the decision making is going to get better. But in 10 years' time or even 5 years' time, it will be very interesting pertaining to the amount of information it will process. We will have numerous models in place. We will have to train them. We will have localized models that even Jamaica may build one locally. Just maybe a Caribbean will have a model. So these are some of the direction that we need to even consider. So we may want to have one tailored just for Jamaica. Currently, we don't necessarily have one speaking patois. And when you think about like some of the attack techniques, like deepfake, 2 years ago when we explored deepfake, it was at its infancy stage. And what deepfake is pretty much taking a video and an audio of anyone, and you can train it to speak, to look like you, to have a conversation. When we're utilizing it now in the Jamaican space, the only drawback is that because it does not understand patois, it doesn't have the amount of data set loaded into it. So when you type the conversation, it's not going to sound exactly like a Jamaican. So that's one of the tips, by the way, also, if you're ever encountering in any type of video that seems very weird, just start talking patois to it and see if it responds in patois. All right? But seriously though, in a few years' time, the technology will get so advanced that the human eye will become very difficult to detect and to identify those types of attack techniques. So we have to be careful of the power that we're granting to AI, because we don't want Terminator to happen or iRobot where they start taking over the world, because there has to be some controls that are built into it. These are realistic risks that can happen, you know. Because if it's becoming so creative that it can replace employees, it can replace the workforce in creating documents, becoming assistants, it will become so advanced that it will literally start taking over our own jobs, running our lives. So we have to have the controls in place to mitigate that type of risk. But if it creates unemployment, it will also create new jobs and opportunities. So we have to enhance it and embrace it.
Kevin?
So right now we're being disrupted by AI. It's kind of permeating everything. It's disrupting jobs, lifestyle, everything we do. We're talking 10 years. The significant thing that's going to impact us coming next very quickly is quantum computing and quantum AI. Google released Willow at the end of last year, which is the next iteration of their stable quantum chip. As they continue to iterate in that space, quantum is going to ultimately change everything we know about cryptography, everything we know about computing in general. So I think it's going to happen sooner than 10 years. But if we're talking about a 10-year window, then yeah, keep your eye on quantum. keep an understanding of kind of what it is and what it's going to do and how we may have to adjust. A lot of it's still being figured out, but that's going to be the next step change for us in this space.
Lalo.
Yeah, thank you. So Kevin bit me a little bit to the punch with talking about quantum and what Google's doing around the space. But there's definitely something to look at. I mean, we can't really sleep on quantum because it'll be a game changer in terms of the amount of data that can be processed and the sheer performance boost that it will give AI. So that's something that we need to definitely look into. But then, on a more positive note or a more optimistic note, what I would say is, I also foresee AI being a game changer in terms of the security challenges that we face today. Like every time we talk about cybersecurity, we love to say that we have ever-growing threats, more sophisticated threats, right? And more breaches than ever. And that's true every year, and every year it's growing and growing and growing. And then what that becomes for security teams inside organizations and inside the government is endless toil. It's too many things to secure, too many alerts to look into, too many incidents to attend. And when you put that in conjunction with what Will already mentioned about a lack of talent, a lack of skills in the market, then that creates the perfect storm that AI can help breach, right? When you see specialized LLMs being developed, at Google we developed what we call SecLM, which is a specialized security LLM that can summarize, that can classify, that can generate, and that can create what we call systems that secure themselves, right? So we're starting to look at a frontier where the alerts you get will start being post-mortem. You'll get alerts about how a system identified an incident, created a rule, applied the rule, applied 2 patches along the way, followed a playbook, and then it's just informing you that that's already been remediated, right? So if we look into the future optimistically, then we can imagine a future for cybersecurity where you never have to write another rule, where you never have to investigate noise anymore, and where you might even not be able to write another or have to write another playbook. That future takes us into interesting conversations that have already been raised about what the future for cybersecurity analysts look like, right? It's a future where the criteria, the personal bias, and the personal experience of security analysts will be the last frontier in terms of what cybersecurity, with AI and cybersecurity can or can't do. And that ultimately will come to education, right? The future of education is a future enabled by AI, but also a future where people that are not educated in AI and the use of AI and the risks of AI will start lagging behind, right? There's a great book by Mustafa Suleyman. He's one of the co-founders of DeepMind at Google. He created a book called The Coming Wave. It's a really interesting read on the power of AI through the 21st century and what are the great paradoxes of this amazing technology that will also represent all of our greatest risks and fears, and how these fast developing technologies can really come to change our world for the better if we're able to harness that power. So yeah, definitely an interesting and bright future that I foresee, but not without its risks.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, as we navigate the quantum computing era and contemplate the post-quantum computing era, we have to recognize that artificial intelligence is here to stay, and we either embrace it and leverage it to our benefit, or we oppose it to our peril. In 10 seconds each, one piece of advice with respect to innovations, ethics, and future trends using AI in cybersecurity?
Monitor it very closely, so don't let AI create on its own. We have to have the governance in place to manage it.
Avoid creating cultures of dependency in which the power of AI generates complacency and a lack of proximity or understanding to the real risks.
Zero trust for AI. AI is making the decisions, but let's apply the same policies that we do to people to the AI.
Leila?
Yeah, don't let fear hinder innovation. And that means adhering and start looking at regulation and regulatory frameworks that will be very helpful in the future. We're talking about ISO 42001. We're talking about ISO 2790 and 91 for cybersecurity and privacy and AI, and many other frameworks that NIST and MITRE and other players are starting to look at to start building the rule book around how we adopt AI. And as we go into that, fear will lower and allow for innovation to keep moving forward.
Thank you. So as we conclude the panel, one thing is clear. Artificial intelligence is not just a tool. It is a force that holds the power to define the trajectory of our collective future. Whether it becomes a beacon of innovation or a challenge to navigate will depend on the decisions we make today. It is our responsibility to harness artificial intelligence, not just with ambition, but with wisdom, equity, and accountability. The future of artificial intelligence is ultimately the future of humanity. One we all must shape with purpose, vigilance, and a commitment to the greater good. Thank you, gentlemen. And I think, Mr. Host, we have time for one question. One burning question. Not a comment, not a concern, just a question. Go ahead, ma'am. Can we ask you to use the microphone so...
Thank you so much. I started off by saying that I love what AI is all about and where we're heading. No turning back, we just have to embrace it and make the best of it. But I'm still concerned about Jamaica in particular. And here's why. Whilst we are getting up to speed, right, at a gradual pace, given how we operate as a people, the matter of trust again, and we don't know too much about these things, so we're not going too far into it. But I want to ask ourselves, I want to ask the decision makers, and I want to ask the financial institutions, are we really interested in making this frontier one for all? Are we making the resources available to equip the small business, the growing business? Are we doing enough, creating enough resources? When you go to a bank, credit union, can you get a loan? And you specifically say to them, I want some money to equip my business, to harness AI for effectiveness and efficiency. How much are they prepared to give you that loan? What credentials will they ask you for? And how fast can they put you on a track or set you back quickly? The next part of my question is, are we going to get to a stage where we are going to be incorporating external minds to come into Jamaica to teach us? Because we're not keeping a pace with the knowledge that's out there. So children are leaving school this May. Heart is doing its bit with prompt engineer and so on. Do we have enough resources out there? Enough facilities out there, it's not what I'm talking, to be training people like myself, younger than me, older than I am, so that we are churning out a specific set of professionals and entrepreneurs to really harness AI and not to be left behind. The other day, my niece went on the U.S. immigration website waiting for her documents to be cleared, right? And she asked AI 3 times the same question. You know what AI told her? But I have answered you. I've answered you 3 times. There's nothing more that I can tell you. Goodbye.
And that sounds like a very good segue into where we are in the program.
So please, let us think consciously about Jamaica. What are we doing to prepare ourselves for the AI intervention?
That sounds like a very good segue. And the whole point of it is that I don't think there's a banker among my panelists, but we note the question. And with respect to the body of knowledge, I do believe that in Jamaica and in the region, there is enough knowledge, and certainly our collaborative efforts with our international partners gives us the more than what we need to create within Jamaica the space to safely and beneficially leverage artificial intelligence. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And indeed, most of us only are using the tip of the iceberg where AI is concerned. But indeed, it is something that we will have to leverage more and more as we become familiar with it. As one speaker said, AI is no longer a glimpse into the future. It is the driver of transformation in every aspect of society. And it's allowing us to delegate, and individuals are working like their entire teams and hyper-specializing. At this time, we have a presentation that I think will be quite fitting and interesting. It's going to be delivered by a cybersecurity expert with over 20 years of experience in the field. He holds a degree in cybernetics and computer systems and a master's degree in cybersecurity. He is Vice President of Cybersecurity and Managed Services and the Country Manager of IQ Tech in Mexico. He is Victor Mejia. Put your hands together for him, please. Make him welcome.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. It's a challenge to be right here, but we are already prepared and did some very deep investigation on the next topic that we are going to cover. We want to thank you, the Minister, for this invitation. We are very honored to be here, and let's talk. Thank you. So, the topic is behavioral biometrics. Why is this important now, and what could be the impact and benefits for my organization? So, let's quiz. How many attacks do you think we have in different models of cyber attacks? Any guess? Can you? Okay. Any guess? More than 10. No, much beyond that. Beyond that. 10 is very, very low. Different kind of attacks, modalities. More than 10? Yeah, well, it's not a count because every day we see a very different new number, but we are beyond 100 different kind of attacks. But this is the important thing. If we look at the numbers, what are the two main ones that fall into the cybersecurity holes? First one is 85% of the incidents involve a human element. This is statistics of last month. And 61 of them involves some kind of breach for credentials. So what does it mean to us? It means that the human is still the factor that is going to lead the leak of information. So phishing is an important topic nowadays, social engineering, and obviously credential stuffing. All right? So what are the traditional authentication methods that we use? This is the ones that you know and probably you have implemented. Something that you know, something that you have, and something that you are. So let's have a look on this. Something that you know, probably you receive an IP number, or probably you configure in this specific website a password, a security question, or a password. Another part, in order to increase security, is something that you have. Could be a token, static or dynamic, could be a smart card, or a smart device, like your cell phone with an application where you receive probably a dynamic password. Or the most interesting part, something that you are, a fingerprint, a pattern, could be your retina, or a vein, map of the veins in the hand, or recognition of voice and facial. Unfortunately, all of these methods have demonstrated that have failed. Why? Because there is password fatigue. Everybody has to remember how many passwords? 25, 30, 50, 60, a lot. So what is the ending? Let me tell you some stories. You write down all of them in one contact that is called passwords. So if your device is stolen, some hacker can find very easily the password, right? And you put, this is the one, and you put some notes that this is not an L, this is a 1, right? Or you write them down in some stick notes and put it next into your monitor. Or you use the exactly same one and you modify just the minimum, the same password that you use across all the different systems that you access. Additionally, there are attacks like man-in-the-middle attacks, where the people can still trick you in order to get the information that you want. All right? That's why behavioral biometrics makes an important role into security for all of us. First of all, what is it? Exactly, is authentication method that use unique patterns in human behaviors to verify identity. It means it's the way that everybody behaves without not doing anything else additional. How does it work? Well, I guess this is the most important and interesting part. Is a continuous monitoring and an analysis of user interactions with devices and systems. Don't forget this word, continuous. Why? Because when I log into the system, I will be reviewing constantly the cadence of the voice. Every single one of us has a different way of saying the same phrase, right? If you change during the interaction with the system, imagine your bank. You are doing some banking through the voice, and if you change the cadence, then the system is going to close the session. Because I can imagine that someone stole your device, right? The same with the touchscreen devices and mouse. If you change the pattern, as a pattern, the velocity, the speed, the way, if you move from top right to lower left, some of them are from the left and then bottom. Some of others are bottom then left. So the system is going to understand learn and adapt in order to identify how you behave when you are required for some specific movements. Imagine banks, when you are doing the login in the touch screen, with the speed that you touch the screen, I will identify if you are the right person or is someone that was able to install the NIP. All right? Also, now that the signature of documents is through digital, I can validate the speed of how you make the signature. If this doesn't match the pattern that I learned, it means that someone is signing the document instead of you. And finally, keystroke dynamics. Imagine that the system is going to learn how fast and the way that I press, for example, the A and then the D. If this speed change, it means that someone was able to get into my device. Imagine that you are in a coffee shop, you go to the bathroom, let the laptop open, and someone is able to get and step into your device. If they start doing the transaction, the system is going to identify that there is someone else instead of you, and is going to close the session. Now, there is now a new advanced methodology. That is, you have to make a video online, and I will identify facial gestures. Means the number of links that you make with the eyes per second, the way that, or the size of how do you open the mouth to pronounce specific words or letters, all right? What is the objective of all this stuff? To identify when someone is able to steal your identity and close the session and avoid these damages to happen. So, what are the advantages? First of all, it's continuous. It's not when during the login session. It's during the entire session. So if in the middle someone is able to steal my device, the session will be closed. All right? In this example, for example, you see that on the left part, you started the session and you hit a rate of 93%. It means it is you. But imagine that you are driving and you pass the WebEx session to your wife and ask her like put mute, move this, send this message because I'm driving, right? And then the system identifies that the pattern of the person that is handling the device is not you. But because I don't want to be very, very strict, I will let you pass. Then you get to the red light, you receive again the device, and then you reach again the 93, 95 score, right? But suddenly, someone steals the device and runs. So the pattern is not you. I will close the session. So I have some kind of thresholds where I can decide where to close the sessions, where to continue, or how the system will behave if a change in the pattern occurs. All right? Other advantages. It is very difficult, and you will see an asterisk. It is very difficult, but not impossible, to steal the way that you behave, the pattern. It is frictionless. Why? Because you don't need to do nothing. You just need to behave. Type the way you type every day. Talk the way you talk every day. All right? And it's adaptive learning. It means it's going to understand if you have flu, if you are getting old, something like that. So the system will adapt in order to understand it is you. So for the companies, how can the companies use this technology? Well, banking and financial services is to do fraud detection through behavioral monitoring during transactions. Enterprise security, insider threat detection by monitoring deviations in employee behavior. Healthcare, ensuring secure access to sensitive patient data with minimal user disruption. E-commerce and retail, protecting online transactions from fraudsters without burdening legitimate users. And finally, government and military, enhance security to sensitive information systems. Now, we mentioned an asterisk, and this is the exciting part. What are the challenges this technology will face? There is now artificial intelligence that will help me to do AI-assisted attacks. Right. And we will show and demonstrate these kind of attacks at the end of the session. So we have regular AI and generative AI. Means that the system, there are already tools that will learn and will generate from the patterns that we are feeding into the system and will generate the new patterns that will match probably your behavior. You will understand me in a minute. For example, you see here, how many of you have heard of Fraud GPT? Everybody has heard of ChatGPT, right? Everybody uses it. What about Fraud GPT? Hey man, the man from CrowdStrike. Who else? Well, this is a platform that you can ask, for example, help me to write a new malware with these behaviors. All right? The access to the platform is €89.99. If you want a lifetime access, it's $149. So everybody can be a hacker. What this tool can help me to do? Can help me to write new malicious code, create undetectable malware, create new phishing pages, or create new hacking tools. This is a little list of more than 40 different usage cases this tool has. Let's talk about the worms and ransomware that we can create with this tool. There will be a new generation of malware that will be polymorphic or metamorphic. Polymorphic, it changes the behavior a little bit as long as they are moving through the infection of different devices. Polymorphic means that it's going to rewrite the entire code as long as they are moving, so no kidding. No. I'm just 15 minutes. You told me 30 minutes. All right, so this is one example. This is another platform called Worm GPT, version 3. As you can see, over 7 million subscribers, so everybody can be a hacker. Let's see, how can I be a hacker? Imagine, give me the code of polymorphic worm with ransomware, and you have the code, all right? So the new kind of hacker is not the one that has a high skills on how to write the code. He's the person who knows how to interact with these kind of systems and get the information they want. It will be new evasion techniques. Why? Because this new AI can get feed of a lot of information and choose the right one in order to evade the system. All right? And obviously, it will help me to automate the attacks into the systems. Now, the part that I want to reach, social engineering. How can I manipulate the person if I can do phishing pages, but now with artificial intelligence? Imagine that the page can identify where it is landing and then adapt the language of the entire page so you cannot distinguish if they was written originally in Spanish, in English, in Korean, in Chinese, in Russian, whatever. I can clone the voice. I can clone the mail, and I can do deep fakes. That is the last part that I want to do. Okay, let's talk about cloning voice. A lot of tools available online for cloning voice. Look at this one, Speechify. 30 seconds are enough to clone a voice. I will never do that. Okay, can you review your WhatsApp and let me know how many messages, voice messages, have you sent to another person that are minute, 2 minutes? This can be used in order to feed this and to clone your voice very easily. With this tool, I can put emotions into the voice: excited, bored, blue, fast, slow, whatever. Oh, audio, please. Wow. Okay, this is one result of a deepfake attack when you put all this information, artificial intelligence, voice cloning, digital look-like cloning, whatever cloning.
I'm not over-freedom. What you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it's not. What if I were to tell you that I'm not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
So, looks like someone has enough technology, resources to do this stuff. So, if you put this kind of attack into a person where you send an email and ask for transfer of 25 million, and he's like, this is a scam, all right? But then you receive a WebEx, a team, or a video call saying like, why you didn't make the transfer that I just sent you. I am the CFO, you know me, this is my voice, this is my look like, do the transfer. And he did it. And he discovered he was dumb. All right? So, this is the way the new hackers will look like. Will be AI assisted. Now, how can we prepare to do and to defend of these kind of attacks? All right? We have to train the employees. There is no technology. It's customer awareness that we have to do. All right? So there are tools that we already have. Here, for example, you see Pablo Montas from our labs extracting information about our faces in order to feed the tool so we can do deep fake training for employees, for our customers. Look at this. In the left hand, you will see the person in our labs manipulating the software. Look into the right side. He's changing the face as we speak. This is me, for example. They put me some hair. Thanks God. What do you think? So we do no regular phishing campaigns. We do deepfake training for employees, critical employees, so they learn that they can be dumb if they don't follow the procedures and policies. So what's the protection? Customer awareness. A lot of customer awareness. Phishing campaigns, and tabletop exercises, all right? We do it with what's the objective? We have to pass from the human to be at risk for the human to be the first line of defense, all right? So we do offer this through our Security Operations Center. We do have people that is expert on these matters. The Security Operations Center has a lot of different ISO certifications, And we do work with a lot of partners, including CrowdStrike, Google Cloud, and a lot of them. All right, so we're gonna show you just in 30 seconds a live demo. Pass them, Greg, you have to move the window to the extended window. Move it to the extended window. So we are going to connect live with the overlaps, and you will see how can they change the face immediately. At the moment that we want, we can clone the voice and we can do whatever we want. All right? So at this moment we have Keanu Reeves. Hey, say hello to everybody, Keanu. Keanu, say hello. Okay. I am the manager. They follow the instructions. You see, it's very easy. So, can you change the face, please, live? Hi. This is our local account manager, all right? Can you change to another one, please? What do you think? Very easy, if you know how to do it. Ah, caray, with a large hair, all right? So this is what we want, to train and let the people know that they can be done live, even using Teams, even using WebEx, even using whatever meeting application you are using, right? For us, it's a matter of clicks. We have a huge hardware with huge GPUs, so we can do this, and we offer these services to train the critical people inside your organization, treasury department, procurement department, finance, the people that work with the VPs, the directors. So we can change live so they understand they don't need to click, they don't have to click, they don't have to trust, and they have to follow the policies. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you like it.
I think he deserves a round of applause. Put your hands together for him. I don't know if I was more impressed by the content or the presentation or his ability to give himself a full head of curly hair with a click, but it gives me a little bit of hope for myself. I don't know what we can use, if we can use to generate AI. Maybe we can artificially create some help for the follically challenged among us. He said it takes 30 seconds now to clone a voice. I remember not too long ago it was 10 minutes. Like they said, if we can get 10 minutes of your voice, we can make it say anything. And again, it's one of those things where I always say, like, it is as bad as it will ever be, because now, if somebody calls you and you talk long enough, they can clone your voice in 30 seconds. I remember a few years ago, I was speaking with the then Commissioner of Police, and I was saying to him that, you know, maybe some of the times when I want to put out a statement from him, and he doesn't want to speak, if he would just give me 10 minutes of his voice, I could put out a statement of him saying anything. But now all I need is 30 seconds. Clearly, the potential negative overrides maybe in some instances for some people the potential benefit. But one thing I know for certain is that it is something that we all must contend with. All right, at this time I'm going to invite Lieutenant Colonel to come forward. He's going to moderate another panel, which I also think is going to be very good. It's going to be on, well, no, you know what? It is now, can we take 10 minutes? Can we take the coffee break? Let's take a 10-minute coffee break if it's ready. And then we can come back and have the closing session, which is really on cyber capacity building. So stretch your legs, refresh yourselves, and we'll be back in a few. All right, those of you who are on the outside, I'm going to just ask you if you could make your way inside. We're about to resume. I did say 10 minutes. The coffee break was a liquid one. And so there's unfortunately no rush of sugar from any cinnamon rolls in this segment. So shall we just resume? All right. For those of you on the outside, once again, I'm going to ask you to come on the inside, and we are going to have 2 presentations and then our final fireside chat. So at this time, I will invite to the lectern to deliver a presentation on cybersecurity skills gap, the GOJ's perspective. A face, a voice that you know quite well. He's moderated a number of panels today. He's the head of the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team based in the Office of the Prime Minister, Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling. Please welcome him as he comes to make this presentation.
So basically all that stands between you and the end of this conference is me. And that's not a bad thing. I am used to being in positions like that. The challenge that we face is one that is pervasive globally. And we recognize that the only way we're going to fix it is to counter a number of things. And how we're going to be able to do that is really going to take an all-of-society approach. We like to talk about all of government, but government can't fix this. It has to be all of us, wherever we are, whether the 3 million here or the 7 million globally. As Jamaicans, we have to fix it. So it's a very short spiel, and this is how I intend to go through it. Okay, so technology doesn't work for me. But what we will move towards, so we can skip through this because you all know who I am, but this is where I have been, what I've done, where I've trained. At the heart of it, I am a simple soldier who has decided to give back. All right? So when I say to rooms like this that I'm a pensioner who has come out of retirement, everybody thinks I'm just doing something else. I am. I am. So where we will start is really with the conundrum. And the conundrum we face is that we're really putting people through courses. We're putting people through schools. But at the heart of it, a lot of persons don't know about cyber. They don't know about cybersecurity. They don't know about the career pathways in cyber. And they only think that cyber exists when they watch sci-fi movies or thrillers, and that's how it is. So we really have to look at how we treat with the cohort of people at our primary and secondary schools. Then we have graduates who come out of our universities, and really they're not fit for purpose when we talk about cybersecurity. They come out with glowing GPAs, and theoretically they're sound. But when you talk about bringing someone directly out of a 4-year computer science program into your SOC, it is a difficult prospect. The challenge is further compounded by the fact that the very industry that is clamoring for more persons they can employ have not really articulated what they want. They're telling you they want cybersecurity skills, but when you really ask them, do you want an analyst? Do you want an incident responder? Do you want somebody who can just sit down and dive through your data lake? They cannot tell you. And so it makes it difficult for educational institutions to prepare the next generation of the workforce. And as we know, legislation will always lag behind how the technology evolves, how the cyber criminals innovate and progress, and then there is a significant problem with enforcement because we either don't report it or we report what we think we need to report or we should report or to whom we need to report instead of what really should happen. So we at the Cyber Incident Response team in the Office of the Prime Minister have had to pivot in the last 3 years. We have to take a look at the in-situ workforce. That network or network administrator or system administrator that has to do the security work. We have to focus on them. The private sector has to come to terms with the fact that cybersecurity is not a theoretic endeavor anymore. It is practical, and it requires that they invest in their own existence. And then we have to recognize that if we continue to try to pay persons who do this job way below market, they are going to go somewhere else. And so the concept of the digital nomad will no longer just be something we think about. It will be what we all become. Because for every 10 persons who get turned down here, there are 100 opportunities outside the shores of Jamaica where they can be employed. We have to think about the programs and people that we have going. And at the primary school levels, we have to introduce technology, not just from a STEM or STEAM aspect, but practical aspects that we can actually get these youngsters interested in so that by the time they get to secondary schools, they're aware that these career pathways exist. At the secondary level, we have to ensure that persons not just understand that there's a computer lab and you can do IT and you can pass it and go somewhere else, but understand the practical implications, the practical applications of technology, particularly within the cybersecurity field. And then at the tertiary level, we have to recognize that most of the programs that are currently offered have never been reviewed. Based on when they were approved and accredited, they are yet to get to that stage where they're mandated to be reviewed. And so we really probably have to pull that review forward and see whether or not it is still consistent with what we hope to achieve and ensure that we make the changes. The next generation of cyber warriors cannot come from people in this room. It has to come from those persons who are currently in kindergarten or primary and prep school. At the very latest, the people in the secondary school system. Then we have to look at the people who are on the job, the corporate defenders. Those persons that CEO says to them, you need to defend this infrastructure, but you're not trained as a security practitioner. You're just a network administrator or a systems administrator or programmer. And the general population. Public education and awareness is critical to how we have to move forward. And we cannot do it as practitioners alone because that low cyber hygiene out there is going to come back to haunt us. So in trying to achieve this, we're being deliberate. We're not sitting down and waiting on it to just creep up on us. we're being deliberate in switching from our focus on trying to find graduates from a tertiary level institutions to join our workforce. And we're going into the primary and prep schools, and we're introducing technology. We're introducing cybersecurity as a career. We're introducing the need to generate that sort of appreciation for the fact that we have to be disruptive in this time. No longer is it mandatory for you to sit through 4 years of training just to get a degree, because really, if you have the aptitude and you're trainable, we can make you into a cyber warrior. And so that disruption has to take place in such a way that the short courses, the certifications are available to these persons midway secondary, at the end of secondary, where you can literally pick a prodigy and make them into the next CEO. So we have to empower students to appreciate the different categories of careers that exist, and we have to upskill, reskill, and deliver new skills to our adult workers in the workplace, such that we can create a public sector where a cybersecurity professional is not considered an IT practitioner and paid, or people try to pay them as such, and a private sector where the needs of industry are understood and can be delivered by academia. So in order to implement this, we are looking at the primary level, and we're going to create the content that is necessary to bring these people into the fore. We're going to then take the teachers and we're going to train them. Once we've trained them, we're going to facilitate that content delivery from grades 1 to 6. At the secondary school, given that there is an IT program, we're going to take that program, we're going to modify the content such that the curriculum can change to not just be an IT program, but an ICT or a STEM program with cybersecurity infused into it. Again, we're going to train the teachers. And then we're going to facilitate that content delivery. At the tertiary level, it's going to begin with a mandated desk review by the University Council of Jamaica. And what this will do is take all the programs accredited in the last 3 to 5 years and do a desk review. Where there are gaps that are identified, we're willing to work with the institutions by funding, by mentoring, by providing resources to fix those. We're going to then look at the ability of the institutions to deliver these programs with practical capabilities. And where there are gaps in terms of lab facilities or other practical elements within the training environment, sandboxes, development arenas, we're going to work with you. Limited funding, but funding is there to build that out so that I don't get a bookish theoric that turns up in my sock and I have to spend the next 6 months getting them to appreciate the tools that they need to work with in order to bring cybersecurity skills to bear. We're going to facilitate that, and then we're going to provide scholarships. 4 full-fledged scholarships for 4 years to get you to either a first degree or a couple of postgraduate degrees. And we're going to seek to sustain that so that it becomes a revolving process. And what we're hoping to do here is to ensure that we have a sustainable chain for the production of skilled personnel within Jamaica. Yes, gender, the otherwise able, we have to factor them. At last count, we're turning out about 426 graduates from computer science, IT-related degree programs each year. Only 26% of that are females. We're seeking over the next 4 years to build that up to 30%. And hopefully we can sustain that going forward. For the adult workforce, we have to facilitate that upskilling. So we're putting together a pool of funds to ensure that these persons can be trained, mentored, and properly employed to deliver cybersecurity services there. With respect to the private sector, we are going to be working with you to understand your needs so that academia can tailor their programs or create new ones so that we don't end up with a case where you sit there and you say, well, there are no skills here, or we can't afford to do cybersecurity unless we bring people in. We're going to create the talent here, And we're going to ensure that you understand what you need because it's your requirements, and you have to be willing to put your money where your mouth is and pay the people what they deserve. So this is what we hope to get out of it. Just under 700,000 persons at the secondary and primary levels in 242 prep schools and 753 primary schools we're looking to impact. 180 junior and traditional high schools with almost 600,000 persons. 150 vocational training institutions and 17 universities/colleges. And we're looking to do that in the next 3 to 5 years. So when we talk about the digital skills gap, this is what the government of Jamaica is doing to bridge the divide. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Go straight into it. All right, so
just a note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move straight into the panel discussion. But Victor is continuing his presentation in the on behavioral biometrics in the breakout room. So if you're interested in hearing more about that, you can head over in that direction and continue that conversation.
All right, so if the only reward for work, good or otherwise, is more work, then I will invite to the podium the following persons: Maxwell Shofton, Professor Thorpe, and Dr. Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. I know it's after lunch, but they came here to share with us, right? Let's make them feel welcome. I know you see me every day, so you don't really have to do anything like that for me. We're good where that's concerned. Gentlemen, as the saying goes, the more the merrier. And when we think about the national skills gap, when we think about cybersecurity, when we think about our GDP and our ability to compete globally for a skill set that still have vacancies in the millions globally, we have to think about how we can practically impact the local need whilst bearing in mind the global shortage. Gentlemen, I thank you for joining us today, and I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves, just about 30 seconds, who you are, where you're from, and what you do, starting with Mr. Osborne Patterson.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Otis Osborne, head of the IT department at University of the Commonwealth Caribbean.
Hello, I'm Max Shufton, Director of Mission Partnerships at the SANS Institute, a cybersecurity training organization.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Thorpe, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing at the University of Technology, Jamaica.
Hi, everyone. I'm Donovan Johnson. I'm a professor at Florida International University. I'm also the Associate Director for the Center of Integrated Security and Trustworthy AI at Florida International University.
Right, so thank you all very much, and thank you for being here. Now, gentlemen, the first question is open, and it's really one that everybody has on the tip of their tongues. Why has the skills gap in cybersecurity not been closed in the last 5 to 10 years? Let's start with you, Prof.
I know he was going to do that, you know. So it's a very important question. And taking the framing that, this particular conference has provided with respect to cybersecurity and cybersecurity intelligence and the whole movement behind generative artificial intelligence, I will say what has been happening is that the skills gap that we are speaking of first has to start with the fact that the professors that you need to actually provide that knowledge transfer, they themselves are also being drawn into that workforce, that is going into the other locations of which you speak of or you referred to earlier. But so there's two edges to this sword. So there's a global shortage of skills, so we must be very mindful of that. Significant skills in this space. Jamaica is no less. And from academia, you find that heavy recruitment takes place both from the lecturers and the students who are trained. So that's one specific problem. But let us move to the specific concern of the content in the curriculum that probably is also leading to a skills gap that we need to actually speak to. We are finding that in the last 5 years, for example, at the University of Technology, Jamaica, we introduced a complete cybersecurity curriculum, which has over 300 students now who uptake that particular program. Sort of a spin-off from the traditional computer science core that we would have and engineering core, where students would normally take cybersecurity as a single course to actually go into the workforce. But it is a specialized skill set with several areas, from testing systems to development, which requires the entire security mindset to be in play. We are seeing in 2025 the massive adoption of artificial intelligence, which is telling me that the curriculum that I had in the last 5 years, I won't even go back as far as 10, in the last 5 years, the transformation has been such that where universities update curriculum every 3 years, as you made in your preamble, it usually takes another year or two sometimes in the university bureaucracies to change those curricula to adapt to the needs of the market, and the market is moving way faster. Hence, we have tried to respond by putting in micro-credentials. But the content updates are also required. So right now, for example, we have to shift the entire curriculum block in cybersecurity. As a matter before you even spoke, the team is now looking at heavier integration of artificial intelligence into the architecture of that curriculum to start building out security AI prompt engineers. But let me leave it there for the moment.
I'd like to follow up, Colonel. I think, and Sean, going previous to the point you're arguing, I would say that a part of the problem contributing to the skills gap is that we have not yet properly defined what the optimum cybersecurity skill is. It is still seen as a very tech-heavy, tech-centric domain. And we're at the place where we need to redefine and appreciate what true cybersecurity skill is. Of the 4 million jobs or the 4 million personnel that are needed in cybersecurity worldwide, 1.3 million of those come from the Caribbean and Latin American region. And when we look at the full suite of cybersecurity skills, they require more than just someone who understands coding and who understands system development. It requires also the soft skills. So to my colleague's point that curricula needs to be reimagined and redesigned, that reimagination and redefinition must take into account cybersecurity leadership, cybersecurity strategy and management. The persons who must make decisions about how to invest, where to invest, and where to put funds in order to upskill, reskill, and create the kind of talent that we need. The policymaker that needs to make that decision is a part of the cybersecurity continuum. When we do that, we look at a society, or we look on the society as a whole ecosystem. And so we prepare all the skills that are necessary and needed. A part of the problem is that the skills that we require on the whole cybersecurity continuum, we're not focusing on creating all of those skills. And it's leading and contributing to the gap. And of course, the issue of cost plays a role. The whole issue of culture and how the society perceives cybersecurity and its necessity may lead some persons to not go in the direction of taking up a degree that has the name cybersecurity on it because they see it as something that is tech heavy. It's not for me. It's not an area that I fit into. And I always say, when there is a cybersecurity incident and the incident response team is pulled together, you have an attorney on the team, you have a public relations personnel on the team. Of the team of about 10 persons, probably 3 of them are technical. The rest of them are people in cybersecurity leadership, strategy, and management, which are other skills in the gap that people are not focusing on. So the narrowing of the gap also requires us to think about cybersecurity in a cosmopolitan way, in a very comprehensive way, understanding full well that the full suites of skills are very wide and broad and not just focused on the technical domains.
Maxwell?
Thank you. Just to build off what Sean said, I think, there's 3 things I would highlight, and the first builds off what he says, which is education evolving from theoretical focused knowledge towards long-term degrees to vocational skills really in this space. The curriculum, as both of these speakers have alluded to, needs to constantly evolve because techniques and tools constantly evolve. And you want to be teaching the skills that employers are having their job holders take on every day, whether it's using Nmap, whether it's monitoring networks, analyzing traffic for malicious code. You need to be teaching those skills and doing it in a way that leads to credentials that employers can hire based on. There's a study coming out at RSA this year that will highlight that employers value creative thinking, problem solving, more than and aptitude to what you said earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Sterling, more than they value, past experience in an internship or a degree, because that's the mindset many employers are looking for to fill open jobs in this space. The second thing I think, though, is we shouldn't all blame education and training. Employers have to own part of the problem, too, and the lack of solution we've come to. There's a constant mismatch from studies we see and discussions we have in what cybersecurity hiring managers want and what human resources and recruiters look for. They often still look for check-the-box solutions. They often write job descriptions in which an entry-level job requires 2 to 3 years of experience or a management certification like a CISSP, and that's not obviously attainable for someone looking for their first job. And there's been some shift in that culturally over the last 5 to 7 years, but not enough. Many employers across North America, across Europe, their HR and recruiting still don't listen to their cybersecurity leaders. And I'm sure many of you in this room can share that pain. And the last one I'd say is less, it's a broader thing, and I think this is global, which is, when I was growing up, and I'm sure many would share this, we looked up to lawyers, doctors, professional athletes, musicians, people in banking. We didn't look up to technical professionals. That's certainly part of the culture in the United States where I'm from, and I've heard it in other parts of the world as well. And I think there's a general awareness needed about the importance of cybersecurity and that this is a profession young people should aspire to get into.
Yes, I completely agree. In fact, I underscore what was said about employers. Employers compound the skill gap by standing in their own way. They require these exorbitant experience from entry-level applicants. Now, also, the fact is that they don't have a policy of reskilling or upskilling of current staff. So the staff will be there for years, and with the knowledge that they came in with, sometimes not even trained in the area. But they're there, they're maybe solving some simple issues, but there are bigger issues that need trained employees. But these employees, they're at the entry level. There's no upward mobility for them. because they don't have the requisite knowledge and skills. And at the same time, it is as if there's no investment to assist these employees in getting certified or even recertified. One of the requirements of our lecturers who teach cybersecurity and any other IT-related skills is that they must be certified in the area. But we realize too that they're coming in, they will submit their application, and when you look at the application, you'll see that their certification expired 2 or 3 years ago. What does that mean? You know, the funding or the financial investment to get persons up to par is not there.
Right. So when I listen to your responses, it really is saying that, you know, the problem does not lie with any one sector. It's cross-sectoral, it's multifaceted, and it requires a similar approach to a solution. But when we look at this, Jamaica has been said to suffer significantly from brain drain, and the concept of the digital nomad has only compounded that problem. What are practical steps that governments and businesses across the region can take to recruit, retain, and sustainably do that with respect to cybersecurity professionals? I'll start with you, Donovan.
The first thing, most practical step that governments can take to retain talent is to pay people more. To start there. Compensation.
You're going to get a big applause for that.
That's why I started there, you know. Compensation for talent is something that is important, right off the bat. So let's get that out of the way. More importantly, the process of, or the whole idea of talent retention is, while it is a financial issue, it's also a psychological issue. And studies have continuously shown that the IT professional is always in a box somewhere in the basement. That's where we put them, in the back office, where we usually keep the lost files, in many organizations, not all, right? And so the treatment and respect that's given to IT professionals and cybersecurity professionals in the workspace and in the workplace is something that we need to think about, because studies continue to show that that has a psychological impact in how they're appreciated. And not just their appreciation, but taking them seriously. When the tech guy says, hey, we need to invest in this, and we don't, and then the system collapses, we blame the tech guy for not putting in the proper firewalls when we did not give them the resources to do that. And so the appreciation of the craft and appreciation of the talent also goes beyond just paying them well, but also appreciating the talent at that level and incorporating our tech professionals in decision making and also in policy making and policy shaping. So we have to start there first and foremost in terms of retaining and keeping the talent that we have. We also need to start thinking of ways and means to build bridges. One of the models that I've seen worked in other countries is that the bridges are built between other countries, where there are exchanges, where one does not feel that one have to leave to experience better or to make greater impact, but one's own organization or one's own government facilitates that process. And so one doesn't feel like one should leave or one has to leave, but one can partner with other professionals across the world and experience that from home or from staying home. And that's part of the whole process of talent retention. But I'll leave my esteemed panelists to tell us more brilliant strategies.
All right, so that's an important point. I mean, I have graduates leaving the university now, and they're not seeking to work for less than 10 million a year. Look, I mean, that's Jamaican dollars, right?
As they should.
You know, a chief information security officer, you know, for some students who are working at the graduate level, of course, you require to have a certain amount of experience in cyber leadership to assume those positions. Those positions are not necessarily acquired just out of school. But you're finding a $10 million base point. I've had graduates with those skills leaving, start earning in Bitcoins and indicating to me that they are not necessarily interested in working for the traditional 9-to-5 workforce. Now, with that said, the solution to retention is to build a pipeline. So the solution to retention is to build a pipeline. This is a global skill set which is continuously changing, and we have to just accept that in the wider scheme of things, that it will not necessarily change overnight. And it's an opportunity, as a matter of fact. It's not. I don't want us to paint this as if this is a gloom and doom situation that we are in. We are seeing all the breaches occurring, but at the same time, what we probably don't have is the adaptive skills in terms of who we have in the workforce to treat with the problems as they readily change. But the underlying principle here is to build a pipeline. If we can start as early as the high schools, coming up into the colleges and into the universities, we are seeing other jurisdictions where you know, the universities are partnering directly with high schools to have bridging programs with the high schools to support that pipeline development that you need to support the larger ecosystem. So I think we want to look at it in that context, that retention is going to be driven by pipeline development, and that pipeline means that the universities, the colleges, the high schools, in particular, as the main actors, as educators, have to contribute to that activity ongoing. And continuous learning. I mean, just reflecting on my own experience, because other than being a dean, I mean, you know, I deliver cybersecurity curriculum at the graduate and undergraduate level in our programs. And it is continuous upskilling, reskilling, you know, fly to RSA, for example, and see what is happening each year, or going to some other forum, or you're doing active project development so that you can, you know, appreciate and continuously learn. So as a professor, I must always be learning like a student. This is the kind of skill that we are actually working with, you know. Everybody is always a student. And if you maintain that type of mindset, it therefore means that you don't have a problem anymore. You really just need to be adaptive at all times, such that if you reach 100 years old, right, you can still be practicing in a profession which sees you as relevant. But I'll pass on to my other colleagues to share their own views here.
Yeah, thank you. Clearly, I mean, to put it bluntly, you're not going to be able to avoid people leaving to take higher salary positions. I think that's just a fact that any government organization has to grapple with. Another one, I do want to agree that, you know, governments need to be thinking about inspiring that next generation of talent, whether that's through reskilling programs or through kind of gamification programs for young people to get them excited about cybersecurity. I saw that, I think M&S ran a She Secures kind of competition to excite young women about coming to cybersecurity. That's the kind of thing that builds that pipeline. And as further education opportunities are made available, you create that entry-level talent pipeline that comes in to fill jobs. A couple things come to mind for me in thinking about effective government programs that have lowered their attrition rate, and this is across the globe, not specific to the United States. Three things, really. One is that ongoing professional development, continuous learning, as alluded to. You know, investing in practitioners, investing in individuals on your security team, also investing in continuous training for leadership inspires that sense of connection and that sense of continued shared mission for the purpose and the mission statement that any government organization has, and can increase your attention. Another is a strong security culture, and that ties into the first one a bit too. You need leaders that allow individuals from the bottom level to the mid-level to all teams to speak up, voice their opinion, holding community town halls, team meetings regularly, making people feel heard, and giving them the opportunity to learn and try new things creates a good culture that fosters inclusion and better retention. And then finally, there is the aspect of encouraging different career planning opportunities for all staff. When someone joins an organization, they're going to be doing something for several years. That's a natural expectation. But they're going to want to know what they can do 3 years from now or 5 years from now. And that goes for people at an entry level or at a mid-level or even sometimes at a high level. And some of the most effective programs we've seen are building things like special forces, almost like a cyber special ops, in which people get highly specialized offensive skills, and that's something that folks on different teams could aspire to join, who are starting out in maybe the SOC or as an incident handler. And then for those who start out as security analysts, they might want to know how to get into forensics teams. So having tailored kind of career planning and pathways that involve a mixture of internal efforts, job rotations, and training can really foster increased retention of your teams.
Yes, skill retention is very difficult. It's very difficult, especially when it comes to high-paying jobs in security. I currently have a few students who are employed by cybersecurity solution providers who are overseas, and they work remotely with these companies, providing skills such as cybersecurity technician skills or analysis skills. Now, these students are able to do this because within our programs, we built in certifications. So we have like CompTIA Security Plus, ethical hacking and penetration testing, malware analysis, and reverse engineering. And in fact, in one of our courses, the same computer security course, which is linked to the CompTIA Security Plus, the first assignment that the students get is to complete the ISC2 certification in cybersecurity. So before the students complete their course, they're already certified as a cybersecurity, in cybersecurity. And that assists them to create like an e-portfolio of the skills that they have gained. And that is one of the things that we encourage for our students, to create an e-portfolio to showcase their credentials and skills so that they can use this whenever they are job hunting.
If I can jump in one more time, moderator, I want to say that entering the computer security profession is a responsible act or duty. In other words, I don't want persons to have the misinterpretation that, hey, high-paying job, that's the reason why I should join the profession. You really want to join it responsibly because you love what you're doing and you're driven for what you're doing. The work is hard. I mean, modeling responsible, proactive solution and cyber defense, I don't even want to say cybersecurity, but cyber defense, requires, agility in the skill sets. For example, the mandate I have now is that a cybersecurity engineer has to be a secure AI prompt engineer, and I need to have secure Turing testers. I don't know if you have heard these terminologies before, right? In other words, who are we training? And that's the pipeline. We may need to develop working groups. You have the Cyber Academy that JDF is actually putting out there. We need to start looking at different focus groups that look at the different skill sets of training, including what Dr. Gordon mentioned about building out cyber leadership. So someone who has done 4 to 5 years between the profession and a degree, then they may be interested in becoming a cyber leader, but they must have good technical skills to complement soft skills. Don't believe that you becoming a cybersecurity leader means that you go around and boss around people and you don't know how to solve a problem. You understand what I'm saying? It must come with the some people have that misnomer in our culture that, you know, management, okay, I manage all these other tech guys and they need to know what to do, but, you know, you can't be functionally literate. So therefore, cybersecurity leadership also means that you have good grounding in the discipline for which you are practicing. And we always must remain students of the craft. So the CompTIA, which is vendor-specific, you have a lot of vendor-specific provisions, and we in the academia, while we support and use the vendor products, we are also encouraging our students, our graduates, and our faculty to also build their own solution stack. So for example, all the concerns you're hearing about AI, I'm not particularly worried about that because, well, I'm not worried about it. It's actually an opportunity because a new graduate from a university like mine needs to have a skill set that is saying that he's a security AI prompt engineer where he can jailbreak some of these prompts, right? You know, so you have a prompt injection attack. You know, you need to know how, for example, to remove the hallucinations from that because the applications that are rolled out by many of the companies that are here will require those skills today. I was going to say tomorrow, but it's really today. And once we have the mindset of just being open and then develop several working groups, right now on the campus we just launched a new working group on generative AI for cybersecurity. We have a new curriculum and we have teams of developers working, you know, including on weekends to ensure that they can start appreciating these skill sets. So it is not even tied just to the curriculum in the traditional sense, but also just ongoing continuous learning outside of even taking a certification, just wanting to have that knowledge to be able to apply yourself.
Just wanted to underscore something you said quickly about leaders needing to be grounded in what the teams are doing. An effective program I've seen as a military program in which, you know, managers who are overseeing multi-million-dollar budgets in general IT or in radio operations or whatever it may be would be assigned to be an officer in cybersecurity. And instead of having them just take leadership training in cybersecurity, the military would make these individuals go take cyber defense training, the same training security analysts would take. So they'd actually have to learn what the people they were managing are doing before they could manage in cybersecurity, and that proved very effective.
So as we strive to find that balance between practical hands-on and the foundational theoretic grounding of our practitioners, how is it that so many of the challenges with respect to just streamlining that pipeline has persisted, notwithstanding the development and evolution of the technology? What is the missing link between industry, political administrations, academia, that continues to see this chasm between what is required and what is actually there?
I would say symposiums like this is a starting point. I'm going to say that. I think you should all applaud yourself. This is an excellent conference or, you know, event that you have here. You know, go ahead, man. Clap yourselves, yes? Yes, you should clap yourselves. It is very important to have this kind of public discourse. And as I've said to even the Secretariat already, you know, here are some ideas for 2.0. But you could have this kind of forum, you know, I mean, the 200 or so persons who may be here are, you know, does not represent the larger ecosystem of the country that really needs to know about cybersecurity. And I could use a slogan: cybersecurity is everybody's business. It should be. It is everybody's business because it affects us all, you know. And hence, you need more ecosystem initiatives like this one, island-wide. Now, it's not an expensive feat compared to having a breach. you know, if you start educating the general citizenry through these kind of initiatives and to actually put part of that investment dollars into these kind of larger ecosystem initiatives for public awareness and training, people will then go away thinking, so I heard that there, probably I need to go and try this now with my team, albeit a company or even individuals or even students. So that's my take on that one.
Colonel, I'm going to be a little bit more candid than the professor here to my left. The reality...
Chatham's rules apply.
The reality is simply that we need more political will. That is the solution. There is no lack of money. There is no lack of technical skill or capacity. There is a lack of political will. Politicians sit around and talk about the things that bring them political gain without looking at the real issues that are affecting society. And it becomes very difficult for any leader in the tech space to go to their political bosses and say, hey, give me 500 million to build out a proper SOC and to properly establish a cert. And so that is the missing link. Government in any country is the single largest, most powerful convener.
It's the biggest business in town.
It's the biggest business. Government can convene all facets of society like that. And so government is the glue that connects everything. Whether or not government is big or small, it is the glue that connects everything. And through government's intentionality, you will have not just a national cybersecurity strategy on paper, but a national cybersecurity strategy in action. Something that is a live strategy, that is working, that has the support of the government. I've been across the region and I've seen it many times that we have a national cybersecurity strategy on paper. The strategy is what's supposed to link all sectors of society under one unified cybersecurity thrust. And that must come through government as the largest convener. But if it exists on paper without the proper and effective driving force of government, then all the sectors will still remain in silo. You will have the educators teaching one thing. You will have people in industry wanting one thing. You will have technocrats and investors over there and everything will still exist in pockets and will not find the right balance that we need until government steps up and steps in. So I go back to where Prof started to say convenings like these is the starting point to what should be a more fruitful linkages between all the facets of society.
So, well, I see you have a convert. So we have to really start to think globally, but acting locally. And when I look at the panel and the sort of knowledge that stares back at me, I wonder, are there more innovative and cost-effective ways of getting the next generations of cyber warriors into cybersecurity? I'll start with yours, Brian.
I'm not sure about cost-effective. For example, a company out of India approached us, UCC, about building a cyber-physical lab. They established one in Abu Dhabi, and that was underwritten by the government. Right? Now, the cyber-physical lab would enable persons to, cybersecurity professionals to interact with a simulated town, for example, and try to attack even traffic lights and so forth using their cybersecurity skills. Now, of course, that was cost prohibitive for us, right? The other thing, too, is that the only way we can overcome that cost is by establishing virtual labs, right? Virtual cybersecurity labs. And, of course, that may require some collaboration with either government, private sector, as well as with universities on a whole.
Just, I would say, cost effective is always relative. Obviously, the cost of investing in a program to find people with high aptitude and train them, as you outlined on the slide before this before this panel, can be costly. But the cost of a bad hire is significant. Many studies estimate it's 30% of first-year salary. And then you have to go find a new hire and hope that that person works out, or you have to hire a contractor or consultant temporarily and still fix your long-term gap. And what we've seen effective is, and this has enabled math teachers to become pen testers, diesel mechanics to become security analysts, is an effort, a model that focuses on finding people with a strong aptitude for security, problem solving, deductive reasoning, critical thinking, but also making sure they have passion and work ethic. As you alluded to, cybersecurity is hard. It's not going to be an easy journey. And so having some sort of process, whether it's interviews, whether it's questionnaires, having candidates upload videos about why they want to work in the field, talk about their time management skills, doing some rigorous screening, and then investing in the development of skills that can produce real talent that helps close gaps.
I believe in terms of cost-effective strategies, I could argue that the 4 of us here or 5 of us on this panel right now could form a team. SANS, our students use SANS all the while in terms of the white papers.
But we can't pay you.
But we can't, we can't pay them. Well, yeah, let me not get into that. But at least they have the public libraries, the white papers and libraries which we use. So I think the underlying to this is that cost effectiveness has to bear the fact that this is really a human problem and a human solution. It is tied to us as people working together, and including, as you said, the politicians. I think the politicians probably need to be educated. Probably, if it's a case that they don't know, right, then they probably they can't relate. So, that's what I'm saying. These are useful forums. But a call to action is that the community that is here, and it's a very rich community that is here, let's establish the working groups. Let's establish the sort of engagement that look at the different areas for which we need to do the skills development and use that as a part of the wider ecosystem through M&S to get that going across the country. That's my take on that cost effectiveness. Long term, it will work out.
Let me tell you my take on it. I think, in addition to everything that has been said previously, we need to start exactly where you recommended, from early childhood. That's the most cost-effective way. If we change the curriculum there, by the time a child gets to high school, their appetite and desire to be a part of anything cyber is increased. And that leads to the production of the talent that we require. It will become a national culture to be engaged in this. And you know what you'll create when you create a society of digital natives? Cybersecurity becomes almost like the road. If you want politicians to do anything, you give them something that they think will give them political capital. And if cybersecurity becomes something that a society wants, it increases the incentive for elected representatives to invest in it. And so creating the streamline or the talent pool starts as early as cybersecurity education, as early childhood education, where it is not that expensive to tweak a curriculum so that you create the talent pool leading up all the way up to that point.
So, we could talk about this all day, but we sadly can't. As we wrap up, so I'm going to ask one question and I want 2 sets of responses. You're fairly grounded in academia, all of you. The 2 farthest from me, you're talking to corporate Jamaica. And we're talking about mentorship, we're talking about apprenticeship, we're talking about knowledge transfer and facilitation. In 30 seconds, what's your advice to corporate Jamaica? And the 2 closest to me, the same thing for government. How do we make it happen? Go, sir.
Okay, I suppose corporate corporate can assist by underwriting or even assisting with the partnership that with like certification bodies, where these certification bodies offer certification and training at a discounted rate. So, but some students are unable, while they undergo the training, they are unable to still do the certification because the cost is still a bit too high.
I would say for the corporate community, make sure your cybersecurity leadership has oversight of human resources or recruiting and talent acquisition and the way they write job descriptions. And then when you, for your own internal workforce, you know, map those jobs out to what skills people need, find different solutions to get them those skills, and try different things out. Don't just use one partner, don't just use one vendor, try different things out and then invest in what you find is effective and increasing both retention and output of your cybersecurity teams.
In a sense, it's a public-private partnership between the stakeholders. Currently, we engage corporate by saying, listen, let us understand what your problems are. Let's come into our environment in the academia and share what the problems are, and let us develop the use cases together that provides you with an answer. And of course, we're probably not doing enough of those use cases because it's such a large space in this country in terms of responding to these needs. And when you say corporate, Colonel, we're talking about small, medium-sized, and as well as large enterprise.
Yeah, I know, but I really wanted you to call out the government, not corporate. I want you and Donovan to say to government, this is what we in academia would like you to do to help build a sustainable talent pipeline.
Well, the call to action is that I want you to put money into the system where you can see the outcomes of the investment. We are facing right now head-on in this country the amount of breaches that is more significant than Category 5 hurricanes, if you want to use that analogy. In some instances, it's happening at scale. So you have to invest if you want to see the results. And let's meet at the table and get it done.
Government needs to do what it was created to do: convene, legislate, and create. Government needs to convene all the players under a national strategy and implement that strategy. Give it hands and feet to do what it is supposed to do. Government needs to also legislate. Use legislation to create the macroeconomic space. Don't stifle, but legislation that can guide the development of cybersecurity. Right? There's a Ministry of Education. Right? Tech competencies should be in curricula from day one. Right? And government needs to create. There are many, I've seen in different countries where community centers have been used as hubs, where we upskill and reskill the elderly. So the elderly go and they play card pack every weekend or whenever. You can infuse some cybersecurity upskilling, and it doesn't have to take on the big word cybersecurity, but just developing tech competencies of people in our society can start there. And those are things that are at the disposal of government. So government needs to convene, they need to legislate and write policy and implement and drive those policies and also create.
Powerful words. As we wrap up, yeah, man, you can go ahead. Give them a round of applause, man. You don't have to be stingy. But seriously, as we wrap up, we have to recognize that without the skills, notwithstanding the pace at which artificial intelligence is growing, we are going to have challenges. Cybersecurity and the skills gap that persists is not just a workforce challenge. It remains a critical vulnerability in all our digital defenses. The threats we face now grow more sophisticated every day. And I can tell you, sitting where I do at the CERT, those are some of the things that keep me up at night. But the shortage of skilled professionals leaves us all severely exposed. Addressing these gaps require collaboration across industries, academia, and government to build the required pipelines of talent, invest in education and training, and create opportunities for all to join this vital field. Bridging the skills gap is not just about protecting our networks. It's about safeguarding our economies, our privacy, and our future. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to act is now, because the cost of inaction is one none of us can afford. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all for being a good audience.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Interesting conversation. All right, we're coming up almost on time. We have one final, very important presentation before we wrap things up. I think it's been 2 days well spent. I look forward to this presentation. It is going to be delivered by an expert in the area of telecommunications who has contributed to the industry through his tenure at Cable and Wireless, which became Lime, which became Flow. He has served in several capacities, including a training officer, a manager of technical training for 14 territories in which Lime operated. He's been an instructor with the Vector Technology Institute since 2008 and is the head of department for the network infrastructure and cybersecurity programs, and he teaches cybersecurity there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to welcome Mr. Lloyd Brown. Put your hands together for him.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be able to share this information with you and speak on the topic here, cybersecurity, skills gap, global and local trends. So first, let's talk about the lay of the land. When we think of cybersecurity and also the skills gap, what exactly are we talking about? Now, typically, when we hear of a gap, it means there is a demand and the supply is not enough. But is that simply it? As we go through the discussion, I will share my point of view that it is not only that there is low supply, but there is something else happening. I also have some statistics. The World Economic Forum has done surveys annually and published those typically around January of each year. Now, January of this year, they published that the skills gap from 2023 to 2024 has grown by 8%. And I've also heard from other presenters, one of the statistics that was published, that there is currently 4 million open positions and not enough talent to fill those positions. So why is cybersecurity so important? So much so that we have this large skills gap. Most of us are living our lives, or a huge portion of it, online. Businesses, social media, and so on. And so we share sensitive information there, and this needs to be protected. So this is one of the reasons why we have this huge demand for cybersecurity professionals, the need to protect this data. In addition, national security is important. governments need to protect the national security infrastructure from internal threats, external threats, and not just from criminal elements. There needs to be protection as well from other nation states. And so national security is a big part of why we have a demand for cybersecurity professionals. There's also an economic impact. Many businesses have gone bankrupt as a result of cybersecurity breaches. When this happens, individuals lose income, businesses lose their potential to employ, and countries lose the ability to attract investors. And so, hence the economic impact. Governments need to protect that to ensure that their country remain an attractive place. And so, cybersecurity professionals are important. Businesses need to ensure that they do not fall victim, or if it does, they're able to recover. Hence, they need cybersecurity professionals. The last one there is innovation and growth. Today, we have many, many new things happening. There is this huge discussion of artificial intelligence. There's so there is the concept of, this doesn't sound to be, hello? Better? Is this better? Okay, great. So, in order for businesses to be able to grow, these businesses need to be able to protect their intellectual property. It is through that intellectual property that they're able to innovate. In order to do that, cybersecurity professionals are needed. So this is not a complete list of why cybersecurity professionals are needed, but a huge part of it. So I will separate the presentation into two parts, global trends, and then we'll speak of the local trends. On the global side, we'll look at the growing demand, skill shortage, and the geopolitical impact. Starting with our growing demand. There is a rise in cybercrime. Criminals are business people. They follow the money. Wherever the income, the revenue is great, the criminals will go. In addition, in cyberspace, it is easier to hide. There is no need to be out in the open. Persons can see you. You're able to hide from the police and hide also from your colleagues in the criminal space. And so, cybercrime is on the rise. Digital transformation. This again speaks to the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and all the things that causes the new technologies to come on stream. One of the things that happens is that as new technologies come on stream, we find that we need more persons to be able to work on these. The more these new technologies come at us rapidly, the less time we have to learn them and be able to protect them. And therefore, we have a greater need for cybersecurity professionals. In addition to that, there's a lot of regulatory things that are happening. We have the GDPR. Almost every country has their own regulations, and the cybersecurity professionals need to be able to learn these and apply them and ensure that the businesses they represent are compliant. Because of that, the demand is going to be high. We spoke about the economic impact. And then there's a geopolitical tension. We have the US-China security competition. We have the Russia-Ukraine war. We have Israel-Palestine. Every one of those need and create cybersecurity defense roles. We might have heard of the pages that explode in Iran. This is part of a need for cybersecurity professionals. The supply chain needs to be protected. So this will talk about the shortage. And at the beginning, I spoke to the shortage, and is it just a matter of the low supply? And if we look at the percentage here, 76% of businesses that were surveyed, the questions asked is, how are organizations addressing cybersecurity skills gap? 76% of the businesses say they are upskilling their current employees. What does that mean? New cybersecurity persons leaving universities and colleges are not going to be considered here. They are upskilling their current employees. 54% of businesses say they recruit experienced professionals. Again, persons leaving universities and colleges are not going to be considered. So, is it really just a low supply? We may have many persons leaving universities and colleges, but they are not being considered. And these businesses say, we have shortage. So it is a way for us to find, to have these persons who are leaving universities and colleges be able to be considered, and therefore help to shorten and lower that skills gap. The other percentage there reflects similar things. And so I didn't speak of the future projections. World Economic Forum says that by 2027, there will be 85 million open jobs that are not filled by cybersecurity professionals. This is something that the industries will need to consider. How can we fill those? So, cybersecurity resilience and regional differences are some of the things that we must consider. We have heard some conversations about deepfake, and I've listed here that some of us might have seen on the news, where David Cameron from the UK had a meeting, video call, with what he thought was a Ukrainian past president. The meeting lasted somewhere around 30 minutes. He saw and he heard the president, but it wasn't the president. So it means we will need to develop ways to be able to detect these things. We are not going to be able to rely on our ears and our eyes completely. We must be able to have solutions that can recognize these threats. So that brings us to cyber resilience. It is a way to ensure that with cyber attacks, businesses must be able to continue without going into bankruptcy, without having to stop delivering services. So, local trend. We look at three things: industry-specific needs, education and training, and hiring practices. So, From the industries, we will need to be able to concentrate on the government side, healthcare, financial institutions, and SMEs. There are many more, but I've listed just these. We've heard many conversations earlier today about the government side. Government need to legislate. Government need to be able to lead the charge, create that environment, build the culture that says cybersecurity is important, that makes persons want to be in this field from early. The healthcare industry, I think we heard a participant here mention of something that happened in the hospital. This is a place where some of the most private information is stored, and that needs to be protected. And SMEs, this is very unique. Small businesses tend to not be able to afford the level of security they need. So many of them ignore security. The industry need to have entrepreneurs that are able to craft cybersecurity packages that can protect small businesses, but at a price they can afford. One of the things, and this will come back to government, but not only government, the increase in the frequency of audits. Businesses do audits all the time. Typically, these are financial. The purpose of the audit is usually really, really important. It ensures that the policies are being followed. But if we have that same thing for cybersecurity, where on a regular basis, there's a cybersecurity audit, where businesses get to look at their policies and determine, are we following these policies? Then we're likely to see improvement in the cybersecurity posture of businesses. So I have spoken to some of these things because I need to make sure I'm keeping the timeline. And so what I really want to focus on as the last slide, though it's not my last, but this will suffice. The current academic position in Jamaica. The academic institutions, many of them have programs that have a cybersecurity module, but very few have a cybersecurity program. That is where we need to get to. Every or many more academic institutions need to have cybersecurity programs. Individuals need to ensure that they continue to do their continuing education, build on the certifications, and this will ensure that they are more marketable. Thank you. I will close here.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Brown? All right. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Brown. The final presenter for today, I did say to him that, for those of you who don't know, the Jamaicans, the non-Jamaicans especially in the room, that only a big artist closes the show. So he's the final act. So he was the closer for today. But in terms of wrapping up, bringing the proceeding to a close, I suppose I'm going to invite one final big artist. I'm going to invite one of the people who has been very integral working in the background. She has been one of the important cogs in the machinery that has been this conference. I'm going to invite Trajana Gordon, Senior Director for Cyber Intelligence and Incident Response Branch at MNS, She's going to provide us with the conference summary.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an amazing 2 days this has been. And I know I'm standing between you and going home, so I promise I won't be long. But before we start, there is a survey for day 1 and day 2. I'm encouraging you all to just scan the QR codes and give us your feedback. I promise if the first person in here that does that survey and shows me evidence that you did it, I have a prize for you. All right? So get to giving us your feedback, all right? Thank you. All right, so distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, we have come to the end of an exhilarating 2 days of networking and discussions in the inaugural staging of the M&S CyberSMART conference. This conference has provided a vital platform for collaboration, discussion, and action as we collectively strive to safeguard Jamaica and, by extension, the Caribbean's digital space. Throughout our sessions, we explored the ever-evolving nature of cyber threats and how they impact our national security, financial institutions, and democratic processes. We discussed the critical intersections of transnational organized crime and cybercrime, the threats of misinformation and disinformation, and the emerging role of ransomware and phishing scams in the financial sector. It is evident that cyber resilience is no longer an option. It is necessary. So on day 1, we had in attendance at our opening ceremony the Deputy Prime Minister, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of National Security, the Chief of Defense Staff, and the Commissioner of Police. And this is evidence of the importance of an initiative like this. We also had our keynote speakers. We had 3. So we had 2 on day 1 and another one on day 2. And all of them brought to the forefront and gave us insights on the global cybersecurity trends and threats. And we found that quite important as well. Over the 2 days, the topics that we explored spanned about 6 main areas: cybercrime, digital threats in the financial sector, data protection, cybersecurity, emerging technologies, and capacity building. In the discussion on cybercrime, the discussion indicated that there is a strong link between transnational organized crime and cybercrime, as criminals seek to use technology as a means to creating efficiencies and multiplying the scale of their operations. And in order for us to combat this, stakeholders must commit to greater information sharing, and states must develop the capacity for swift action by law enforcement. In the financial sector discussion, our moderator walked us through lessons from a cyber attack on a financial regulator, and the build-out of cyber resilience framework for the financial sector towards Twin Peak digital transformation. He also reminded us of an acronym. Anybody can tell me what acronym that was? Yes, who can tell me what the BAID stands for? I want the entire thing. Just raise your hand. Yes? Can we give her a mic quickly? All right, we have a mic coming to you.
So it's backup, authentication, 2-stage authentication, hygiene, and email.
You left out one.
1A.
Yes.
Is it authorization or
no.
authentication?
No. I'm giving you one more.
Yes, antivirus.
Okay, so go again. So BAID stands for?
Backup, antivirus, 2-stage authentication, hygiene, and email.
Oh, wonderful. Regina, can you give her one of our prizes, please? Thank you. Then he also went through understanding the threat, Facing the Truth and Building Trust Through Wide Stakeholder Engagement Centered on Cyber Resilience. And then we had a presenter who took the audience through live demonstrations of the Threat Match platform as an integrated collaborative information sharing tool between financial institutions to share information. Then on day 2, which is today, we had our keynote from Dave, and he also, looked at what's happening in the Caribbean and the cybersecurity landscape here. And then we had discussions that stressed the importance of strengthening risk management and vendor relations, as well as the need for multi-stakeholder collaboration, which was highlighted as something that's essential. The presentations emphasized addressing human vulnerabilities through training and awareness programs. Then there was also the discussions around the legislative and compliance mechanisms, and we explored the possibilities of using AI to assist with the complexities of compliance within the different jurisdictions. The conference also looked at the amendments of the Jamaica's Cybercrimes Act and the proposed Cybersecurity Act, and had discussions focused on navigating global regulatory challenges and ensuring businesses stay ahead of evolving requirements. The issue of trust was also explored, and there was a recommendation to build trust, particularly from the government perspective, by ensuring that enforcement measures are carried out when regulation requirements are not met. Then, penultimately, we had in the emerging technology section the live demonstration of how technology can be used to deceive us and lead to the issue of trust or mistrust. And we explored how behavioral patterns could enhance authentication and user security. In closing, we had our last session in capacity building and looking at the cybersecurity skills gap. Our presenters addressed the urgent need for skilled cybersecurity professionals in Jamaica, and the fireside chat, the educational leaders explored strategies for cultivating a robust cybersecurity talent pipeline. So in conclusion, the M&S CyberSMART conference underscored the importance of a collaborative, multi-sector approach to addressing evolving cyber threats. Key actions include strengthening legislative frameworks, enhancing incident response capabilities, leveraging international partnerships, and bridging the cybersecurity talent gap. As we go forward, I hope that you take these 4 things from the conference as next steps. 1, there is need for legislative action. There is need for greater collaboration, which we started here, but it shouldn't just end here. And so there's need to foster the public-private partnership, the partnership with academia, as we go forward in building out cyber resilience in Jamaica. There is need for continued capacity building with investment in education and training to develop a skilled cybersecurity workforce. And finally, we have to continue the public awareness by, having conferences like these, launching campaigns to raise awareness of threats and promote best practices. The conference's discussions and insights lay the foundation for a stronger and more resilient digital future for Jamaica. This is just the start, or one aspect of it, but we look forward to the cooperation from all of you as we go forward to strengthen Jamaica's cyber ecosystem. Thank you. But before I go, is there anyone that did the survey? Let me see. The first person, so she raised her hand first. Let me see. Okay, lovely. So she'll get the, so you can collect that from Regina. Thank you.
right, Trajana. At this time, to bring the closing remarks, the vote of thanks, and end the proceedings, I'm going to invite Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of National Security, Mr. Delroy Simpson. Put your hands together, Mr. Simpson.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the Ministry of National Security's inaugural CyberSMART Conference 2025. Wow, what a dynamic and insightful 2 days it has been. I'm sure you will agree. We embarked on this journey together with one shared goal: to enhance our collective cybersecurity and cybercrime awareness and resilience. We've explored the ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats, from sophisticated ransomware attacks to the subtle manipulations of phishing scams. We've delved into the best practices for safeguarding our digital assets. And perhaps most importantly, we've forged connections and ignited conversations that will extend far beyond these conference walls. This conference wasn't just about identifying the risks. It was about empowering ourselves with the knowledge and tools to mitigate them. We've heard from leading experts in the field, shared experiences, and learned from each other's perspectives. From the keynote addresses to the interactive sessions that followed, each session contributed to a richer understanding of the challenges we face and the solutions we can implement in our increasingly interconnected world. The fight, ladies and gentlemen, against cybercrime is not a battle that can be won in isolation. It requires collaboration and shared responsibility. This conference has served as a crucial platform for building partnerships and fostering a sense of community. We must continue to work together. Government, businesses, individuals, the region, international partners, to create a safer and more secure digital environment for all our people. This is important because in order to reduce the scourge of cybercrime, the strength of the anti-cybercrime networks must exceed the strength of the cybercrime networks. Now, this conference could not have been successful without support from key locally, regionally, and internationally based individuals and organizations. Therefore, it would be remiss of me not to recognize these stakeholders. And I want to start off by expressing gratitude to our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, whose remarks at the start of this conference reaffirmed the government's commitment to strengthening Jamaica's overall cybersecurity. I also want to thank our Permanent Secretary, and that's Ambassador Alison Stone-Roof, for actively supporting the planning and execution of this event and bringing remarks which of course helped to set the tone for a successful conference. Our host was excellent, wasn't he? Thank you, SSP Brooks, for expertly presiding over the proceedings. Special gratitude is being extended to the Organization of American States and CARICOM IMPACS for fully supporting this initiative, a fine example of regional and international cooperation. To our sponsors, namely CrowdStrike and Google Cloud, and our exhibitors in Darktrace, Cleared ID Limited, and the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, your support is highly appreciated. Over the past 2 days, we benefited from insightful commentary and presentations from several eminently qualified moderators, panelists, and presenters who expertly addressed cyber-related matters in their respective fields of specialization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving up a rousing round of applause, yes, a very rousing one, for the approximately 50 moderators, panelists, and presenters who addressed us over the past 2 days. Now, successfully hosting an event of this scale requires strong leadership. By all indications, the conference committee, led by Mr. Zana Gordon, with its multiple subcommittees, I'm told, did a fantastic job of designing and hosting this event. Well done, team. I'm sure you will agree with me that apart from a few glitches here and there, the conference facilities were excellent, and for that, we're extending gratitude to the AC Marriott Hotel. And finally, you, yes, you, our attendees, you deserve the biggest round of applause. Thank you for your participation in the inaugural CyberSMART Conference 2025. Your presence and contributions have made this event a resounding success. As you leave here today, I urge you to carry the knowledge and insights you've gained back to your workplaces, your homes, your schools, and your communities. Share what you have learned with your colleagues, your families, and your friends. Let us all become ambassadors of cybersecurity, championing best practices wherever we go. Let us continue the conversation. Let us continue to learn. Let us continue to work together to build a truly cybersmart Jamaica, by extension, cybersmart region and cybersmart world. I wish you all safe and secure journeys back home. Thank you, and in Jamaican parlance, as we'd say, walk good, everyone.